fingers and hands through the holes of damaged aircraft, which were examined both out of curiosity and with the goal to get them repaired and back into service. Indeed, an afternoon attack had been part of the plan all along, regardless of how successful or not the morning strike had been. As had been the case in the morning, the afternoon mission was planned to be an all-out effort. However, not unexpectedly, there were fewer aircraft available. Mechanical failures, damage, and wear and tear had exacted a price, as had losses. Weather in the form of afternoon storms also worked against the Allies. The RAAF Beaufighters of 30 Squadron were unable to clear the thunderheads that boiled over the Owen Stanley Range. Likewise, 3rd Bomb Group A-20s failed to get through, as did elements of other units. Joseph McWhirt led a formation of 5 B-25s from the 3rd Bomb Group's 13th Bomb Squadron out of Port Moresby. The 13th had more crews than aircraft, and he had lost a coin toss to a squadron mate, Art Small, and so had missed the morning's action. Art was pretty tickled about winning that toss, McWhirt said. On the other hand, McWhirt was chagrined at not having taken part in the killing orgy. Now, in the afternoon, he was eager to help administer the coup de grace to what remained of Kimura's convoy. The 13th's crews were bounced about as they made detours to thread their way through the weather. They were consequently late when they reached the rendezvous point, which was again over Cape Ward Hunt. As it developed, many of the other units were also late, and the 13th's tardiness did not keep it from participating in the mission. Finally, just before 1500, the B-17s of the 43rd Bomb Group started north to find the ships of Operation 81 that were still afloat. They were followed by formations of B-25s from the 3rd and 38th Bomb Groups. The RAAF's 22 Squadron, with a handful of Bostons, export versions of the A-20, were also part of the formation. Above them flew 10 P-38s from the 35th Fighter Group. Additional aircraft in 1s, 2s, and small groups followed during the remainder of the afternoon. McWhirt was eager and excited. After having listened to the radio chatter and to the pilots returning from the morning mission, he said, we were all hot to see what was left out there at the scene of the battle. They didn't have long to wait. Only about 15 minutes passed before the flyers spotted huge oil slicks and rafts of flotsam atop the water. In the distance, McWhirt saw smears of smoke that marked the positions of damaged Japanese vessels. Scattered across the area, miles apart in some instances, 4 or 5 transports burned. Dead in the water was a destroyer, obviously damaged. Anxious with anticipation, McWhirt and the other airmen in the formation readied for their bomb runs. Above him, he saw strings of bombs fall from a flight of B-17s. One of the bombs made a direct hit on the motionless destroyer. At the same time, he and his crew spotted a ship in the far distance steaming away. 3 of the flying fortresses above us were giving chase, he said. McWhirt joined that chase with his B-25s. The vessel was a destroyer, perhaps Horatio, and had been pulling soldiers and sailors out of the water before fleeing the oncoming attackers. We could see it ahead and below us turn sharply to the left to avoid the bombs from the fortresses, said McWhirt. The string of bombs was well delivered but straddled the destroyer rather than striking it. McWhirt's tiny formation pressed ahead for its own attack from an altitude of 5,500 feet. When we came over the destroyer, it was completing a circle, he said. The other B-25 pilots tucked their aircraft close to McWhirt's as his bombardier made last-second adjustments preparatory to releasing their load of 5 500-pound bombs. At exactly the right instant, the bombs were let go at the still-circling warship. The bombs from the other B-25s fell at the same time. The aim was good, and their luck was better. The whole aft of the destroyer was in the pattern, concealed from above by the splash and explosion of the bombs, said McWhirt. The destroyer slid ahead a little and stopped dead. The lead ship of the 38th Bomb Group's 71st Bomb Squadron was flown by Ezra Best. Also with the crew was the group's commanding officer, Brian O'Neill. The bombardier, Bob Renison, was nervous not just because of the coming engagement, but because the success of the squadron's mission rested largely with him. The squadron would release their bombs on his cue, and O'Neill, his boss's boss, would be able to see just how well he performed or did not. As lead bombardier, Renneson said, I had to pick out our target and decide the course. Best led the formation toward the floating, fiery wrecks that were what was left of the Japanese convoy. In front of him, in the nose of the aircraft, Renneson decided to target a destroyer that seemed undamaged but was dead in the water. He refined the bombing solution as the rest of the 71st's B-25s followed. It was then that the squadron was hit by a formation of 8 Zeros. The formation's gunners responded with concentrated bursts of machine gun fire. I was in the middle of my run without much time to watch, said Renneson. At the same time, he spotted another potential target, a seemingly undamaged destroyer that was actually underway. He called it out to O'Neill but couldn't understand the response over the boom of the machine guns. I glanced up, Renneson said, to see tracers chasing after a couple of green-bellied Zeros. Finally, he heard O'Neill's exasperated voice crackle over the intercom. Well, pick out something and let's get out of here. They're going to be all over us. Renneson decided to continue after his original target, which might have been the mortally damaged Asashio. I kept on my dead duck, and she was really dead. Even most of the ACAC, anti-aircraft fire, was out. His aim was good, and the 71st's aircraft scored 3 direct hits, which were followed by 2 more hits from higher-flying B-17s. Having suffered no losses, the formation turned back to Port Moresby. None of the aircraft flying that afternoon were shot down. This was due not only to the fact that most of the anti-aircraft guns aboard the Japanese ships, and their gunners, were put out of action during the morning mission, but also because the enemy fighters were not particularly aggressive. For instance, when the 71st's B-25s were attacked by a group of 8 fighters, Renneson remarked that they only made a couple of passes and they didn't even press them home. Certainly, the escorting P-38s offered some protection, but there were only 10 of them, and when they were elsewhere or otherwise preoccupied, the Japanese still didn't engage the bombers with any degree of tenacity. Although it had long been a target of Allied air attacks, the Japanese airbase at Lai still hosted various air units and could service many more. Indeed, Lai-based fighters, if left unchecked, had the wherewithal to disrupt the Allied ambush of Kimura's convoy. Accordingly, the airfield complex was attacked by Australian and American units for several days in late February and early March. Those attacks continued through the morning and into the afternoon of March 3rd. Arthur House, Jr., a P-40 pilot with the 49th Fighter Group's 7th Fighter Squadron, was assigned to fly a dive bombing mission early that afternoon. Part of a 4-aircraft formation high over Lai, he led his wingman, James Martin, down at the runway in a steep dive from 9,000 feet. Heavy anti-aircraft fire caused them both to pull up without releasing their 500-pound bombs. However, just a moment later they hurtled down once more through the bursting enemy shells, let their bombs go, and continued down to strafe the airfield. The pair of them raced low above the dirt runway, shooting up targets of opportunity before turning across the water to attack a barge. That done, they banked hard toward the shore and streaked at treetop level over the jungle. House then spotted a formation of 11 Japanese fighters above him and to his right. They were likely returning from the fight over Kimura's convoy. He eased his aircraft into a turn away from the enemy fighters and spotted a single aircraft above him to his left. He, the other aircraft, started to fire at 2,000 feet, said House, and I started to call him on the radio thinking he was one of our airplanes. House was mistaken. The aircraft firing at him was an enemy fighter. He looked behind him and saw his wingman, Martin, bracketed by a pair of Zeros. At that instant he could do nothing for Martin and instead pulled up and left into the aircraft that was shooting at him. I fired a long burst, House said. His tracers were going behind me. My shots hit him right in the center of the front of the plane and he exploded in midair. House had spent all his airspeed in the climb, and his aircraft stalled and fell out of control to the left. Meanwhile, Martin had shaken his harassers and subsequently chased away another pair of Zeros. A moment or two later, House regained flying speed, turned left, and squeezed off a burst of machine gun fire into another Japanese fighter which crossed in front of him from left to right. The rounds smashed into the engine and cockpit of the Zero. The aircraft caught fire, House said, and continued down, falling into the water just offshore. Outnumbered and anxious not to exhaust their luck, House and Martin raced for the cover of the clouds that cloaked the nearby mountains and found their way home. 14. What we didn't get, the sharks got. When the afternoon mission ended on March 3, 1943, 1,000 or more Japanese thrashed in the water or clung to debris, or huddled aboard lifeboats or landing barges that had been cut loose from the doomed transports. An additional 1,000 or more Japanese soldiers were aboard 4 destroyers, which raced to transfer them to a pair of warships steaming from Rabaul. Some of the men had been rescued from sinking wrecks, only to endure another attack and another sinking. Many of them were injured. Virtually all of them suffered from shock. The Americans and Australians started slaughtering them almost immediately. B-17 circled low overhead like great hulking metal condors, while their gunners laced the sea with thousands of 50-caliber machine gun rounds. The water turned a foamy pink when the bullets found their marks. B-25s and A-20s likewise combed the area and shot up the hapless Japanese wherever they found them. Many of the Japanese who survived the strafing did so by jumping from their rafts or lifeboats each time they came under attack. Their heads and shoulders made smaller targets, and as powerful as the 50-caliber machine guns were, the bullets stopped quickly once they hit the water. By nightfall on March 3rd, it was obvious to both the Allies and the Japanese that Operation 81 was not just a failure, but an unprecedented catastrophe. The 51st Division was destroyed as a combat unit. Many of its men were already dead, 1,000 or more were adrift, and more than 1,000 had been rescued and were on their way back to Rabaul, their starting point. Only about 900 men from the 51st reached Lai, the convoy's destination. These had been rescued from the Kyokusei Maru, which had been sunk the previous day by the 43rd Bomb Group's B-17s. That the Allies had scored an enormous success was unquestioned, but exactly what had been achieved was still unclear at the end of the day, March 3rd. Allied intelligence personnel found it maddeningly difficult, in fact impossible, to accurately reconcile the dizzyingly disparate claims made by the air crews. This was especially so because multiple air crews attacked and hit the same vessels not just in the morning, but also in the afternoon. Moreover, the total number of Japanese ships remained undetermined. Reports ranged from just more than a dozen to well more than 20. And the different types of vessels that made up Kimura's convoy also defied definition. Reports of cruisers, although there were none, were so numerous that it was simply accepted that they were part of the Japanese force. What had been achieved in the air was also confusing. The P-38 pilots claimed 26 Japanese fighters shot down, whereas the bomber crews claimed 7. These figures are certainly inflated, but not to the same extent as the claims submitted by the Japanese fighter pilots. They declared they had destroyed 9 P-38s, 6 B-25s, and 3 B-17s. Actually, only 3 P-38s and 1 B-17 went down. Regardless of what was sunk and who shot down whom, the Allies knew that there were still Japanese vessels afloat as night fell. Their exact numbers and dispositions were unknown, but preparations were made to finish them off the next day, March 4th. But what the ships had carried, the men of the 51st Division, was more important than the ships themselves. Should those men make it ashore, the victory that was the destruction of Operation 81 would be a hollow one. Those soldiers would be re-equipped and sent into the fight. Both sides knew the value of those men. After nightfall on March 3rd, a trio of surviving Japanese destroyers, Shikinami, Yukikaze, and Asagumo, crept back into the battle area and skimmed survivors from the sea. Having witnessed what Kenny's squadrons had done to the other ships in Kimura's convoy, the destroyer captains knew that it would be dangerous to be caught in the area after daylight. Consequently, although many men still floated in the jetsam and wreckage and open sea, the destroyers abandoned them and ran for Rabaul soon after midnight. Meanwhile, at nightfall, the U.S. Navy sortied 10 torpedo boats from their base at Tufi. Slinking through the waves, 2 of them were forced to return after smashing into wreckage. The remaining 8 plucked prisoners from the water and shot up many more. A floating wreck, one of the transport ships, was discovered and sunk by a pair of torpedoes. Neither MacArthur nor Kenny explicitly ordered the 5th Air Force's flyers to find and exterminate the Japanese still adrift in the Huon Gulf. But for the most part, those men did not need to be ordered to do so. Most were happy to kill the Japanese whenever and wherever they found them. News quickly spread of how the Japanese Zero pilots had shredded Woodrow Moore's B-17 crew as they descended in their parachutes. But that was only fuel on an already raging fire of atrocities that the Japanese had fed for years. These included the brutal butchering of hundreds of thousands of Chinese men, women, and children, the sneak attack on Pearl Harbor, the Bataan Death March, and the pitiless torturing, beheading, and bayoneting of Allied prisoners of war and neutral civilians. Words can conjure images, but they can never evoke even the very smallest iota of the terror endured by the victims of the Japanese. Although it post-dated the destruction of Kimura's convoy by a couple of weeks, the horror that took place aboard the destroyer Akikaze is representative of the sorts of grotesqueries the Japanese committed. The ship was sent to retrieve a group of German missionaries and nuns at Wewak on the northern coast of New Guinea who were suspected of collaborating with the Allies. Others, a mix of other nationalities, were collected at other stops, including Kavieng on New Ireland. After boarding the group, which included 3 infants, the Akikaze set sail for Rabaul on March 18, 1943. En route, the men and women, approximately 60, were individually brought to the stern of the ship. There they were bound by their wrists, winched off the deck, shot, and then dumped into the sea. The children, alive, were simply pitched overboard. These particular murders, measured against the typical Japanese spectrum of atrocities, were mild. Death by rifle fire was quick compared to sword strokes, bayonet thrusts, evisceration, and being burned alive. Consequently, it was only natural that many of the Allied airmen understood the Japanese to be an inhuman race of depraved monsters. One flyer, a B-17 pilot, recalled, "I wanted to vent some of my anger and kill every Japanese son of a bitch I could find." The 38th Bomb Group's remarks were a bit breezier, as it noted, "Considerable strafing of the NIP troops gave the gunners of the planes a little practice at shooting sitting ducks." The 3rd Bomb Group simply declared that as many of the survivors as possible were strafed. William O'Brien, a B-17 pilot with the 43rd Bomb Group, reflected on the gruesome fate of Woodrow Moore's crew. "It was one of those things that makes you mad, and burning mad. What we didn't get, the sharks got. Every man in the squadron would have given 2 months' pay to have been in on that strafing." Vengeance aside, there was inarguable logic behind the killing of the Japanese in the water. "You can't have the enemy loose at sea," said Richard Cresswell, who commanded the RAAF P-40 squadron, "even though they might be in rowing boats and rafts and so forth. You have to complete the job." In fact, the Japanese were still part of an invasion force, and should they have made it to shore, and that was certainly possible, even probable for those in boats, they would have been formed into combat units and thrown into the coming battles. And in those battles they might kill Australian or American soldiers. On the other hand, a Japanese soldier gunned to death in the water wasn't going to kill anyone. RAAF Group Captain William Gehring made that clear to one young pilot. "Well now," he said, "for every one that you sent to the bottom and the sharks got, you've saved 1 Australian infantryman. Don't forget it." The strafing of the Japanese survivors began in earnest on March 4th. Aside from making attacks on Lai and other targets, Allied aircraft of all types combed the sea with the primary goal of what Kenny called mopping up. Crews scanned the sea for whatever Japanese vessels remained afloat. They also looked for survivors of the previous day's carnage who paddled in the water or clung to wreckage or floated on the currents in lifeboats or barges. There actually were crews who declined to fire their machine guns on the essentially helpless enemy. But there were still more than enough who were willing to do the job, either reluctantly or with enthusiasm. Australian Frederick Cassidy recalled that he and his pilot, Mostyn Morgan, had reservations. "We asked, why have we got to go out and strafe these people in the water? Why can't somebody go and pick them up or just leave them there? We were just told to go and do it. Accordingly, they climbed into their bowfighter and did so. The mission left an impression on Cassidy. I mean, when you hit a boat and the water would change color, you hit a boat with about 80 people in it with 4 cannons and 6 machine guns in it, it's something. It was especially something when sharks savaged the survivors. Goering recalled returning that morning after flying a mission in a P-40. Upon climbing down from his fighter, he struck up a conversation with Blackjack Walker. "Blackjack and I were just standing on the edge of Ward's Strip," said Goering, "and we saw a little boy get out of a bowfighter and go to the side, and he retched his guts out, and we walked over to him and said, 'What's wrong with you, son?' And he said, 'Sir, I've never seen so many sharks.'" Richard Cresswell noted that the experience wasn't very nice, but the sharks had a good meal, he said. The sea was red with blood, and you could see the sharks diving up and down. Not every Japanese in the water was shot to bits or eaten by sharks. A pair of submarines, the I-17 and I-26, rescued 234 men from March 6th through March 8th. Other submarines rescued additional survivors in lesser numbers. Some men were washed onto nearby islands during the following days and weeks, where they were variously captured, killed, rescued, or simply languished. A small number, 21, swam, drifted, sailed, or paddled to New Guinea. When the massacre was finished at the close of the first week of March 1943, the tally against the 16 ships that made up Operation 81 was overwhelmingly in favor of the Allies. Every one of the 8 transports was sunk, as were 4 of the 8 destroyers. The surviving destroyers were Shikinami, Yukikaze, Uranami, and Asagumo. Japanese dead numbered nearly 3,000, approximately half of the total force. Virtually all of the 51st Division's equipment was lost, as were the supplies and material intended to support it and the forces already in New Guinea. After the battle, Kimura himself described how he and his commanders were flummoxed by the new Allied tactics. "The big planes came skimming the waves," he said, "dropping their bombs to skip on the surface and hit into the side of the ships. Conventional evasive maneuvers proved utterly useless." "Our losses for this single battle were fantastic," declared a staff officer at Rabaul. "Not during the entire savage fighting at Guadalcanal did we suffer a single comparable blow. We knew we could no longer run cargo ships or even fast destroyer transports to any front on the north coast of New Guinea east of Wewak. Our supply operation to northeastern New Guinea became a scrabbler's run of barges, small craft, and submarines." Indeed, the Japanese never again risked sending convoys, or even large surface vessels, to lie. Their forces in northern New Guinea were subsequently forced to endure a slow, ceaseless starvation that degraded not only their combat capability, but also their bodies and their spirits. The responsibility for the Japanese failure sat stinking and directly in the laps of the air commanders, who had possessed the men and aircraft to disrupt the American and Australian attacks, if not turn them back completely. That point was driven home on March 4th, the day after the big battle, when approximately 100 Rabaul-based aircraft attacked Allied positions at Buna. "The Japs fired a lot of ammunition," Kenny said, "but did practically no damage. It was a good thing that the NIP air commander was stupid. Those 100 airplanes would have made our job awfully hard if they had taken part in the big fight over the convoy on March 3rd. Unquestionably, the greater strategic victory was the absolute denial of the sea routes the Japanese needed to move men and material. American leadership tried to burnish that achievement even further, but dulled it instead by claiming to have destroyed more ships than were actually in the convoy. Kenny's initial assessment, which he delivered to MacArthur early on March 4th, included 6 destroyers or light cruisers sunk, and anywhere from 11 to 14 transports destroyed, and up to 15,000 troops killed. He gave this estimate even though his staff was still compiling incoming reports. A few days later, MacArthur inflated the claims by declaring that 22 Japanese ships were sunk. The reasons for the miscalculations were manifold. First, there was genuine ignorance about the actual number of ships destroyed. The preliminary determination was no doubt reduced from a greater number of claims made by understandably exuberant air crews. Second, the sinking of a given number of Japanese ships was good news, so it stood to reason that the sinking of even more Japanese ships was even better news, especially at a time when the folks back home weren't getting much of it. Third, both MacArthur and Kenny understood that the victory would focus more attention on their part of the war, and more attention might very well result in more resources. With more resources, they might achieve more success. In the end, it didn't change the truth, which was that Operation 81 had been utterly destroyed. MacArthur and his considerable public relations staff were noted for regularly exaggerating the achievements of the forces under his command. Even at that point in the war, newspaper correspondents were already jaded by the communiques issued by MacArthur's headquarters. News conferences were frequently marked by eye rolls and guffaws. To make matters worse, MacArthur was often reluctant to share credit or to acknowledge the contributions of Australian units. The reception that Kenny received upon returning stateside just a few days after the battle reflected this cynicism. "The first thing they wanted to know," said Kenny, "was the real story about the Bismarck Sea battle. Everyone seemed skeptical at first, but when I showed them the operations reports, it was easy to convince them that a truly spectacular victory had been won." Yet doubts persisted, and Kenny complained in a message to Hap Arnold, "I do not appreciate the implication of exaggeration or falsification by myself and members of my command. I can only speculate about the motives involved." MacArthur actually wanted action taken against those who later questioned the numbers he cited in his communique. But the Navy, one of MacArthur's chief opponents, remained unconvinced of the Fifth Air Force's claims. Indeed, Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox scoffed at the reports. Angry and exasperated, MacArthur sent Richard Sutherland, his chief of staff, back to the States to set the record straight. No satisfactory resolution to this inter-service ruckus was ever reached, and the inflated claims persisted until after the war. Considering the backbiting and backstabbing that took place at the highest levels of command, it is gratifying that among the young men doing the actual fighting, there was an appreciation of what they had accomplished. The contemporaneous perspective of a young officer of the 35th Fighter Group was as accurate and prescient as any observation made at the time or since. A great victory had been won by air power over naval strength. Militarists the world over now recognized that one of the oldest principles of war, isolation of the battlefield, had been achieved with the war's newest weapon, the airplane. It also proved to Allied strategists that if the sea north of New Guinea could be controlled with air power, and with the help of the United States Navy, there was no necessity in plowing the 1,500 miles through New Guinea's jungle to the tip and the jump-off point for the Philippines. There was no denying the bravery and skill of the Allied airmen, but none of what was accomplished could have happened without the ground crewmen who toiled almost ceaselessly, in starkly primitive conditions, to prepare the aircraft for combat. George Kenny certainly understood and appreciated the importance of these men. While stateside during March 1943, he met Arte Bulova, the head of the Bulova Watch Company. Bulova wanted to give 100 watches to Kenny to be used to reward top-scoring fighter pilots. Kenny suggested that the watches be awarded instead to the best of his ground crewmen, a notion to which Bulova readily agreed. It should additionally be noted that although the ground crewmen rarely saw direct combat, they were sometimes killed by enemy action. Notwithstanding the Bismarck Sea defeat of the previous week, the Japanese sent a force of bombers and fighters against Allied airfields at Dobadura on March 11th. The enemy aircraft were thought to be friendly, and consequently no one took cover until bombs started hitting the ground. It was on that day that the 49th Fighter Group lost its first ground crewman to enemy action. Frederick Bente was working on an aircraft when it was hit and caught fire. He burned to death. Obert Franklin's arm was hit by shrapnel and was subsequently amputated. Others were wounded, but not as seriously. American ground crewmen and airmen alike were less than impressed by the food made available to them through official channels. It was only satisfactory at its best, and very poor by our standards, observed James Peterson, an officer with the 3rd Bomb Group. There was a limited amount of milk, butter, and eggs, and some fresh vegetables, he noted. There was a decided excess of mutton and lamb. Virtually every unit got around this paucity of decent food by way of fat cat flights to Australia. Typically, a hat was passed with a suggested contribution amount, sometimes more for officers than enlisted personnel, and then a small foraging party flew to Australia to shop for groceries. Literally. The aircraft used were generally war-weary airframes, B-25s and A-20s, that were stripped of their fighting gear and optimized for carrying cargo. Once in Australia, they were typically loaded with fresh fruit, vegetables, milk, and eggs, and lots of booze and beer. Back in New Guinea, the food was taken to the cooks, who did their best to make mealtime more nutritious and palatable. Peterson recalled that his unit was particularly committed to the concept, as they kept a permanent presence in Australia. The group had one man, sometimes two, at Cairns, Queensland, buying food. 15. The Zero exploded just before hitting the water. The chase over Oro Bay was almost finished. Martin Alger had been pursuing the high-altitude enemy reconnaissance aircraft for nearly 10 minutes, and now he was nearly in range. He squinted through the gun sight of his P-38 once more. The unarmed Mitsubishi Ki-46, codenamed Dinah, did not maneuver but continued fleeing straight ahead. Its only defense was its speed, and any sort of turn would allow the American to more easily close the gap. But it didn't matter whether the Japanese pilot turned or not. Alger's aircraft was faster. He double-checked the range through the gun sight, then fired his guns. The recoil of the 450 caliber machine guns and the single 20mm cannon reverberated through his legs and seat. Tracers arced through the sky and into the enemy aircraft. The left engine belched smoke. Another firing pass put the right engine afire. I then set behind him, Alger said, and continued to fire until he blew up. The burning Japanese aircraft tumbled toward the sea. A wing, engulfed in flames, broke free and fluttered down with the rest of the burning wreck. A partially open parachute somehow flapped clear of the flaming scraps of metal but failed to catch air. All of it crashed into the water and continued to burn atop the waves for several more minutes. Notwithstanding the successes that Kenny had achieved with the hard-used, worn-out mule of an outfit that he had turned into the increasingly potent 5th Air Force, he was acutely aware of how grim the situation was in New Guinea during the spring of 1943, even following the tremendous Bismarck Sea victory. The Allied air forces were going downhill fast, he said, and if the replacements and reinforcements I was promised in Washington didn't start coming soon, I was going to be in a bad way. All of his aircraft had been flying almost daily, so long as the weather permitted and they were in flying condition. Aside from hard use and the creeping wear and tear exacted on them by the pervasive mud and dust and moisture, many of them had been shot up and repaired, or wrecked and repaired, multiple times. Some of the P-40s used to defend Darwin more than a year earlier were still in service. So hard-pressed was Kenny for aircraft that he, the commander of a numbered air force, personally directed that 3 near-derelict fighters located in Australia be made serviceable and sent up to New Guinea. That a general was involved in such minutiae bordered on absurdity. Those 3 fighters were the last 3 left in Australia, Kenny said. That scraped the bottom of the barrel. Michael Baumann, a B-26 bombardier, recounted an experience that highlighted how Kenny sometimes couldn't keep himself from performing the duties of a supply sergeant. Baumann was lazing under the wing of a broken B-26 at Port Moresby one day when someone shouted, "Attention!" Startled, Baumann scrambled to his feet and saw Kenny sitting in a jeep. Kenny put the men at ease and asked what parts or repairs the aircraft needed to be put back into service. "A tire and a wheel," replied Baumann. Kenny asked if Baumann and his crew could mount a tire and a wheel if he found them. "We'll get on it, don't worry about it," Baumann replied. Kenny returned with both the tire and the wheel and would have pulled them from the jeep himself if Baumann hadn't shouted at him. "He stood there looking at me kind of stupid-like," Baumann said of Kenny. Immediately, Baumann and the rest of the crew wrestled the tire and wheel from the jeep and soon had them mounted on the aircraft. In the meantime, the fight on the ground, the Salamoa Lai campaign, which Kenny's men were charged with supporting, continued as a deadly, slow-motion slog. The fighting was certainly hard, but jungle conditions made it additionally hard. The Japanese ground troops, although they were on their heels and increasingly ill-equipped and poorly fed, were experts at defense and gave up ground only at great cost. And Japanese air power in the area was still to be feared. One of Kenny's chief worries was that a large Japanese raid might arrive undetected over one of his main bases and wipe it out. As it developed, nothing of the sort had happened up to that point, which contributed to Kenny's contempt for his enemy. The Nip was dumb to begin with and did not understand air warfare. He did not know how to handle large masses of aircraft. He made piecemeal attacks and didn't follow them up. He had no imagination. But the Japanese did have enough imagination to attack Oro Bay several times during the previous months. Situated on the coast, only about 10 miles from Dobodura, Oro Bay was constructed by the Americans in December 1942 to handle cargo vessels. Once offloaded, the material they delivered was moved overland and used to prosecute the ground campaign. It was consequently an important transportation node, but not nearly so large or vital as Port Moresby or the airfields at Dobodura. That the Japanese hit it so often was curious. Curious or not, they were back at it on May 14, 1943. A Dyna reconnaissance aircraft shot down by Martin Alger at the controls of a P-38 that morning was an indicator that the Japanese might be considering another strike that day. And indeed, a couple of 100 miles to the northeast, 18 G-4M Betty bombers were already winging toward Oro Bay from their base in New Ireland with an escort of 32 Zeros from Rabaul. The alert at Dobodura came at approximately 0940 and sent the men of the 49th Fighter Group's 3 squadrons, the 7th, 8th, and 9th, scrambling. Ground crews and pilots leaped from jeeps and trucks that raced from aircraft to aircraft. Pilots donned helmets and flight gear and strapped themselves into their cockpits while they started their engines. Ground crews pulled equipment and wheel chocks out of the way and shielded their eyes, as P-40s and P-38s, engines roaring, whipped zephyrs of stinging grit into the air. Moments later, the fighters raced airborne, turned for Oro Bay, and clawed for altitude. The flight leaders resisted the temptation to firewall their throttles lest they leave their wingmen behind. A short time later, a virtual dust storm in their wake, 32 P-40s and 16 P-38s disappeared on a heading to intercept the enemy raid. The radar-equipped 49th Fighter Control Squadron, callsign Cater, had radar contact with the enemy aircraft and did its best to quarterback the fight from the ground. It did so with mixed results. One flight of P-40s was called back overhead Dobodura where there was no threat and where none would develop. Other flights were directed to hold at specific points, even though the pilots could clearly see the advancing Japanese force. Still other flights were ordered to turn to headings that took them away from the enemy. Garbled radio communications added to the confusion. The P-40s were first to the fight. George Davis, leading a flight of 4, spotted the enemy bombers near Cape Nelson on a southwesterly heading for Oro Bay. In the vanguard was a formation of escorting Zero fighters. Davis immediately signaled the other pilots in his flight to drop their external fuel tanks, and then pushed the nose of his fighter over into a steep diving attack. The first pass was botched and did virtually no damage. The P-40s climbed out of their dive and set up for a firing run from the side of the enemy formation. During that second attack, Davis's element leader, Leo Mayo, put rounds into one of the bombers, which shed an aileron, started smoking, and fell into the sea. Immediately afterward, his oxygen mask came loose, and he dived away to get it clamped securely back over his face. That done, Mayo was joined by Tom Farley, Davis's wingman. The two of them started toward a distant dogfight when Farley suddenly spotted another P-40 with a Zero in close pursuit. Farley fired his .650 caliber machine guns. But the Zero was apparently not hit, said Mayo, and pulled straight up where I put a 3-second burst into him. He continued up and over a loop, smoking. Pulling over the top of the loop, he took a shot at me and dove straight for the sea. The Zero exploded just before hitting the water. Lieutenant Farley confirms this Zero. Dick Vodra was Mayo's original wingman, but his engine was bulky, and he was left behind during the initial attack. Still, he found plenty of trouble when he was attacked by two Zero pilots. Despite his troublesome engine, he was able to dive away fast enough to keep from being shot down. Two more Zeros entered in the chase, Vodra said, by using a front quarterly attack from above me. One of the enemy fighters mistakenly turned in front of Vodra and presented him with an easy tail shot. The Zero started smoking and later burst into flames and crashed into shore a few miles south of Oro Bay, said Vodra. A short time later, he spotted another P-40 with a Zero close behind. After expending the remainder of my ammunition on him, Vodra said, the Zero pulled up abruptly, snap-rolled, and started to descend. Lieutenant Harrison, who was flying the P-40 being chased by the Zero, saw it burst into flames and crash into the water. Meanwhile, the leader of the flight, George Davis, had shot down a Betty after multiple passes, despite, as he described it, being pestered continually by a lone Zero who stayed with the bomber. There followed a protracted dogfight during which the Japanese pilot tried to disengage by heading north across the water for home. Davis followed, and after some time finally caught the enemy fighter. The Japanese pilot gained the advantage during the subsequent tussle and made several firing passes at Davis. I snapped sharply to the right, Davis said, and down to about 1,000 feet and looked back, when he suddenly hit the water and a column of spray and black smoke arose from the water. The 49th Fighter Group's other P-40 pilots enjoyed similar successes. Larry Suckup dived on a Betty that was separated from the main formation of enemy bombers. Coming from astern, he fired from relatively close range, killed the tail gunner, and blew chunks away from the rear of the aircraft. Pressing his attack, Suckup set the left engine afire and came so close that he nearly collided with his quarry. And then, as he passed underneath the bomber, it exploded. The concussion rocked Suckup's aircraft. I dived on his tail and opened fire at good range and observed pieces flying from in front of the cockpit and black smoke. Griffith heard and felt a clattering pulse as machine gun fire hit his P-40. He dived away from his pursuer while keeping an eye on the aircraft he had attacked. On recovery from the dive, I saw the Zero strike the water between Oro Bay and Cape Nelson. Although his propeller linkage was shot away, Griffith pulled up into his attacker, another Zero, and fired a burst. The enemy pilot took issue with Griffith's failure to flee and quickly turned the tables by putting more holes into the P-40. Still, Griffith was able to dive away again and outdistanced his bothersome attacker. Back at Dobadura, he circled for half an hour as he tried to get his left main landing gear to fully extend. It refused, and he was forced to make a crash landing from which he climbed uninjured, although his aircraft was damaged so badly it was written off and subsequently cannibalized for parts. Several of the Japanese bomber crews jettisoned their loads before reaching the docks and shipping at Oro Bay. Others were shot down. The few bombs that were dropped started scattered fires and hit a fuel barge and a warehouse, but did no major damage. Meanwhile, the 49th's P-38s joined the melee. I observed fires along the docks and saw one single-seat fighter in flames in the water just offshore from Oro Bay, said Frank Nutter, part of Jesse Peasley's six-ship flight. I saw two other planes going down in flames out to sea. Cater directed Peasley away from the fighting, but with Japanese aircraft in sight, every pilot except Peasley's wingman abandoned him and chased after the enemy. Nutter and another pilot engaged a Zero, but did it poorly. Both of them fired their guns during the initial pass and missed, whereupon the enemy flyer chandelled into position directly behind Nutter. Now on the defensive, the two Americans ran away. We firewalled our engines and finally succeeded in losing the Zero after indicating 400 miles per hour. The Japanese pilot accepted the fact that he had no chance of catching the fleeing Americans and turned around. The two P-38 pilots immediately reversed course and raced after him, but the Zero flew into a low bank of clouds and disappeared. Nutter observed that the fighter he engaged that day wore an unusual camouflage scheme. The Zero had yellow and black checkerboard wings with 1/3 of the wings on the tip ends painted green with an orange ball on the green background. Such a combination was a very dramatic departure from the overall gray or green paint that was normally seen, and Nutter's report could easily have been ignored or discounted but for the fact that other pilots made similar observations. John Yancey, a P-40 flight leader, also declared that all the Zeros he saw were checkered and with the usual red circles. Donald Byers, a P-38 pilot, observed that a Zero he claimed to have shot down had yellow and black checkerboard pattern on the upper surface of the wing. And Bill Haney said, the Zero had orange and black checkerboard pattern from 1/3 in from his wingtips to the fuselage. Wingtips were camouflaged green with red circles on the field of green. Certainly, combinations of light and shadow could distort appearances or present misleading impressions, as could the simple excitement of combat. Additionally, aerial engagements were dynamic and fleeting in nature, with little time for detailed observations. Those considerations aside, it was unusual for 4 different pilots to make similar reports about such a peculiarity, and it is likely that some of the Zeros encountered that day did wear an unusual camouflage scheme. But not all the enemy fighters were painted unconventionally. Keith Ovison was treated to an incredibly close look at a gray-painted Zero when he almost rammed it with his P-40. I saw the pilot clearly, he said, and noticed that the gray paint along his fuselage was chipped, and also that the red circle was chipped, leaving only about 3/4 of the circle intact. Ernest Harris of the 49th Fighter Group's 8th Fighter Squadron made no such observations. He led his flight of 4 P-40s after the remaining Bettys as they shambled for home, their formation no longer intact. They were approximately 75 miles out to sea when the Americans made their first firing pass. Harris downed one of the bombers, as witnessed by a wingman who declared, the airplane which Lieutenant Harris attacked did not burn, but merely belly-landed in the ocean. The P-40 pilots continued their attacks and destroyed more of the Japanese bombers. Afterward, Harris and another pilot from his flight, Robert Howard, retraced their route and dropped down to investigate 3 separate fires burning on the sea's surface. 2 oil slicks were also visible where enemy aircraft had hit the water, Harris said, and 1 Betty was floating in the water with 4 to 6 of its crew on the wing. The 2 men left the Japanese flyers unmolested, satisfied that the evidence on the water was adequate confirmation of the 6 aerial victories for which the flight eventually put in claims. The fighting that day was intense and wide-ranging, but Arthur Bauhoff, a P-38 pilot with the 49th Fighter Group's 9th Fighter Squadron, was the only American loss. He was caught by a pair of Zeros as described by the squadron's after-action report. A nip must have put a burst into the right engine of Lieutenant Bauhoff's plane, causing it to begin smoking. Other Zeeks, Zeros, attacked him and he went on his back and dove into the water, his plane burning. Lieutenant Fanning circled the area about the fallen plane and observed Lieutenant Bauhoff atop a rubber raft. 2 flights of P-38s were later sent out to locate him and to direct a crash boat to his rescue. The crash boat was guided to the area where the plane went down, and Lieutenant Bauhoff was nowhere to be found. He was last seen swimming about 20 miles due east of Cape Sud-Est. It was believed that sharks probably got him, since several were observed in the vicinity of the searched area. Bauhoff had indeed been spotted by several different pilots who circled to mark his position for the boat that was sent from Oro Bay to fish him from the water. But he disappeared at some point and subsequently could not be located. The crew of the boat did observe numerous seemingly frenzied sharks in the area, but saw no sign of the downed flyer. The 49th later addressed Bauhoff's demise in its monthly summary with a callous notation. Saw him on rubber raft, it stated. Couldn't find him when they looked and presumed he was shark bait since there were sharks in the area where he splashed. The document did nothing to memorialize him, but instead abruptly changed subjects. Telegrams of congrats to boys for this day's work. It is quite possible, perhaps likely, that Bauhoff was killed by sharks. They were numerous and a very real danger. Noted Japanese fighter pilot Saburo Sakai recalled attacking a B-26 from the 22nd Bomb Group the previous year, on May 28, 1942, only a couple of miles from the coast, near Lai. Another B-26 crew observed that the aircraft was engulfed in fire, but that the pilot made a good water landing, and that some of the men had been able to climb atop the wings while the aircraft was still afloat. After the aircraft sank, Sakai spotted 4 men in the water clustered around their life raft. Then one of the men thrust his hands into the air as he was pulled underwater. Sakai recalled the sickening scene. The others were beating fiercely at the water and trying to get into the raft. Sharks. It seemed that there were 30 or 40 of them. The fins cut the water in erratic movements all about the raft. Then the second man disappeared. I circled lower and lower and nearly gagged as I saw the flash of teeth which closed on the arm of the third man. The lone survivor, a big bald-headed man, was clinging to the raft with one hand and swinging wildly with a knife in the other. The last man also succumbed. Sakai later learned that the boat sent by the Japanese at Lai to retrieve the men failed to find even the smallest vestige. Nothing remained but the bloody life raft. As it developed, the melee of Oro Bay on May 14, 1943, was one of the 49th Fighter Group's biggest days of air combat. The group's pilots claimed to have shot down 11 of the bombers and 9 of their Zero escorts. They submitted detailed encounter reports, most of them with witnesses to buttress their claims. But Japanese records indicated that although all of the Bettys sustained damage, only 6 were missing. And more curious, all of the Zero fighters were declared to have returned safely. The dichotomy between the claims of the 49th's pilots and what the Japanese acknowledged was astounding. If the Japanese records were correct, which wasn't always the case, someone was not just mistaken, they were lying. The over-claiming against the bombers is somewhat understandable. Many of the pilots from the 49th who got airborne that day took a shot at the Bettys, and many of them certainly scored hits. When a bomber went down, it might understandably be claimed by more than one pilot. But the claims against the Zeros are more difficult to reconcile. A review of the day's encounter reports shows that among the men who claimed to have shot down a Japanese fighter, most made unambiguous, detailed reports. Examples, among others, include, "I put a long burst into the enemy aircraft and it fell into the sea," and "I saw the Zero strike the water," and "the Zero exploded just before hitting the water," and "the Zero started smoking and later burst into flames and crashed into the shore." These are declarative statements made for official reports which, taken at face value, leave no doubt that enemy fighters were destroyed. As there was little incentive for the Japanese to misrepresent their losses in their own reports, the issue is clouded. However, there were those on the American side who had their suspicions about the claims. After review, Lieutenant Colonel Floyd Volk, the intelligence officer for V Fighter Command, strongly admonished those he felt needed it. On the other hand, the Zero pilots encountered that day made the American exaggerations seem minor. They claimed to have shot down 13 of the 49th's aircraft, when in fact Arthur Bauhoff was the only man lost. In this matter of overclaiming, if nothing else, the Japanese consistently dominated the Americans. Several of the 49th Fighter Group's pilots reported seeing the crew of one of the downed Betty bombers standing on its wings as it floated in the sea approximately 100 miles north of Oro Bay. The pilot was Masao Yoshihara. His aircraft had been attacked multiple times by both P-40s and P-38s after it dropped its bombs. It was holed by both machine gun and cannon rounds and set afire, with one engine shot out. It actually limped along quite some distance before Yoshihara put it into the water. Once down, the crew of 6, one with stomach wounds, exited and gathered atop the wings with a red 5-man life raft. Remarkably, the battered bomber stayed afloat for more than an hour before it slipped beneath the waves, leaving Yoshihara and his crew adrift. They were encouraged when, some hours later, they were circled by a Japanese bomber and a pair of fighters. It was apparent they had been spotted. It came to nothing. Early that evening, an American seaplane, probably a PBY Catalina, flew low overhead but did not appear to spot them. The following day, multiple American fighters flew low overhead several times. Yoshihara and his crew stripped and covered the red raft as best they could with their clothes. It apparently worked, as they were not strafed, nor was anyone sent to retrieve them. The crew drifted for 8 days, during which time they survived on a cask of cider and rainwater as well as the occasional coconut. Yoshihara's hand was bitten by a shark on the same day that they pulled ashore on a deserted island. There was nothing and no one on the island, and they put to sea again. After landing at 2 more islands and returning to the sea each time, They were finally pushed by wind and current to the coast of New Guinea near Buso, about 30 miles south of Salamaua, on May 24th. There they were met by natives and fed a meal of coconuts, bananas, and potatoes, and then taken to a Japanese unit. The 22nd Bomb Group, with its 50 B-26s, had been one of the first operational U.S. AAF units to fly over New Guinea, flying its first mission on April 6, 1942, against Rabaul. The B-26 was a fast and capable aircraft, but more complex and difficult to maintain as compared to the B-25. By early 1943, the 22nd, the only B-26 unit in the 5th Air Force, was battle-worn and exhausted, unable to participate in the Bismarck Sea massacre. The group was subsequently equipped with the B-25 and later the B-24 to help streamline maintenance and support efforts. One of the 22nd squadrons, the 19th, continued to operate the B-26 until early 1944, when the type was finally pulled from service with the 5th Air Force. 16. We never did see them. It was several hours before dawn on May 21, 1943, when Japanese Navy pilot Shigetoshi Kudo eased his twin-engine Nakajima J-1N1, codenamed Irving, underneath the B-17. Piloted by Paul Williams, the aircraft had been named Honi Ku'u Okole. In Hawaiian, this translated roughly as "kiss my ass." The bomber was part of a stream of B-17s from the 43rd Bomb Group, tasked to hit the airfield at Vunakanau, near Rabaul, on the island of New Britain. Williams and his crew were less than 10 miles from their target. A bright white moon hung high in the sky, but Kudo remained undetected. The aircraft he flew had been specially modified just for this sort of mission. Although the Irving was primarily a reconnaissance type, the particular aircraft he flew had been fitted with two 20mm cannons in the fuselage behind the cockpit. However, instead of being configured to shoot straight ahead, the guns were canted at a 30-degree angle to fire forward and up. This arrangement allowed the pilot to keep his target silhouetted against the night sky and kept him clear of the turbulent wake directly behind. Satisfied that his aim was good, Kudo fired. The muzzles of the two cannons burst brightly against the surrounding blackness. An instant later, flashes peppered the B-17 as the rounds slammed into the aircraft and exploded. Kudo watched as the gunners aboard the big bomber sent streams of gunfire blindly through the night sky. The B-17's right wing caught fire. A load of incendiary bombs in the radio compartment sputtered and flared. These were meant to be tossed overboard by hand, and there was now no way to get rid of them. The closest crewmen drew their arms up around their faces and recoiled from the heat. At the front of the aircraft, the bombardier, Gordon Manuel, jettisoned the aircraft's primary load of 14 300-pound bombs. The bomber was already doomed when Kudo closed on it again and fired another burst. It tipped over toward the water, fully afire. As it fell, only 2, perhaps 3 of the 11 men it carried jumped clear before it hit the water and exploded in a searing blue-white flash. One of the wings was blown skyward. It missed Gordon Manuel by only a few feet, just seconds before his parachute settled him gently into the sea alongside the flaming debris. The water crackled and hissed, and steam rose from the burning swells. Manuel surfaced, spit water, and spotted another parachute. He cursed when Kudo arced after it and fired his guns. Manuel was lucky to have escaped, but his left leg was broken, and both were riddled with shrapnel. There was a gash on his head. He had hit some part of the B-17 when he bailed out. And he had somehow sustained a blow to his mouth, as evidenced by a tooth jutting out between his lips. Moreover, he had no survival equipment, other than a Mae West life preserver, a few matches, and a pistol with 6 rounds. He was also deep in enemy territory and 5 miles from land. Only barely lucid enough to do so, he struggled toward shore, suddenly tortured by thoughts of friends back home and grief-stricken at the loss of his comrades. Several times he thought he heard sharks slashing through the water, and he once pulled his pistol, having given up and intending to end his life. But he stopped himself and put it back in its holster. Exhausted and in shock, he resumed his shoreward thrashing, repeating prayers as he did so. During that time, although he didn't see it, another B-17 fell flaming earthward, another victim of Shigetoshi Kudo's guns. It was daylight when Manuel finally pulled himself onto a small reef. He rested there until midday, then swam the last few hundred yards to shore. He wasn't there long when a Japanese Zero cruised by, low above the beach. Worried he might be seen, Manuel hobbled into the brush that pushed against the beach. Gordon Manuel was still alive a few days later. During the time since his aircraft had been shot down, he had hidden in the brush behind the beach, alongside a small freshwater stream. He emerged only a few times each day to soak his wounded legs in the salt water and to forage for food. Although he had wrapped his broken left leg with a heavy vine, it still pained him mightily, and he was compelled to crawl wherever he went. He didn't know it, but he had come ashore on New Britain near the island of Induna on the Matala plantation. Rabaul sat 25 miles to the northwest. Worse, a Japanese encampment was situated less than a mile away, near the village of Put-Put. But for all he knew, he was miles from anywhere and anyone. Manuel's food options were limited. The numerous coconuts on the ground were dry and hard and defied his efforts to crack them open. He tossed them at the fresh green coconuts that hung tantalizingly above him, but was unable to knock any of them loose. Snails he brought up from the beach and ate raw were barely palatable, but wrapped in leaves and steamed over a fire, he found them tasty. On the morning of the 5th day since he had been shot down, Manuel struggled to his feet and stumped slowly inland, intent on getting a better awareness of his surroundings. The wounds on his legs were festered and painful, and the break in his left leg caused him unceasing agony. Expecting to penetrate a deep, dark jungle, he was startled when he stumbled onto a road only 60 yards from his hiding place. He was even more startled when he spotted a pair of almost naked native men at the edge of the road. Uncertain as to their allegiance, he raised a hand, looked directly at them, and declared loudly that he was a friend, and that he was hungry. The sudden cacophony of hammer-like strikes that rattled across his B-25 startled Bill Webster nearly out of his seat. Shards of glass zipped across the cockpit, and blasts of wind-whipped smoke stung his eyes. The airplane shook so badly that he struggled to control it. This was not supposed to have happened. On this morning, July 9, 1943, he was on a routine weather reconnaissance mission over the Huon Gulf. It was a cream puff sortie that still counted as a combat mission even though the enemy was rarely encountered. That was why, as the 3rd Bomb Group's 8th Bomb Squadron's operations officer, he had assigned it to himself. He had already been shot down once, at the cost of his 2 front teeth, and he had a newborn boy back home that he had never seen. He felt he owed himself an easy one. He had been so confident that it would be a benign nothing of a flight that he had allowed the group's weather officer, Francis Murphy, to ride along. Webster looked to his left and saw a Ki-43 trailing his aircraft only 50 or 100 feet away. Robert Widener, his co-pilot, reported another to the right. The top turret gunner wasn't firing at the Japanese fighters because he was dead, shot to death. "We never did see them," Webster said. "All of a sudden there were 7 of them, and after the turret was knocked out, they were virtually flying formation, really, literally. They were so close I could see the pilots, see their heads in the cockpit." The right engine, afire, vibrated badly. Webster feathered the propeller and shut the engine down. At the same time, he pushed the nose of the aircraft down and tried to maneuver away from the peppering machine gun fire that the enemy fighter sent after him. The B-25, still burning, descended in a right-hand spiral through a deck of clouds with the enemy fighters following them down. A moment later, the right landing gear dropped from its nacelle under the engine and into the windstream. The lock holding it in place had melted. The aircraft's diving turn steepened almost into a rolling dive. By this time, Webster said, they had stopped firing at us because, hell, we were going in. Webster and Widener struggled to pull the aircraft out of its dive and to put it down, under control, into the water. Webster pulled down the escape hatch, which was positioned directly above his head, and struggled out of his parachute harness and lap belt. At the same time, he pressed down hard on the left rudder, rolled the control yoke in the same direction, and pulled back on it with all his might. Remarkably, the B-25 responded to Webster's control inputs and came out of the spiral just a few feet above the water. An instant later, it shed the right wing and smashed into the waves. Just overhead, the Japanese fighter pilots roared through the flying debris that had been part of Webster's B-25. Webster was violently ejected through the escape hatch, and he tumbled a considerable distance through the sky before smashing into the water. His right side was badly scraped and his uniform shredded. His Mae West, shot through by a machine gun bullet, was ruined. At the edge of his consciousness, he righted himself and sputtered to the surface, spitting out seawater and blood. Francis Murphy looked up through the water from where he lay in the quickly sinking bomber. The light that reached him through the rectangular shape of the escape hatch was fading quickly, just as was his awareness. Although he couldn't see them, and likely did not have the mental capacity to care, other members of the crew were struggling to the surface that very moment. Above Murphy, Bill Webster saw his radio operator, Lawrence Allport, break the surface. Co-pilot Robert Widener did the same a few seconds later. And then, after half a minute, Francis Murphy, who had been aboard the aircraft as a simple observer on what was to be an uneventful sortie, floated unconscious to the surface. The body of the top turret gunner, Alfredo Davis, was trapped in the bomber. The Japanese fighters made several passes over the point where Webster's B-25 had hit the water, but there was little that remained on the surface other than the four men, Webster, Widener, Allport, and Murphy, and the tire from the right main landing gear. Whether the enemy pilots failed to fire on the surviving men was because they didn't see them, or because they simply didn't want to, is unknown. The four men came together, having no raft and no specific idea of where they were. Webster recalled a technique he had learned from the Boy Scouts. He shed his boots and kicked vigorously to propel his head and shoulders out of the water at the very crest of a wave. During that brief instant, he spotted a small spire of rock jutting from the water. He subsequently rallied his comrades and paddled toward it. Murphy was only barely conscious, and Webster and Widener took turns towing him. It was only an hour or so before Webster struck something solid with his hand as they neared the islet. It was a coral reef, one of several that the group dragged themselves across before crawling onto a small beach situated in a cove. The rest of the islet, Music Island, was a sharp, jagged rock that plunged steeply into the water. Vines and stunted trees clung to the little carbuncle of land wherever they could find purchase. Murphy was the most badly injured of the four men, and he retched alarming quantities of water and blood. Webster worried that he might have sustained a punctured lung, or worse. Aside from alarming Webster, the noise of the injured man's suffering also became tiresome after several hours. Happily, another sound reached the stranded group. "I suddenly heard a new noise, a faint voice," said Webster. "Nobody in our foursome was talking, yet I could swear I heard a human voice like a native laughing. It grew louder along with splashing sounds." An outrigger canoe paddled by 3 natives and another man rounded a point and slid into the tiny cove. The 4 Americans spent a few apprehensive moments until they confirmed that the little craft carried no Japanese. Webster had feared the cliché of a fully uniformed Japanese officer complete with boots, a samurai sword, and a stateside education. But it turned out to be an Australian coast watcher named Sergeant Pomeroy, he said. Pomeroy operated from a hidden outpost south of Salamoa and reported on Japanese air and naval activity. It had been a busy time as the Allies were advancing on the Japanese bases at Lae and Salamoa. Just a few days earlier, the Americans had made an amphibious landing at Nassau Bay, not too far from where Webster and his crew had gone into the water. But Pomeroy had watched helplessly as the Japanese fighters hacked the B-25 out of the sky and into the sea. The crash was so violent that Pomeroy didn't believe there could have been any survivors. Nevertheless, on the slim chance that there might be someone yet alive, he darkened his skin so as not to arouse suspicion if he were spotted by the Japanese. Then, with his Papuan friends, he put to sea at great risk. It was a short trip of only 3 or 4 miles. Webster and his comrades had no idea they were so close to the mainland, as it sat out of sight on the other side of the rocky little island upon which they had pulled themselves. The Americans were jubilant with relief when they realized that Pomeroy was an Australian and not a Japanese soldier. After a brief celebration, Pomeroy brought the 4 flyers aboard the canoe, leaving 2 of the natives behind. Precariously balanced on the little craft, the men pushed away from the island and paddled toward the main island of New Guinea. The small group sailed without encountering any trouble. "About an hour later we got near land," said Webster, "and Sergeant Pomeroy was able to signal a nearby LCI to take us off his hands." The LCI, Landing Craft Infantry, was involved in the amphibious operation at nearby Nassau Bay, and its crew pulled Webster and his companions aboard. Webster, grateful at his rescue, handed his silver pilot's wings and captain's bars to Pomeroy. Pomeroy's native helpers were excited and gratified to receive fishhooks, chewing tobacco, and a small handful of Australian coins. Webster and his men, including Francis Murphy, who survived despite his injuries, were just a few more ticks on the ledger that carried the names of so many Allied flyers saved by the coast watchers and their Papuan friends. The LCI put the rescued crew ashore at Nassau Bay a short time later. Webster was essentially uninjured except for coral cuts on his feet. He had shucked his boots during his swim to Moosic Island. A medic examined him and called out to a co-worker who was busy cataloging bodies. The man found a pair of boots that were Webster's size, 11C, and pulled them from their deceased owner. They fit perfectly, and Webster wore them until the end of his combat tour 4 months later. 17. Sell the P-47 or go back home. The first Republic P-47 Thunderbolts, together with the men of the 348th Fighter Group, reached Australia on June 20, 1943. They had been promised by Hap Arnold to Kenny when the latter had traveled back to Washington, D.C. a few months earlier. Although he would have rather had P-38s, Kenny was happy enough to receive the P-47s, especially as they arrived with the fully trained men of the 348th. The P-47 was a huge and massively powerful fighter. Empty, it weighed in at 10,000 pounds as compared to the P-39 at 6,500 pounds and the even lighter Mitsubishi Zero at 6,100 pounds. Powered by the Pratt & Whitney R2800 radial engine, its top airspeed exceeded 400 miles per hour, and it had a service ceiling above 40,000 feet. It was heavily armored and carried a total of 8 50-caliber machine guns. On paper, the Japanese had nothing to match it. The P-47 had only entered combat a few months earlier in Europe, and its performance to that point had been unremarkable, as, like most new fighters, it experienced teething issues. Virtually everyone in the 5th Air Force, excepting Kenny, the 348th's men, and the 348th's commander, Neil Kirby, looked down their noses at the big tubby aircraft that was known as the Jug. Besides not having enough gas, Kenny said, the rumors said it took too much runway to get off. It had no maneuverability. It would not pull out of a dive. The landing gear was weak, and the engine was unreliable. Kenny knew better. Within a few days, he arranged a mock dogfight between Neil Kirby in a P-47 against George Prentice, the commanding officer of the still-forming 475th Fighter Group, in a P-38. Although he was confident in the P-47, Kenny padded the odds against the P-38, as he knew that Prentice would be attending a celebration the night prior and would likely be flying with a hangover. "I sent for Kirby," Kenny said, "and told him I expected him to sell the P-47 or go back home." It worked just as Kenny had hoped. Prentice was surprised at the handling qualities of the P-47 against his P-38 and admitted that Kirby shot him down in flames a half-dozen times. He still preferred his P-38, but began warning everyone not to sell the P-47 short. At the same time, he wanted to go to bed early that night and have another combat with Neil tomorrow. I interfered at this point and said I didn't want any more of this challenge foolishness by them or anyone else, and for both of them to quit that stuff and tend to their jobs. Kenny was a smart leader and not above the use of guile to get what he wanted. A constant theme of air operations over New Guinea, indeed over every theater of the war, was that nearly as many aircraft were lost due to mechanical failures and accidents as were downed by the enemy in direct combat. That fact was underscored on July 13, 1943, when the 49th Fighter Group's 9th Fighter Squadron scrambled 14 P-38s to intercept a Japanese raid over Salamaua. Francis Love flew one of those aircraft. It started to develop engine trouble as the formation turned over the coast looking unsuccessfully for the enemy aircraft. But Love wasn't the only pilot with engine issues. The squadron had been struggling mightily with engine maintenance during that period, and 5 pilots had already aborted the mission. Love made 6. The squadron reported that a pilot observed a P-38 making a 150-degree turn to the right and head out to sea. Not soon after leaving the formation, Love decided to do a bit of freelancing on his own after spotting another aircraft low over the water. "I went down to investigate," he said. Despite his engine trouble, Love rolled over in a steep dive and started after the unidentified aircraft. After having spent time at altitude, his windscreen was cold. The humid air warmed as he reached lower altitude, and condensation quickly covered his windscreen. Love couldn't see. He pulled back on the control yoke, but too late. His P-38 smacked the water and, incredibly, bounced back airborne. "Both engines were on fire," he said, "and I boats couldn't locate me," Love said. "I saw sharks twice, once within 10 feet of me. I wasn't cut or bleeding anywhere, so they didn't bother me. I guess the good Lord was with me." Love had gone down in the water only about 4 miles from shore at roughly 10 a.m., but tide and currents kept him from reaching land until the same time the next day. Exhausted, he crawled into the jungle and slept until late afternoon. Once he woke up, he made his way back to the beach where he met friendly natives. As was so often the case when the natives encountered downed Allied flyers, they looked after Love, giving him food and water, and even finding him a pair of boots to replace those he had kicked off as he swam for shore. There followed several days of trekking along the coast, but swamps and rivers barred the way, and the natives were reluctant to move Love by boat. After returning to almost the same point at which he came ashore, worse for the wear, Love spotted an aircraft flying low above the beach. It was squadron mate William Bleecker. Love signaled vigorously and caught Bleecker's attention. Once he returned to base, the 9th sent an L-4, essentially a militarized Piper Cub, to retrieve their lost comrade. Love was obviously delighted to be returned to the squadron, but was also extremely grateful for the care and kindness with which the natives had treated him. "2 of them stayed with me all of the time," he said. "We gave them a handful of shillings, some cigarettes, matches, and some tea. They were very pleased over this. I still have a grass mat that one of them made for me to sleep on." On July 14, 1943, the day after Love went down into the water, and at about the same time that he struggled ashore, another 49th Fighter Group pilot was shot down in the same area. Donald Lee, a P-40 pilot with the 7th Fighter Squadron, was sent with 14 others to escort a formation of C-47s. The mission was uneventful until the P-40s were directed to intercept a flight of enemy aircraft that developed to be a scattered group of 5 or 6 Aichi 99 dive bombers, which carried the code name of Val. The older, slower, and heavier Val was typically easy pickings as compared to the Zeros and Oscars with which the 7th's pilots typically tangled. Lee dived on one of the enemy dive bombers and opened fire. It was an unfair fight, as his 650 caliber machine guns were far more powerful and delivered massively overwhelming volumes of fire as compared to the single small caliber machine gun of the Val's rear gunner. But the Val's rear gunner won. There was a banging rattle when machine gun rounds slammed into Lee's aircraft, and it took only a moment or two for him to realize that the coolant system had been shot up. The P-40's engine quickly overheated, and Lee turned toward Lasanga Island. He didn't make it and was forced to bail out as the aircraft descended through 1,000 feet. He broke his arm as he did so, and when he came down in the water, he was lucky to shed his parachute before it dragged him down and drowned him. However, he wasn't able to inflate his life raft. Lee's squadron mates circled his position as he flailed and wrestled with the life raft. Several others were thrown to him by other pilots, noted the unit narrative. Robert DeHaven was one of those other pilots. I got the life raft out from underneath me and put it in the crook of my arm, and cranked the canopy back and held onto the lanyard, he said. And then I put the flaps down and flew across him and tried to shove it over the side to drop it down to him. As DeHaven released the raft, the white powder in which it was packed enveloped him in the cockpit, cutting off his vision for a few desperate seconds. I had sunglasses on, DeHaven said, but I didn't know what had happened for a moment, and I just about joined him in the drink. DeHaven's raft and those of the others splashed down too far away, and Lee was unable to reach them. And it got worse. 2 schools of sharks formed a semicircle around Lieutenant Lee, said the narrative. DeHaven confirmed it. We covered him as long as we could, he said. While we were there and watching the sharks around him, we'd let them get in so close, and then we'd get on a strafe, and we'd kill one, and the rest of them would take off for the one that we had hit. A lot of blood in the water. Lee's squadron mates started for home as they ran critically low on gas. However, Lucius LaCroix stayed with Lee long enough for a flight of A-20s to relieve him. The A-20 pilots orbited overhead, marking his position until a crash boat arrived and hauled him from the water. 18. Making Fool of the Jap Man. The 4 airfields in the Wewak area, Dagua, Boot, Borum, and Wewak itself, constituted a lesser analog to the near-impregnable air bastion at Rabaul. Chopped out of the jungle, much of it by hand, it was not as well developed as Rabaul, nor did it have port facilities on the same scale. Still, it was a powerful air stronghold, even though the Japanese had come ashore there only in December 1942. The Japanese Fourth Air Army, once completely in place and equipped, would be able to launch strikes from Wewak that might very well stymie the Allies as they hopscotched westward. It had to be neutralized. Fortunately, by mid-August 1943, Kenny's 5th Air Force had a plan, as well as the men and the aircraft, for doing just that. Before then, his meager force of bombers could reach Wewak, but his fighters, even the P-38, could not. And without fighter protection, the losses to Japanese interceptors would be crippling. Certainly, as they had done before, his crews could bomb Wewak at night when the threat from Japanese fighters was greatly lessened, but they couldn't do it as accurately as they could during the day. The number of raids to inflict the damage required, if it could be achieved at all, would cost too many aircraft, too many lives, and take too much time. Somehow, a means to give the bombers the fighter protection they needed had to be found. An obvious solution was to base the fighters forward, closer to the target. This was actually a notion with which the Americans had wrestled for months as they prosecuted their air campaigns against Lai and Salamaua and other Japanese bases. Operating out of the airfield complexes at Dobodura and Port Moresby, the 5th Air Force's fighters were able to spend very little time over the most distant targets. And if their rendezvous with the bombers was delayed, or botched by weather or incompetence or bad luck, the fighters didn't have enough fuel to make things right by waiting or catching up, or by making their way around thunderstorms or through layers of clouds. A forward base could mitigate these issues. But identifying where to put such an airfield had proved thorny. As big as the island was, New Guinea's harsh geography, its mountains and valleys and swamps and jungles, was not well suited for hosting extensive airfield complexes. And the fact that the Japanese had a say in the matter made things additionally problematic. We had surveyed Kokoda, Wau, Dona, and a dozen other places, but none were suitable, Kenny said. Finally, in May 1943, an Australian patrol was favorably impressed by the Watut Valley as a potential site for air operations. Shortly afterward, with a handful of Americans in tow, they hacked their way across the inhospitable terrain until they reached a site near the village of Marilinen, about 40 miles west of Lai. In fact, they hadn't been the first to recognize its suitability, as they discovered a short, overgrown airstrip that had once been used by miners. The scouting party induced local natives to chop the runway clear of the tall kunai grass. Additional reconnoitering, by air this time, confirmed that the Marilinen site could be enlarged and improved. However, the area just a few miles north, near Tsili Tsili, was recognized as superior, and the decision was made to develop it as the main airbase, with two large intersecting runways connected by taxiways leading to dispersal areas and hardstands. There was adequate space to bivouac the ground troops needed to protect it, and for the maintainers, logisticians, and other personnel that would be necessary to make it operational. Such an airfield would take time and resources to build, and it would make a juicy target within easy range of Japanese bases, especially the 4th Air Army units at Wewak. But combat attributes and fighting spirit aside, this was the sort of logistical and engineering undertaking at which the Americans excelled, and it was a capability which the Japanese could not match. Work at Marilinen, about 200 miles from Port Moresby, began immediately when troops of the 871st Airborne Engineer Aviation Battalion and its equipment were brought in by C-47s escorted by fighters. Trucks were cut in half, loaded aboard the aircraft, and then welded back together upon reaching the destination. The same was true of other heavy equipment, small tractors and graders and other engineering kit. By June 20th, 1943, a rudimentary road had been built from Marilinen to the Tsili Tsili site, and round-the-clock work also began there. It wasn't long before aircraft began using the newly built runways. Loading and unloading the C-47s as quickly and efficiently as possible was critical to the success of the effort. Doing so was not only key to increased sortie rates, but also necessary to keep them safe. After the C-47s touched down at Tsili Tsili, their fighter escorts orbited overhead to defend them against Japanese air attacks. If it took too long to get the cargo unloaded, the fighters, low on fuel, were compelled to return to base and leave the C-47s unprotected. Mundane training at seemingly ordinary tasks made all the difference. A salvaged C-47 wreck was dragged into place at Port Moresby to establish and refine loading methodologies. At first, Kenny said, it took 40 minutes to load a jeep, and about the same time to unload it. After a few days of practice, the time was reduced to 2.5 minutes to load it and 2 minutes for the unloading procedure. The trucks bringing supplies from the warehouses to the airplanes were loaded in reverse, so that cargo fed automatically and kept the balance in the plane correct. Very soon, the unheralded air freight crews at Tsili Tsili were so effective that the C-47s could land, unload, and take off again at a rate exceeding 30 aircraft each hour. By the middle of July, the airfield at Tsili Tsili was handling more than 100 C-47 sorties each day. Remarkably, especially since their ground units regularly patrolled the area, the construction work at Marilinen and Tsili Tsili went unnoticed by the Japanese. Or if it was noticed, it was not considered worthy of attention. Regardless, the work continued at breakneck speed entirely unbothered by the Japanese. This was due in part to a bit of subterfuge undertaken by Kenny and his staff. Kenny ordered his officers to send someone to Gurukha and get the natives to start clearing a strip right away. I didn't care about making anything more than a good emergency field, but I wanted a lot of dust raised and construction started on a lot of grass huts, so that the Japs' reconnaissance planes would notice. In truth, the rudimentary field served as more than emergency strips and decoys. They were also used to fly in supplies for nearby Australian ground units. Regardless, Kenny was most interested in using the primitive airstrips to keep the Japanese distracted. And to the natives who were doing most of the work, he wanted it made plain that we are playing a good joke on the Japs, that we were trying to get them to send some bombers over. The decoy work at Gurukha and nearby Benebena paid off. The Japanese bombed them several times, using resources they could ill afford to waste. Kenny received reports that the Papuans delighted in being part of the scheme, and that during an attack, they would roll around on the ground with laughter and chatter away about how we were making fool of the Japman. Meanwhile, the work at Tsili Tsili progressed so well that the 5th started to move combat units into place. This creation of an operational airfield out of nothing but wilderness, and in such a short time, is all the more remarkable when it is considered that everything necessary to do so was flown in. This included the equipment, the material, and the people. stockpiles of fuel and other supplies grew until they were adequate to meet Kenny's plans. The task of simply getting stuff clear of the aircraft and to where it needed to go was exhausting, especially in the heat and mud and dust. The bomber and fighter crews might have received the lion's share of the glory during the air campaign over New Guinea, but that glory was made possible by the largely unrecognized cargo haulers, the C-47s, and the men who operated and serviced them. And not to be forgotten were the men who managed the cargoes they carried. Moreover, it should be considered that, in reality, this movement was really the last leg of a logistics chain that began on the other side of the globe, in the United States. No other nation possessed the wherewithal to equal what the Americans were doing. To most of the 5th Air Force's flyers, the work at Tsili Tsili during mid-1943 was simply background noise, or they knew nothing about it whatsoever. Indeed, they continued to train and to fight, and that training and fighting continued to be deadly. For instance, on July 27, 1943, the 38th Bomb Group's 71st Squadron sent crews to a nearby reef to practice skip bombing. Among them was the crew of Ercole Ducci, one of the squadron's old hands and a popular officer. Something went awry during one of Ducci's practice runs when the bomb bounced high off the water and smashed into his B-25. The bomber's horizontal stabilizer was torn away, and the aircraft slammed into the water. The entire crew was killed. A boat recovered 3 bodies that same day, and the bodies were interred during a memorial service at the airfield the following day. Such an event was rare, as bodies were so infrequently recovered. A boat with 2 squadron members returned to the crash site the following day, and tragedy struck again when the boat exploded. A life raft was dropped to the men, who managed to get aboard and paddle to a small island. This island is used for a target for bombing practice and strafing, noted the squadron diary that same day. And a flight of B-17s, not knowing the men were there, dropped bombs which landed only 20 feet from Sergeant Malachik. Both Lieutenant Peters and Sergeant Malachik will probably be in the hospital for quite some time. Peters and Malachik were able to go to a hospital because the standard of medical care had grown alongside the 5th Air Force's ability to fight. Not only was more and better equipment brought in, but more care facilities were created, and more medical staff arrived. And very importantly, improvements to general health and hygiene practices were implemented down to the unit level, as reported by the 35th Fighter Group's medical cadre. The sanitary conditions in and about each camp area were good. Each kitchen was covered, screened, and the floor cemented. Liquid garbage was disposed of through grease traps and soakage pits. Latrine tops were scrubbed daily, either with soap or a weak creosol solution. They were frequently burned out. All drainage ditches throughout the areas were treated with an oil solution 2 times weekly for mosquito control, and efforts were made to keep the high grass cut throughout the different camp areas. These practices and others helped to maintain the health of the men, but no one escaped New Guinea without getting sick. Malaria, spread by mosquitoes, was the greatest threat. The men slept with mosquito netting and were required to take daily doses of atabrine, a synthetic antimalarial, to fight the disease. It was effective, but it turned the skin of the men yellow. Dengue fever was another mosquito-borne disease, viral in nature and less harmful. Dysentery was usually caused by poor food hygiene and, among other symptoms, emptied men's bowels, often to the point that they were incapable of working. Scrub typhus was particularly deadly. It was passed by mites, and treatments for it were rudimentary and largely ineffective. One pilot remembered those mites, or chiggers as they were also known. The one thing that bothered us the most were chiggers, and I still bear scars on both my ankles from scratching these silly things. We always wore Aussie flying boots. They were very comfortable, and they were excellent for flying, and the chiggers would get down in that fleece lining. Drive you crazy. The pesticide DDT was used liberally and effectively to kill the various critters that acted as disease vectors. Although much maligned in later years for its negative environmental effects, it undoubtedly saved many lives in the Pacific during World War II. Aircraft and ground vehicles were modified to spray encampments with it, and men were often inadvertently doused with clouds of the stuff. A host of fungal infections and skin rashes, lumped together as jungle rot, were ubiquitous, and together with diarrhea afflicted virtually everyone at one time or another, or even all the time. Additionally, lacerations, abrasions, and other wounds, if not immediately treated, typically became infected. Ultimately, the Allies were able to keep their men healthy enough to fight. Although it was common for men to work or to fly while they were not fully healthy, the ratio of medical casualties to combat casualties, always high, steadily declined as time went on. It was a credit not only to more and better material and equipment, but to the men who did the daily and oftentimes dull work that was necessary to keep New Guinea's seemingly numberless diseases at bay. They also served, who scrubbed latrines, mowed drainage ditches, and daubed standing water with motor oil. On August 11, 1943, a Japanese reconnaissance aircraft finally discovered the true extent of what the Americans had done at Tsili Tsili. Curiously, the reaction was not immediate, and it wasn't until August 15th, after another reconnaissance flight, that a raid of 7 Ki-48 Lily bombers, escorted by more than 30 Ki-43 Oscar fighters, was dispatched to attack the essentially completed airfield. The newly operational radar unit at Tsili Tsili failed to detect the enemy force, and surprise was nearly complete. Men squinted skyward at the sound of the Japanese aircraft. Their sudden realization that the enemy was overhead and preparing to kill them was accompanied by splashes of adrenaline that fueled their sprint for cover. But the men aboard the 12 C-47s of the 374th Troop Carrier Group that were in the process of landing could not seek cover. The timing could not have been worse. The transports, just as they had during the previous several weeks, were on another presumably routine mission to deliver more personnel and material. Half of them were safely on the ground when the enemy raid began. But the remaining aircraft were now targets, unexpected prey, for the Japanese fighter pilots. An escort of a dozen P-39s from the 35th Fighter Group's 40th and 41st Squadrons was the only protection the C-47s had. Until that day, the 35th's pilots considered these sorts of missions tedious. Rarely did they offer any sort of action. Now they found themselves in a fight not only for their own lives, but also for those of the men in the transports and their comrades on the ground. In fact, elements of the 35th were in the middle of a move to Tsili Tsili aboard those same C-47s. The unit's diary noted that the headquarters squadron personnel who were in those transports that day will long remember it. The cold fear of being in an unarmed transport under attack by enemy fighters, and the thrill of seeing one of their own squadrons come in to save the day. But not everyone's day was saved. The 35th's dental officer, Robert Heller, and his assistant, Virgil Dockery, were aboard one of the C-47s. When a Japanese fighter made an initial attack on the transport, noted the group's diary, Corporal Dockery was seriously wounded in the shoulder. The plane burst into flames, and the occupants rushed forward when the pilot said he would crash land between the trees. But the pilot, Enoch Burley, never got the chance as he was killed when enemy fighters made another pass. The burning plane fell to the ground and exploded. Incredibly, Heller was blown clear of the fiery crash and survived. The battle devolved into a freewheeling aerial bloodbath. The considerably outnumbered P-39 pilots, whose job at the start of the day was to protect the C-47s, chased after the Japanese bombers. The bombers were not only easier targets, but were attacking the airfield. The Japanese fighter pilots, whose mandate was to guard those bombers, attacked the fleeing C-47s, which the P-39 pilots were supposed to protect. The enemy bomber crews arced around Tsili Tsili and readied to release their bombs, while the P-39s climbed desperately after them. The two aircraft were contemporaries, as the Japanese aircraft entered service in 1940, and the American fighter became operational only a year later. The P-39 might not have been equal in every respect to the Zero, but its original purpose was to intercept and knock down bombers. On this day, its performance was nearly textbook. Once they closed the distance to a few hundred yards, the Americans started shooting. The gunners aboard the Ki-48s returned fire, but the bombers did not waver in their formation, except to tumble from the sky flaming, many of them before releasing their bombs. The P-39 pilots pressed their attacks, and the Japanese bombers continued to fall, but not without exacting a toll. Frank Topolchany shot up one of the Ki-48s and followed it earthward. Either he was hit and killed by a gunner aboard one of the bombers, or his fighter became unflyable, or he simply lost situational awareness. Regardless, he smashed into the ground at high speed only an instant after his quarry, and less than 100 yards away. Topolchany was not the only 35th fighter pilot to go down that day. The Japanese Oscars started the fight with an altitude advantage and outnumbered the P-39 pilots nearly 3-1, and they climbed and turned better. The thousands of men on the airfield might have been excited at the sight of the bombers being so readily handled by their own side, but that excitement was tempered by the fact that, aside from Topolchany's fiery death, 2 more P-39 pilots were forced to take to their parachutes, and another crash-landed. All 3 men survived, although one foundered about in the jungle for nearly a week before being rescued. 2 of the Oscars were shot down. Elsewhere on the airfield, Chaplain Keith Monroe led a worship service. The din of battle reverberated across the airfield, and he rushed to get his flock to safety. It was for nothing. One of the burning Japanese bombers smashed into the chapel and exploded in a spectacular fireball. Monroe, who had a 10-week-old daughter he had never seen, and 5 other worshippers were killed. A few weeks later, Monroe was memorialized in his hometown newspaper as having perished with God's word on his lips in the explosive crash of a bomb-laden Japanese bomber in the New Guinea jungle. Meanwhile, those C-47s still airborne scattered to escape the fighting. Stuffed with cargo and personnel, they raced as fast as they were able, their pilots hugging the hills and skimming the trees and writhing unpredictably to make themselves difficult targets. The aircraft, captained by Charles Cathcart, was one of those which was carrying men from the 35th Fighter Group. It was last spotted as it disappeared over the horizon with Japanese fighters in close pursuit. Eventually knocked down into the smothering jungle, its wreckage and the bodies of Cathcart and the other men remained undiscovered, despite an intensive search, until 1950. Robert Heller, the dentist who had been thrown clear of Enoch Burley's C-47 when it was shot down, was found after the day's fighting. He was the only man from the aircraft still living. Flown back to Port Moresby, he was hurried to the hospital, but died shortly afterward. As it developed, the Japanese lost 6 of the 7 bombers it sent against Tsili Tsili that day, and the raid was an unqualified failure. Aside from Chaplain Monroe and the handful of men killed in the chapel, 6 more men were killed elsewhere on the airfield, and 2 C-47s were also destroyed on the ground. But there was no damage that impeded activities in the slightest, and work continued apace. Tsili Tsili was fully able to meet the mission for which it was created, supporting operations against Wewak and other Japanese bases. The Japanese tried to change that fact the very next day, August 16th. They launched a raid that included, once more, 7 Ki-48s and more than 24 Oscars. A C-47 mission of 24 aircraft had already landed by the time the Japanese arrived. The enemy aircraft ran into a buzzsaw in the form of 15 P-38s of the 475th Fighter Group and 32 P-47s of the 348th Fighter Group. It was the P-47's combat debut in the Southwest Pacific. Contrasted with the previous day, it was the Japanese who were outnumbered, and they paid dearly. The attack was entirely ineffective, and the Americans, including 3 P-47 pilots, put in claims for a total of 15 enemy aircraft destroyed. Leonard Layton was the first Thunderbolt pilot to score. Alone, he chased after a Japanese fighter and sent it down flaming with his massive fighter's 8 50 caliber machine guns. But he also became the first P-47 pilot to be lost over New Guinea. Almost immediately, he was jumped from behind and likewise crashed into the ground, dead. He had struck off on his own, and his death was subsequently used as a learning point as described by the 348th's unit diary. From this unfortunate loss, the all-essential lesson of staying in at least a 2-ship element was impressed upon the pilots of the group. Layton was the day's only American casualty. At about the same time that the P-47 was entering service with the 5th Air Force, the B-17 was leaving. Having provided outstanding service with the 19th and 43rd Bomb Groups, it was replaced by the longer-legged, albeit less lovely, B-24. The B-24 extended the reach of Kenny's Air Force, and the transition to a single type streamlined maintenance and support efforts. Except for a few aircraft used for special transport and other utility duties, the B-17 was removed from combat operations in the 5th Air Force by the end of 1943. At the same time, Kenny's fighter forces were buttressed in August 1943 when the P-38-equipped 475th Fighter Group was declared ready for combat operations. Even before he left the States in 1942, Kenny had badgered Hap Arnold for as many P-38s as possible. It had paid off, and he had 3 squadrons flying combat by early 1943. They had proved their worth ever since, and Kenny never ceased campaigning for more. He struck a deal of sorts with Arnold that led to the creation of the 475th Fighter Group. Arnold allocated him 75 of the aircraft, but Kenny was responsible for finding the men to fly and maintain them, as Arnold didn't have enough to spare. Consequently, Kenny mandated that existing fighter squadrons, regardless of whether or not they flew P-38s, were to give up men to staff the 475th. He emphasized that those men were to be proven performers rather than green newcomers or men the squadrons were anxious to be rid of. The order struck a nerve, and although it was obeyed, it did little to endear the 475th to the rest of 5th Air Force. The new fighter group was officially brought into existence in May 1943 and was flying combat by August. The 475th, made up of established combat veterans, went on to become one of the most successful fighter units of the war. 19. My God, what a sight! Searchlights tracked the B-24s as they passed through the night sky, one by one, and dropped their bombs on the airfield complex. A broken layer of clouds reflected the light in all directions, and a thin, eerie white glare shone back toward the ground. Bright flashes of anti-aircraft fire pocked that glare, and the crews blinked reflexively as each explosion bounced brief, blinding bursts of light into the cockpits of the big bombers. One of the men wrote how one position poured up intense continuous fire, which looked like a giant Roman candle shooting up golden rain. Illumination flares, exploding bombs, and raging fires further corrupted the darkness. The crews were compelled to maintain stable flight on a steady course to ensure their bombs were delivered accurately. So rather than maneuvering to escape the enemy fire, they motored resolutely through it. Inside, hunched over their equipment during the final few seconds before releasing their bombs, the bombardiers struggled to see the target through the chaotically illuminated murk that was the sky above Wewak in the early morning hours of August 17, 1943. Yanks from Hell, a B-24 from the 90th Bomb Group piloted by Joseph Casal, was hit and caught fire immediately. I saw Joe Casal go down, said squadron mate Dustin Swanson. He started his bomb run in front of me and they received a direct hit. He went down in flames. It was not easy going in for our run after that. Yanks from Hell, ablaze and with 11 men trapped inside, tumbled into the jungle and exploded. The 5th Air Force often had immediate requirements to enhance the performance of its aircraft that simply could not be met in time by the formal engineering processes used back in the United States. Kenny gave his own engineering, maintenance, and support personnel great latitude to experiment and develop ad hoc solutions in the field. One of the contrivances that resulted from these activities was an expendable fuel tank for the B-25. It was little more than a sheet metal cube and assorted plumbing, which fit into the same space as the disused bottom turret. It sat on an aluminum frame and was designed to be jettisoned once the fuel it carried was used. Doing so was an imperative as it was not self-sealing. If it was hit by enemy fire, the aircraft would quickly become a flying torch. Even empty, residual fuel and fumes gave it the characteristics of a vapor bomb. Moreover, the top gun turret could not be rotated with the tank in place. Testing of the new tanks was complete during the first half of August 1943, just in time for the 5th's upcoming campaign against Wewak. The B-25 already had enough range to make the flight from the Port Moresby area to Wewak, but the new auxiliary tanks gave it enough fuel to deal with contingencies, such as rerouting to avoid bad weather or running at especially high engine settings if forced to flee enemy fighters. The men rubbed their eyes and yawned in the early hours of August 17, 1943, as they stepped from the pre-dawn darkness into the briefing tent. Their clothes, a mix of mostly uniform items, some of them threadbare, hung limp on their bodies in the sticky-hot, unstirring air. The muted hum and buzz and chirp of nighttime jungle creatures washed across the compound. It was occasionally interrupted by a shriek or howl, the cause of which the men could only guess at. These were the B-25 crews of the 38th Bomb Group's 405th Bomb Squadron. The hour was earlier than typical, and they knew that the day's mission must be a big one. Still, most of them were surprised and troubled in various degrees by the announcement they were headed to Wewak. It had loomed ever larger in their minds, a formidable boogeyman, as the Japanese built it up during the previous several months into a giant base from which they intended to stop the Allied advance west across New Guinea. Although they didn't know it, a mixed force of 38 B-24s and 12 B-17s were returning from Wewak that very moment. That night attack, at the cost of 3 B-24s, had cratered runways, destroyed aircraft and material, and killed men. As the bombers completed their attack, an observer described the scene, with flames leaping from many fires, heavy ack-ack anti-aircraft fire, stabbing intense white gun flashes, and pom-poms throwing up streams of golden tracers. The Japanese defenders at Wewak, almost 500 miles away, were stirred up and alert. At that very minute, they picked through the smoke and ash of wrecked buildings and aircraft and bodies to assess the damage done by the 5th Air Force's bombers. The attack and its scale was new to them. The 405th's B-25s took off at dawn through a low layer of haze and clouds. Shortly afterward, each aircraft punched up through the murk into the lightening sky and joined the mission leader, who orbited in a lazy circle above the airfield. Their specific objective was the Dagua airfield, west of Wewak. Their sister squadron, the 71st, was slated to hit the airfield at But, a few miles farther west of Dagua. An additional 3 squadrons of B-25s from the 3rd Bomb Group were slated to attack the airfields at Wewak and Borum. The simultaneous and overpowering attack against the 4 different airfields was intended to dissipate and weaken the Japanese fighter defenses. The 405th B-25s were flying their first mission with the new auxiliary fuel tanks, and all was well. Once the squadron assembled into formation, it pressed west to pick up the 71st at Durand. Unlike the 405th, the 71st's crews made an asshash of their takeoff through the clouds. Individual crews chased after each other as they flailed about in the early morning light. Unable to join as a squadron, the 71st was forced to abort the mission. It was not only an embarrassment, but it also undercut the strength of the bomb group's mission by half. For its part, the 71st recorded its failure as almost a non-event, noting only that 12 of our aircraft took off this morning en route to But airfield to bomb and strafe enemy aircraft on the airdrome. Due to correct rendezvous being messed up, our aircraft returned to their base. Aside from grumbling, there was nothing the 405th could do about the 71st's poor performance, and the squadron pressed west toward Maryland to meet up with the 3 squadrons of B-25s from the 3rd Bomb Group, as well as an escort of P-38s. Once their B-25s burned enough gas from their main fuel tanks, the 405th's crews started to transfer fuel from the new auxiliary fuel tanks. Meanwhile, near Maryland, the squadron rendezvoused with the P-38s, which flew high above them in a protective screen. Together, the 405th and the P-38s flew lazy orbits and waited for the B-25s from the 3rd Bomb Group to arrive. But they failed to show, and the 405th gave up and pressed west toward Wewak. Together with its escort of P-38s, the squadron took care to avoid the Japanese air bases at Lai and Madang. Once past Madang, the B-25 crews prepared to jettison the auxiliary fuel tanks. But they would not fall away. Crew after crew checked and rechecked that the straps and fittings which held the tanks in place were disconnected. But the tanks, stuck in place by friction, remained stubbornly unmoving. Desperate, the men shoved and kicked them. Their efforts went largely unrewarded, as only 3 crews were able to push the bulky tanks out of their aircraft. It seemed that the entire day was jinxed. The formation leader aborted the mission, and the squadron followed him as he arced back toward Port Moresby. There were 3 aircraft that did not follow him. They were the crews that had been able to dump their tanks. Captained by William Gay, Garrett Middlebrook, and Burdeen's Lackness, they continued flying west. The raid, against which the Japanese had yet to play a part, and which had been planned to include 5 squadrons of B-25s and their P-38 escorts, was now reduced by poor flying, equipment hiccups, and who knew what else, to a tiny flight of 3 aircraft from the 405th Bomb Squadron. It wasn't for lack of trying on the part of their sister squadron, the 71st. After fouling its initial rendezvous in the early morning, the squadron tried again. This time, the formation of 12 aircraft covered about half the distance to Wewak, but gave up once more after failing to join with escorting P-38s over Benabena. In truth, it was folly for the 405th's 3 crews to continue. They were alone. The P-38s had turned back with the rest of the squadron. They were also headed toward the largest enemy airbase complex on the island of New Guinea. It was protected by all manner of anti-aircraft guns and more than 100 fighters, and it was nearly 600 miles from home. Garrett Middlebrook considered all this and more. There was a valid argument that the decision to continue rather than follow the rest of the squadron was a failure to follow orders. They might even be disciplined in the uncertain event they survived. And Middlebrook realized that there were moral aspects attached to pressing ahead with such a risky attack. He questioned his authority to continue, and thereby put the rest of his crew in such peril, regardless of his personal desire to continue the mission or not. His decision to go echoed the sentiments expressed by so many men from so many nations in so many wars. I must confess in complete frankness that neither my duty to the Air Corps nor my patriotism to my country had any bearing upon my decision. I was solely persuaded in my commitment to the mission because of the loyalty I felt toward Gay and Lackness, damned fools that they both were. William Gay led the 3-ship formation low and just above the haze-shrouded treetops, using the terrain to shield the flight from Japanese observers and radars. Their route to the airfield at Dagawa would take them past the airfields at both Wewak and Borum, which increased the odds that they would be discovered and intercepted by Japanese fighters. The anxiety of the 3 crews heightened with each passing mile. Nevertheless, Gay successfully led them along a series of ridges south of the coast. On the other side, on the flat coastland, were the Japanese, unaware but deadly. The little flight of B-25s didn't see Wewak to their right on the other side of the jungled crest as they skirted it, but were relieved to continue unchallenged. They enjoyed the same good fortune and relief when they flew past Borum. And then came the time to turn toward the target, the heavily defended airfield at Dagawa. Fear swelled in the guts of each man at the thought of what awaited their little formation. Gay made a right climbing turn to leap the ridge. Middlebrook and Lackness maneuvered to follow, careful to not drop a wingtip into the trees. At the apex of their climb, the ocean and coastline burst into view, and so did the airfield and its runway, which ran parallel to and almost atop the beach. It was time for business. Training and instinct pushed up through the dread the 3 crews shared. "My God, what a sight!" said Middlebrook, "and how quickly my tormenting fears vanished." The unfolding panorama that so emboldened him contrasted sharply with the already beat-up airfields he and his squadron mates had previously attacked at Lai and elsewhere. Dagawa, despite the heavy bomber attacks of a few hours earlier, was essentially a combat-ready, real-life diorama of a working military airbase, complete in every detail. It burgeoned with aircraft and material and equipment, and it bustled with activity. Mechanics, support personnel, and crews busied themselves all over the airfield. Arming and refueling operations were underway at several locations, and a trio of Ki-43 fighters got airborne at the far end of the airfield. More fighters were lined up on the seaward side of the runway, and up to 50 light and medium bombers were clustered in 2s and 3s on the near side of the runway. The 3 B-25 crews could not have been presented with a better target. Middlebrook and the other pilots let the noses of their bombers drop toward the airfield, pushed their throttles forward, and raced down the sloping hills. Flying at nearly 300 miles per hour, Middlebrook fired his guns into a stack of gasoline drums that erupted so violently the flames nearly enveloped his aircraft. He kept firing and watched his rounds rip into a bomber, a Mitsubishi Ki-21 Sally. The aircraft exploded with such ferocity that it lifted another nearby bomber into the air. It slammed back to the ground and burned. Middlebrook fired his guns at another bomber and watched awestruck as it blew up and immolated 2 Japanese as they ran past. Behind him, he heard and felt his gunners shooting at other targets of opportunity. To his right, his co-pilot Paul Thompson released clusters of parafrags. The little bombs drifted gently earthward before bursting into fiery showers of red-hot shrapnel that shredded aircraft, material, and men. Smoke, dust, and fire roiled the airfield. Japanese anti-aircraft crews sent lines of machine gun and cannon fire arcing after the 3 B-25s. Gay and Lackness and their crews, like Middlebrook, made flaming wrecks out of aircraft that only a minute earlier were ready for combat. Middlebrook barely bothered to stop firing his guns. His rounds seemed to slam into worthwhile targets whether they were aimed or not. The devastating power of the B-25's forward-firing guns was demonstrated to Middlebrook once more. He saw his bullets smash into a fighter with such force that it was pushed forward into another. He kept his finger on the firing button. The steady fire from my guns passed through plane after plane, a score of items of equipment and many human bodies, he said. And then, less than a minute after it began, the attack was over. The 3 B-25s raced across the beach and skimmed low over the sea as they reconstituted their formation with William Gay again in the lead. Behind them, the maelstrom they created sent columns of smoke skyward. The calamity the B-25 crews made of Dagoa receded behind them, but trouble did not. A Ki-43, likely one of the trio of fighters which had taken off as they started their attack, prepared to dive on them from the top of a chandelle. But having lost so much airspeed, the Japanese aircraft was an easy target, and the B-25 gunners laced it with 50 caliber rounds. The fighter tumbled, burning, into the water, almost literally knocked from the sky. It marked the beginning of a running gun battle with more than a dozen determined Japanese fighters. Fleeing as fast as their aircraft could go, the B-25 pilots dived for the sea. Leveling off just above the waves, their propellers whipped spray into the air behind them. Rarely did they climb above 20 feet. Flying so low made them difficult targets as it was impossible for the Japanese to attack from below, and firing passes from above could not be too steep for fear of flying into the water. The enemy pilots were skilled and aggressive, but one was especially so. This expert pilot flew an all-black aircraft, whereas the others were silver with blue-green lines painted in a wavy pattern across their fuselages and wings. The pilot of the black fighter pressed his attacks with a cunning that frustrated the defending gunners. The 3-ship of B-25s pointed landward and flashed across the beach south of the mouth of the Sepik River, flying only high enough to keep from plowing into the jungle. Flocks of tropical birds flapped screeching into the air, blown from their treetop perches by the fast-moving bombers. The black-painted Japanese fighter and the others followed, crisscrossing the air around the B-25s with machine gun fire. But still, although each of them was holed by the enemy guns, none of the bombers was mortally hurt. As skilled as the Japanese fighter pilots were, the American bomber crews were equally accomplished. Gay, Middlebrook, and Lackness had each flown more than 50 combat missions. On this day, Middlebrook and Lackness clung tightly to Gay to better concentrate the defensive fire of their experienced gunners. Gay expertly took advantage of every crease in the terrain as he led his wingmen down, over, or across it to spoil the aim of the enemy pilots. Middlebrook marveled at his squadron mate, declaring, "Gay was supremely effective in matching wits and skill with our enemy." The fight twisted and turned over more than 150 miles of sea and jungle. And then the engines on the B-25s, after being flogged so hard and for so long, began to overheat. Should the race last much longer, the engines would fail or catch fire. If the Japanese didn't kill the little band of flyers, a crash into the jungle would. Moreover, the engines were consuming fuel at an unsustainable rate. Worse, all but one of the gunners were out of ammunition. Still, Gay kept the formation speeding low over the green carpet of trees, wriggling it just barely out of harm's way each time an enemy fighter attacked. The attacks were dogged and calculating. The black fighter sliced through the formation so closely that Middlebrook could see the pilot was a solid man with a fleshy, square face, and that he wore his goggles up on his forehead. The other Japanese pilots, if not so skilled and daring, were nevertheless keen and showed no signs of shirking or cowardice. And then it was over. Past Madang, the Japanese pilots, by now also low on fuel and ammunition, gave up the chase. They simply winged away and were gone. Aboard the B-25s, the barely mastered terror that had gripped the crews for nearly 40 minutes gave way to incredulous relief, and then, almost immediately, to exhaustion. Once he was certain the enemy was gone, Gay reduced power to his engines to lessen the stress they were enduring and to save fuel. His wingmen did the same. The three pilots threaded a route between the Owen Stanley Range and a line of thunderclouds before touching down without fanfare at Durand with almost no fuel remaining. Without the gas from the problematic auxiliary fuel tanks, they would have gone down into the jungle long before reaching home. Middlebrook shut down his aircraft's engines and climbed down from the cockpit. Still soaked in sweat, he recalled his happiness at seeing his men safe. The day's singularly terrifying mission had further strengthened the comradely bond they shared. "My only interest," Middlebrook said, "was confined to the miracle I saw before me. My 4 fellow crewmen stood looking at me, all physically normal, although I doubted that they would ever be the same mentally again." Rather than being censured or rebuked for having pressed to the target alone, the men were rewarded. Kenny liked audacity in his men, and their actions had been audacious in the extreme. Photographic intelligence and post-mission interviews indicated that the 3 crews together had destroyed 17 aircraft on the ground and damaged another 20, while also destroying a considerable quantity of fuel and other material. Additionally, they were credited with shooting down 3 fighters during the high-speed, low-altitude escape from Dagua. Gay, Middlebrook, and Lackness were each awarded the Distinguished Service Cross. The other crew members received the Distinguished Flying Cross. Although they didn't know it at the time, the 3 squadrons of the 3rd Bomb Group for whom the 405th had waited vainly over Maryland that same morning actually did make their planned attacks on Borum and Wewak. At Borum, most of the aircraft were readying to taxi for takeoff when the 3rd's crews swept across the airfield, guns firing. Many Japanese pilots and ground crews burned to death on the spot. Sustaining no losses and claiming a minimum of 65 aircraft destroyed at the 2 airfields, the 3rd's results highlighted what could be achieved by coordinated full-strength attacks and Kenny's specially modified B-25s. Indeed, so violent was the strike at Borum, and so closely parked were the Japanese aircraft, that they exploded one by one down the line as if each were a gunpowder keg. Notwithstanding the success of the attacks on August 17th, there still remained plenty at Wewak that needed to be destroyed. The 5th had the men and aircraft necessary for the job, and consequently launched more raids on the following day, August 18th, 1943. A mixed force of 17 B-24s and 9 B-17s, escorted by 74 P-38s, led the day's attacks but were stymied by poor weather. Their bombs did little damage. However, Strafer-modified B-25s from the 38th and 3rd Bomb Groups followed immediately behind the heavy bombers. Ralph Chelly, the deputy commander of the 38th, led the mission at the head of the group's 405th Bomb Squadron. The 405th Sister Squadron, the 71st, did not bungle its rendezvous that day and followed closely behind. In total, the 38th's formation included 28 B-25s which managed to stay together despite scattered curtains of rain that drummed against the aircraft and intermittently cut visibility dangerously low. While in a speedy descent through 1,500 feet about 30 miles from Dagua, the group was jumped by a force of approximately 10 Ki-43 Oscar fighters, which the B-25 crews misidentified as Zeros, or Zeeks. More Japanese fighters milled in the distance. The 71st was heavily engaged. William Skinner, the top turret gunner aboard B.F. Herman's aircraft, was exceptionally deadly. He spotted an enemy fighter attacking from the 11 o'clock position. But instead of pressing the attack home, the squadron's after-action report noted, the Jap banked up sharply on his side, exposing the top of his plane. Skinner blasted the enemy fighter with a burst from his twin 50 caliber machine guns. It caught fire, broke apart, and crashed into the sea. An instant later, Skinner spun his turret around and the B-25 vibrated again as he fired his guns at another fighter, attacking from the 2 o'clock position. This aircraft, like the other, burst into flames and tumbled into the sea. The 71st's crews claimed a total of 8 Japanese fighters shot down. The 38th's after-action report noted, the Zeeks, actually Ki-43s, appeared to be lying in wait just offshore and dived on our formation out of the clouds from slightly above our altitude. The report also described the appearance of the enemy aircraft. Most intercepting Zeeks were camouflaged green and brown with large red roundels on top of wings. 2 or 3 were a dull silver. Regardless of how their aircraft were painted, the enemy pilots were aggressive and apparently intent on knocking out the 405th's lead flight, Chellies, in order to break up the group's attack. Although the Japanese fighters concentrated the weight of their efforts on the front of the formation, they also attacked other aircraft. John Donegan's bomber in the flight behind Chellies was particularly hard hit. It skidded out of position and over the water when its rudder controls, parts of the horizontal and vertical stabilizers, and the entire right aileron were shot away. There, away from the group, it staggered to stay airborne as the enemy fighters intensified their attacks. "I lost most of my elevator control," Donegan said, "and when the formation made its run over the target, I couldn't turn sharply enough to stay with them." The enemy fighters attacked the lone B-25 from every direction, and Donegan adjusted his flight path to fire with his nose guns at an aircraft making a head-on pass. It fell away, smoking. The B-25s in the 38th's main formation continued to fight back. The fire from their 50 caliber machine guns lashed out at Ki-43s, which pressed their attacks to minimum range. Seemingly out of nowhere, a lone Ki-61 Tony appeared, sleek and menacing, and made a head-on attack. It passed through the group's formation in a flash and disappeared, neither doing nor suffering harm. Chellies' aircraft was only a couple of miles from Dagua when it was hit. Pilots from the 71st reported, smoke, then streaming fire was seen to come from the right engine of Chellies' airplane. The flames burned all the way to the cockpit, and it was apparent to the rest of the crews that the aircraft was doomed. Chelly could have pulled up and exchanged his airspeed for altitude, thereby giving himself and his crew an opportunity to take to their parachutes. "We were flying so tightly, however," said a comrade, "that if he had done so he would have broken up the formation and ruined the attack, besides exposing others to isolated interception." This notion that the attack would have been ruined if Chelly had pulled out of his run was not true. Certainly there would have been an instant or two of distraction, but the rest of the 38th's crews would have continued strafing and bombing, just as the mission required. And there was no way of knowing what was going on in Chelly's mind. Perhaps he did not know how badly his aircraft was hit. But he absolutely knew that parachuting into the arms of the enemy during a devastating attack that he was personally responsible for leading was a high-risk proposition. If his comrades didn't inadvertently kill him and his crew, there was a very good chance the Japanese would kill them quite on purpose. Chelly, his bomber burning fiercely, continued straight at Dagua. The B-25s he led spread out a bit more so that they didn't shoot each other as they ripped the parked Japanese aircraft with their guns. Clusters of parafrags fell from their bellies. The explosions they created as they settled to Earth added to the ferocity of the attack. Once across the airfield, Chelly angled his B-25 out to sea. The enemy fighters continued to swarm him despite the efforts of squadron mate William Pittman, who climbed into them, guns chattering, in an effort to protect his leader. He was in turn set upon by the Japanese and was rescued only when a flight of P-38s dived into the melee. Chelly's aircraft, still afire, sent a plume of spray skyward when it hit the water a couple of miles from the coast. Meanwhile, the swarm of Japanese fighters continued to savage John Donegan's lurching bomber. We were flying by ourselves for about 5 minutes, and it seemed as though all the Japs wanted to take a crack at us personally, Donegan said. One of the fighters hit the cockpit area hard. Donegan was badly wounded in his right arm. Next to him, co-pilot Charles Peebles was hit in the left shoulder and head. Bleeding profusely and slumped over his control wheel, he intermittently lost and regained consciousness. Donegan turned to see the crew's navigator, Victor Scammell, folded onto the floor and bleeding from his head. Jagged shards of metal had penetrated his skull. Donegan had no idea how the men at the back of the bomber were faring. The intercom system had been shot out. Even though Donegan's ship was separated from the main formation, the gaggle of Japanese fighters grew so large that it attracted a group of P-38s. The American fighter pilots rocketed into the fight with a ferocity that sent the enemy scrambling. The subsequent galaxy of climbing, twisting, turning air combat spun in a wheeling orb around the damaged B-25. All around them, Donegan's crewmen watched wide-eyed as tracers arced through the sky and fighters disintegrated and spun into the sea. Donegan had very little control of his aircraft and flew it by using differential power to his engines, which he kept almost at full throttle. He limped away from the fight and attached himself to a flight of 3 other B-25s. He raised the leader of the 3 ship on the radio and asked to be taken to the nearest friendly airfield. They punched into a layer of clouds, where they couldn't be spotted by enemy fighters, and flew on instruments for several minutes. When they emerged into the clear, they discovered themselves under terrific anti-aircraft fire and directly over the airfield at Wewak. The other B-25s turned sharply away, but Donegan was unable to follow, and his aircraft was hit again. Still, the damaged bomber flew on. Donegan spotted another pair of B-25s and struggled to join them. "I gave the plane everything she had," he said, "which was quite a bit in spite of her damage. The hydraulic system was out and the bomb bay doors kept coming open." Donegan closed to within a mile of the other 2 B-25s, but at that point they were attacked by a group of fighters. The pilots of those fighters soon discovered Donegan's crippled bomber and regrouped to make several overhead passes on it. With no good options, he put his aircraft into a steep dive and raced for a layer of clouds. But the enemy scored again. The top turret gunner, Donald Bybee, was stuck in the face when the plexiglass of his turret and the gun sight was shot away. Bybee, now exposed to the slipstream, nevertheless stuck to his guns and continued firing until Donegan plunged the B-25 into the security of the clouds. Anxious to throw the enemy pilots off course, Donegan made a right turn inland while still shrouded in the weather. When he finally flew out of the clouds, there wasn't another aircraft, friend or foe, in sight. "I kept worrying about the engines," he said. "I didn't dare slow them down to normal speed for fear of going into a spin, and I worried about keeping them gunned, especially after that hammering we'd taken." There was the additional problem that Donegan and his crew, with the aircraft running low on fuel, were no longer sure of their position. Joseph Carroll, the radio man, had suffered a glancing blow to his elbow from a machine gun round, but was otherwise uninjured. He crawled through the bomb bay and up into the front of the aircraft. Taken aback by the chaos he found, he nevertheless got to work. Victor Scammell, the navigator, was a bloody mess and was his first priority. Carroll pulled bandages from the first aid kit and did his best to staunch the bleeding. He additionally gave Scammell a syringe full of morphine. Peebles, the co-pilot, was next. I helped him back out of the seat and tore off my sweatshirt to make bandages for him and the pilot. Carroll then crawled back through the bomb bay to check on Bybee, the top turret gunner. He said he was all right, Carroll said, but he looked pretty bad with blood all over his head. Carroll wriggled back to the front again where Peebles was proving willful in his strong desire to help Donegan. "I'd just get him down on the floor," Carroll said, "when he'd want to get up at his controls again." Carroll wrestled Peebles, who was obviously suffering from shock, up and down several times. Scammell, the most gravely wounded, slipped in and out of awareness. He tried to make sense of his charts and scribbled directions to Donegan, but they were unreadable. Should they not get pointed in the right direction soon, the aircraft would run out of gas before they got home. Finally, Scammell, despite his injuries, put Donegan on the correct course. Donegan had been grappling with his broken bomber for almost 3 hours when Jackson Airdrome hove into view. He directed Bybee and Carroll to bail out, unsure if he could successfully land the ship. Both were wary of doing so. They were a crew, a team, and to this point they had succeeded at staying alive with Donegan at the controls. They disobeyed him and stayed aboard. The middle of the runway was blocked by an aircraft. Despite Donegan's radio calls for it to be moved, it remained in place. He circled the field 5 times, waiting for someone on the ground to drag the aircraft clear. "I couldn't wait any longer with Scammell and Peebles apparently bleeding to death," he said. He finally lined up to land in the grass to one side of the runway. His landing gear, with the hydraulic system shut out, stayed stuck inside the aircraft. The bomb bay doors, which had fallen open multiple times already, caused him additional worry. Donegan made his approach at 170 miles per hour, well above normal landing speed. Carroll tried to crank the flaps down by hand so that Donegan might be able to reduce his airspeed. However, something went awry, and the aircraft tipped out of control just as it touched down. "We scraped and jolted along," Donegan said, throwing up a huge cloud of dust. The B-25 remained tough to the end, neither catching fire, breaking up, nor tipping over. Within minutes, emergency crews pulled the men clear and took them to the airfield's hospital. They all survived, as did their aircraft, which, despite being holed more than 250 times, was repaired and eventually returned to service. While the 38th Bomb Group ripped the Japanese at Dagawa and Butte on August 18th, the 3rd Bomb Group, at the cost of 2 B-25s, did the same to the airfields at Wewak and Borum. They additionally sank 4 cargo vessels anchored offshore. The entire Wewak complex, and the Japanese 4th Air Army, was a shambles. MacArthur's staff parsed the data fed to them by the 5th Air Force and released a communique that described the work the American flyers had done on August 17th and 18th. It stated, "Photographs reveal the total destruction of 120 enemy planes and severe damage to at least another 50. The dispatch also estimated that more than 1,500 ground personnel were killed. This was a gross exaggeration." Kenny, who was no stranger to hyperbole, was not to be outdone. After all, he led the 5th Air Force. He bragged about the 2 days of strikes. It was doubtful if the Nips could have put over a half-dozen aircraft in the air from all 4 airdromes combined. Kenny was anxious to keep the Wewak complex beaten down and sent 2 more large strikes against the complex on August 20th and 21st. Rather than a niggling half-dozen, the Japanese launched many dozens of fighters to oppose the strikes. Still, the American formations overwhelmed the defenders and destroyed most of what had been left undamaged. A Japanese officer, Colonel Kazuo Tanikawa, reflected on the reduction of Wewak and its impacts on Japan's war in New Guinea. "We lost 100 planes, including light bombers, fighters, and reconnaissance planes. It was a decisive Allied victory. We were planning to retain the balance of power and were making plans to bomb Port Moresby and other areas. A few days before our projected plan, we were bombed at Wewak and our air power was severely crippled." Although it is apparent that the Japanese acknowledged the Wewak strikes to be as debilitating as MacArthur and Kenny declared they were, the number of aircraft they acknowledged to have lost was less. The truth was that no one, neither the Americans nor the Japanese, knew how many Japanese aircraft had been made unflyable. Making such a determination was not an exact science. The American intelligence staff at the different units compiled and forwarded photographic evidence and aircrew reports from the missions, as well as information from post-mission reconnaissance flights. To this, damage assessment experts applied the latest techniques and methods to arrive at an estimate. Aircrew reports were useful to some extent, but only to make approximations. This was because the perspective of each individual was limited, and when everyone's perspectives were combined, there were considerable overlaps, as well as considerable gaps. For instance, the pilot and co-pilot in each aircraft could not see what damage was done by their parafrags as they settled to Earth and exploded well behind them. On the other hand, the crewmen in the rear of each aircraft could see what damage the parafrags did, but could not see what was happening to the front. Moreover, attacks were typically made in waves of aircraft, and there were often duplicate claims against the same targets. 2. Combat produced fears and anxieties, even terrors, that sometimes compromised the observations and recollections of the crews. And to be sure, there were disagreements among the photo analysts about which aircraft were wrecked to a degree that they could not be put back in service. Simply put, the Americans could make an estimate, but didn't have the luxury of physically examining each aircraft individually. But the Japanese did. Although it was easy enough in most cases for them to distinguish between a flyable aircraft and one that would never be, deciding if an aircraft that had sustained damage might be put back into service was more problematic. For instance, if an aircraft was easily repairable, assuming a critical part was readily available, then it might be considered only damaged. But if that critical part was not on hand and was not anticipated to ever be available, and if it could not be cannibalized from another aircraft, then it would never fly again. Some damage took time to assess. Seemingly minor machine gun damage might, upon detailed examination, be found to have compromised important structures which forever destroyed the flyability of an aircraft. On the other hand, many good parts might be salvaged from a wreck to make several otherwise non-flyable aircraft airworthy again. But such work required skilled labor and specialized equipment that might not be available. The one man capable of making a particular repair might have been killed in a raid or fallen to disease. Indeed, properly evaluating all the aircraft based on each of WEWAC's 4 airfields would have taken several days or more. Even then, the number was still subject to change, as the availability of resources changed, and as more detailed examinations of specific aircraft were made. In the end, however, exact numbers of aircraft damaged or destroyed didn't matter. What mattered was achieving the desired effects, and Kenny and his men had done that. The Japanese 4th Air Army at WEWAC, utterly battered, was incapable of fielding offensive operations of any meaningful size in the short term, or even defending itself. It was, for all intents and purposes, nearly dead. But only nearly. Among the Japanese fighter types that defended WEWAC was the Kawasaki Ki-61 Hien. It was powered by a derivative of the same liquid-cooled inline DB601 engine used by early variants of the Luftwaffe's primary fighter, the Me-109, which was manufactured by Messerschmitt. Consequently, the forward fuselage and cockpit enclosure resembled the German aircraft to such a degree that when first encountered by Allied pilots in 1942, it was mistaken for a license-built copy. Later, there was speculation that it might have been an Italian Mach-E C-202. As a result, it was given the codename Tony. However, aside from the engine and the resemblance, the Ki-61 was a distinctly different aircraft. And as compared to the Zero and the Oscar, the Tony was faster and better armed, but not nearly so maneuverable. Additionally, it suffered from manufacturing difficulties and was challenging to maintain in the miserable environment of New Guinea. Nevertheless, when flown by a competent pilot, it was a worthwhile adversary and certainly the equal of the P-40, if not superior. 20. But he was always cheerful. By now, several months after he was shot down and rescued by friendly natives, Gordon Manuel had established himself as Masta. This pidgin English title was typically applied to white men, and it was one that Manuel welcomed. The villagers to which he had bound himself had essentially put him in a position of leadership, even though he relied entirely upon them for food, shelter, and protection. But such was the case only with his particular group of natives, several of whom became fast friends. They had done so at great risk. The population had been ordered to capture any Allied flyers they found and turn them over to the Japanese authorities. Were they to hide and protect such airmen, they would be tortured and killed. Many natives did cooperate with the Japanese, either out of fear or in exchange for small rewards. Outside Manuel's protective circle were natives who threatened to inform the Japanese of his location. His friends turned the tables by threatening to tell the Japanese that the would-be tipsters had actually been complicit in hiding him. Manuel took charge of the situation and called the headmen of all the different villages together. He variously appealed to them, bullied them, and cajoled them. He explained that the Japanese were destined to lose the war, as evidenced by the Allied air raids against Rabaul, which were accelerating in size and frequency. Exaggerating somewhat, he told them that if they turned him over to the Japanese, the Americans would be very angry and would behead them when they finally arrived. But should they shelter and guard him, and any other Allied flyers, they would be rewarded with great treasure. It worked. Although he never let his guard down, Manuel no longer lived in constant fear of capture. In fact, he organized the natives into reconnaissance parties to scout the area's defenses, including its airfields. Should he escape, it was information he believed would be valuable to Allied planners. A few days after the mid-August raids on Wewak, a Japanese crewman from one of the Lily bombers shot down on August 15th over Tsili Tsili was captured by an Australian patrol. He cooperated readily during his interrogation, and the information he shared confirmed that the Allies were gaining the upper hand in New Guinea. Although his complaints, poor food and living conditions, disease, and air attacks, were similar to those of his American and Australian counterparts, the challenges the Japanese faced seemed more desperate and acute. Moreover, he and his comrades loathed their aircraft, the Ki-48. It was slow, vulnerable to fighter attacks, and mechanically unreliable. And it carried such a small bomb load that some crews questioned whether or not their sacrifices were worthwhile. After the Wewak attacks of mid-August, their morale was no doubt worse. Ralph Chelly, who had so selflessly led the 38th Bomb Group across Dagua in his burning B-25 on August 18, 1943, was memorialized with the Medal of Honor only a couple of months later. The citation closed with a note that venerated the man's bravery. Although crash was inevitable, he courageously elected to continue leading the attack in his blazing plane. From a minimum altitude, the squadron made a devastating bombing and strafing attack on the target. The mission completed, Major Chelly instructed his wingman to lead the formation and crashed into the sea. Most assumed the award was posthumous. But Chelly was not dead. Although the details are unknowable, he and two others of his crew, Raymond Warren and Clinton Murphy, the radio man and aerial gunner respectively, survived the crash and were captured by the Japanese. They were subsequently sent to Rabaul. American prisoners already there recalled Chelly arriving badly burned and banged, but otherwise okay. Although he and his crew were officially listed as missing in action, or MIA, as was common when there was any possibility of survival, it was generally assumed that they were dead. But indications otherwise were received in early 1944. An unofficial German broadcast stated that Chelly was a prisoner of the Japanese. A subsequent transmission declared that Warren and Murphy were also being held. In May 1944, the Army contacted Chelly's wife with the text of a letter. It had been broadcast from Japan and was represented as having been written by Chelly. It stated, among other things, that he was a prisoner. However, through the duration of the war, the Japanese were criminally dissembling and outright cruel with respect to the way they reported, or did not, the status of prisoners of war. There was simply no way to confirm whether or not Chelly was alive. Meanwhile, just as he had been a much-admired leader in the 38th Bomb Group, Chelly was similarly well regarded by his fellow prisoners. Chelly was the ranking officer at our camp at that time, and the Japs really made life hell for him, the men recalled. They held question and answer sessions with him 10 times a day, and beat him when he stubbornly refused to answer anything beyond his name, rank, and serial number. He was always given the worst kind of work detail. But he was always cheerful, they said. Always adamant he wouldn't talk, give information to the Japanese. He didn't either. Finally, the Japs got disgusted with him and decided to ship him to Japan. Chelly and approximately 20 other prisoners were marched out of their camp on the evening of March 5, 1944. The Japanese told the remaining prisoners that the group was to be embarked aboard a ship bound for Japan. Later, the prisoners repeated what their captors told them. At 9:30, our own planes, American, attacked the ship berthed there, and Chelly died instantly in the bombing. Another story told by the Japanese was that the men were queued up on a beach at Talili Bay, waiting to be transported to nearby Wadham Island, when they were killed by an American air attack. The Japanese were liars. On March 4th and 5th, 1944, they murdered Chelly and 31 other prisoners and buried them in a mass grave. Later, as the end of the war approached, they exhumed the bodies and cremated them to cover their crimes. Yoshikazu Tamura, a Japanese soldier at Wewak, reflected on the death of his friend who was killed offshore as part of a working party. "A few days ago, my friend was killed by enemy shells in this bay. However, the bay with its white waves does not look any different. The landscape of the headland is as lush as before. However, how devastated I feel. He left us after a work session, sending his regards to other members of our section. The next morning, this friend could not be found anywhere, and now he is at the bottom of the sea after an attack by enemy planes. What an unfortunate fate he had. However, it is no use lamenting. We hope he is in a peaceful slumber and becomes a god protecting the nation." It is human to want to feel sympathy for Tamura and his friend. However, such feelings are tempered by an awareness of the manifest cruelties that Tamura's comrades, and perhaps Tamura himself, inflicted on those who were not of the same race. Although none of the American flyers who hit the airfields at Wewak were aware of it, the Japanese there were committing bestial atrocities. Among the running figures the air crews occasionally saw dodging their bombs and machine gun fire were some of the approximately 3,000 Indian prisoners of war that were held at Wewak. Most of them were captured when British and Commonwealth forces capitulated at Singapore in 1942. They were subsequently taken to Wewak while crammed into the holds of ships. The conditions were so horrid that many died even before they reached New Guinea. Starved and beaten, and imprisoned in a squalid camp situated in a stinking swamp, the Indians were forced to work up to 14 hours at a time in the miserable heat. Racked by exhaustion and given only meager rations, they frequently succumbed to sickness. Among the encyclopedic list of tropical diseases that afflicted them, beriberi was one of the most ubiquitous. Caused by a diet deficient in thiamine, beriberi was painful and caused feet and legs to swell to massive, cartoonish proportions. In one instance, a particularly sadistic Japanese officer, Colonel Takano, savagely beat a group of men who were afflicted with the disease because he believed they were not working fast enough. And as happened at other camps elsewhere in the Pacific, the Japanese took away groups of prisoners and used them as live targets for marksmanship training. Those who weren't killed outright were bayoneted. Protests at their condition brought only harsher treatment from the Japanese. One Indian officer, Captain Nirpal Chand, was beheaded for objecting to the abuses his men were forced to endure. Before being taken away, he implored his men, "Don't worry. If I am killed, some of you will see the good times which are ahead and tell your tales. The Japs cannot finish the whole lot. If I die for your rightful demands, I shall consider it a great honor and credit to me." Chand's execution was botched, as it took 2 sword strikes to remove his head. But it was cannibalism that was the most shocking and depraved of the many crimes the Japanese committed. An Indian prisoner, Captain R.U. Perzai, described the sickening evil practiced by the Japanese. "Of 300 men who went to Wewak with me, only 50 got out. 19 were eaten. A Jap doctor, Lieutenant Tumisa, formed a party of 3 or 4 men and would send an Indian outside the camp for something. The Japs immediately would kill him and eat the flesh from his body. The liver, muscles from the buttocks, thighs, legs, and arms would be cut off and cooked. Ironically and tragically, the Indians were also savaged by Allied air raids against which the Japanese refused to allow them to take cover. Chint Singh remembered, "In August 1943, we were working on the airstrip at Wewak and Allied aeroplanes bombed the area. This was the first big air raid, and about 5 or 6 Indians were killed and about 13 were wounded." Colonel Takano, whose viciousness knew no bounds, took the injured men to their camp and threw handfuls of sand at them. "Why are you crying?" he shouted. "This is not my fault. It is Roosevelt and Churchill." A Japanese medical officer left the Indians with a pitiable supply of medical stuff, but the wounds of the injured men became infected, and they all died shortly afterward. 21. Great gushing gouts of fuel ignited. Although they probably didn't consider it regularly, most of Kenny's men knew implicitly that the war in New Guinea was a ground campaign, even though they saw very little of it, or the men doing the fighting. Their role was to kill Japanese, or to at least destroy the means by which the Japanese might harm their comrades who sweltered and struggled unseen in the scrub and jungle. All of Kenny's units contributed. The fighters and bombers killed and destroyed, and the transport crews made certain that all the organizations, ground and air, had the material they needed. This ground war in New Guinea did not follow the traditional model of linear fortified positions with attacks in the form of overwhelming frontal assaults or rapid flanking gambits, during which troops were moved through key towns and cities on established lines of communication. Rather, when the Japanese came ashore, they normally, but not always, did so at locations that were lightly defended, or not defended at all. And then they typically stayed in place and hacked away at the jungle to build airfields from which they could control the sea, air, and ground out to a certain distance. And they constructed piers and other infrastructure from which they could offload the shipping that kept them supplied. Only infrequently, as was the case during the assault up the Kokoda Track, did the Japanese strike overland to seize Allied positions. Such treks through the jungle were practically prohibitive. The men were exhausted, ridden with disease, and short of food and material before the fight began. The Japanese never took a significant Allied position in New Guinea by attacking any distance through the jungle. More typically, attacks were made from the sea, as was the case with the poorly considered Japanese attempt to take Milne Bay. The Allies, often better led and always better supplied, were more successful. Supported by Kenny's 5th Air Force, which softened enemy defenses before and during the actual assaults, they were never repelled. Still, the Allies preferred to bypass Japanese enclaves, fighting for them only when it was deemed necessary. However, left unmolested, especially if they were resupplied, the isolated enemy garrisons could be dangerous. Consequently, it became one of Kenny's responsibilities to ensure that the bypassed Japanese positions were kept from threatening the flanks and rear of MacArthur's hopscotching ground forces. This Kenny did with regular airstrikes that kept the Japanese hunkered down. Perhaps more effective was the interdiction of enemy shipping, vessels large and small, which carried badly needed material and equipment. This strangulation of the Japanese lines of communication kept the stranded garrisons impotent and on the edge of starvation. It was a strategy created and espoused by others. After some convincing, MacArthur, who once wanted to seize the exceedingly formidable Japanese fortress at Rabaul, was convinced of the value of the bypass and isolate concept. Predictably, he claimed it as his own. Regardless of who originated the idea, it saved men, material, and equipment, and characterized the Allied advance across New Guinea toward the Philippines. When the first Allied air units started operating out of Port Moresby during March 1942, their most frequent opponents were the Japanese pilots who flew from the recently captured airfield at Lai, and less often from Salamaua, 20 miles south. When the Australians and Americans dared to hit Lai during this period, it was generally done with small numbers of aircraft and at great risk. The Japanese Zero pilots were fearsome foes. and it seemed that the Japanese almost always replied in kind with retaliatory raids against Port Moresby. There developed a tit-for-tat pattern of reciprocal attacks that continued well into 1943. By that time, although they still struggled, the Allies had more and better aircraft, pilots, and material support. By the end of 1942, the Allied flyers not only began to dominate, but started to turn Lai and Salamaua into virtual punching bags. By March 1943 and the Battle of the Bismarck Sea, it became dangerous for the Japanese to operate from either location. It also became difficult to keep the units there provisioned. A series of hard-fought ground clashes followed during that spring and summer as the Allies, primarily the Australians, gradually pushed the Japanese north and west, back toward Salamaua and Lai. This offensive was supported by the 5th Air Force, both with movements of men and material and with firepower. Ultimately, the Allies prevailed in the brutal fighting that forced the Japanese out of Salamaua toward Lai. Salamaua was captured on September 11, 1943. Overland and amphibious assaults tightened the noose around Lai, and the Japanese there were finally ejected less than a week later on September 16th. With the enemy cleared, the Allies immediately began using the airfield. At the same time that the Allies were closing on Lai and Salamaua, they made an airborne assault on Nadzab, 20 miles northwest of Lai in the Markham Valley. On September 5, 1944, 48 B-25s raced low over the Markham Valley. They plowed the drop zone with machine gun fire at the same time that they dropped parafrags against no discernible targets. The B-25s were followed by a flight of A-20s, which deployed a thick smoke screen. Close on the heels of the A-20s were 79 C-47s, from which just more than 1,500 American and Australian paratroopers jumped. Above them flew 108 fighters in a protective screen. And flying in the midst of it all were Kenny and MacArthur in 2 separate B-17s. Both had been keen to watch the operation. It unfolded like clockwork, not only due to the detailed planning and briefing, but also because the entire effort was unopposed both in the air and on the ground. Casualties were 3 paratroopers killed in accidents. Nearby Japanese units were chased away, and Nadzab was developed during the next several months into the major 5th Air Force airfield complex in New Guinea. Nestled in the relatively gentle terrain of the Markham Valley, it enjoyed more moderate temperatures and was characterized by savanna-type vegetation rather than thick jungle. The men based there found it more comfortable than both Port Moresby and Dobadura. And most important from an operational perspective was the fact that it was closer to where the fight was headed. On September 7, 1943, 3 companies of Australian soldiers, or diggers, of the 2/33rd Infantry Battalion, Australian Imperial Force, sat in 18 different trucks waiting to be driven to Durand Airfield at Port Moresby. There they were to climb aboard American C-47s, which would fly them to the newly captured airfield at Nadzab. It was early morning, not quite 0430, and dark. Less than a mile to the west, beyond a low ridge, sat Jackson Airfield, or 7 Mile Drome. It was already busy, and the Australians heard the rumble of aircraft engines through the thickets of trees. One roar grew steadily louder and seemed to come directly at them, although they could see nothing beyond the ridge. And then a hulking form appeared, a dark shape against a darker sky. The men grabbed their hats and variously cursed or laughed as it passed only dozens of feet above them. A few of them reached skyward in mock attempts to touch the bottom of the big bomber. Howard Wood of the 43rd Bomb Group's 403rd Bomb Squadron peered from his cockpit and watched the previous B-24 disappear in the dark. He checked his engine instruments again and confirmed that all was as it should be. His aircraft was loaded with almost 3,000 gallons of fuel for the mission, a reconnaissance flight to Rabaul. It also carried 4 500-pound bombs and plenty of ammunition for the aircraft's guns. The other 10 men in his crew had already called over the intercom that they were ready to go. He noted an edge in the voices of some, but didn't blame them. Rabaul could be a rough target. Ready for takeoff, Wood advanced the throttles of his aircraft and swung it around so that it pointed down the center of the runway. Satisfied, he pushed the throttles further forward to takeoff power. The engines growled and the aircraft rolled slowly at first before gradually accelerating. Wood unconsciously leaned forward in his seat, trying to see better, while his flight engineer called off the airspeed. Wood sneaked peeks at his instrument panel as he concentrated on keeping the aircraft on track. And then, finally, at flying speed, he horsed the aircraft into the sky and called for his co-pilot to raise the landing gear. He checked the attitude gyro and then looked outside again, and then back to the attitude gyro, and then to the vertical speed indicator to confirm that the aircraft was climbing. It was not. The Australian soldiers, weighted down with ammunition and grenades and other war kit, shifted uncomfortably in the trucks. They heard another bomber roaring toward where they sat. All eyes were on the ridgeline as they waited for the aircraft to burst into view. It did, but unlike the previous B-24, this aircraft was not in a gentle climb, and in fact was not climbing at all. Rather, it came directly at them. The bomber paralleled the downward slope of the ridge just above the scrubby trees as it descended. The left wing hit a tree and separated from the rest of the aircraft. Great gushing gouts of fuel ignited and rushed in torrents toward the Australians, as did the burning wreck that was the rest of Wood's B-24. There wasn't time for the men to leap from the trucks and run. One of the aircraft's propellers spun itself free from its engine and slammed into a truck. The 4 bombs the aircraft carried broke free and caromed downhill over the rough ground. The caps protecting the nose fuses were torn away and 3 of the 4 bombs detonated. Some men were blown to pieces, others were incinerated where they sat. Still others, the lucky ones, were thrown clear with minor injuries. Those who could ran. Some of them were afire. Ammunition aboard the trucks and from the aircraft cooked off. Rescue operations began immediately and continued through the day. The Australians suffered 60 dead, with many more badly wounded, burned, and disfigured, while all 11 crewmen aboard the B-24 were killed. No cause for the accident was definitively determined, although some witnesses declared that one of the engines on the left wing was burning. The official USAAF report assigned blame to the pilot. News of the incident was quickly quashed in the interest of morale. The exigencies of war prevailed, and those men who survived unhurt were sent to Nadzab the following day. 22. Tickling a giant's throat with a feather. Rabaul and its military complex sat on the northeastern tip of New Britain Island. Since seizing it from Australia in February 1942, the Japanese had transformed it into an enormous air and naval fortress, from which they attacked Allied positions in New Guinea, the Solomon Islands, and as far away as Australia. Indeed, it was a near impregnable bastion that stood at a strategic pivot point, nearly 700 miles northwest of the central Solomon Islands, and just more than 400 miles northeast of the island of New Guinea. Virtually every Japanese ship or aircraft that traveled to either region passed through Rabaul first. The actual town of Rabaul was situated on the northern edge of Simpson Harbor, a superb anchorage protected by rising terrain on 3 sides. Scores of cargo vessels regularly sheltered there, as did naval combatants of all sizes. The area was defended by air units based at 4 different airfields, and it was garrisoned by more than 80,000 troops who had dug miles of tunnels and innumerable fighting positions from which to defend against an amphibious assault. Doing anything substantive about Rabaul was bound to be costly. The most hopeful optimists considered a plan that leveraged the geography surrounding Rabaul. Indeed, the area was characterized by lively volcanic activity, which had nearly destroyed the town as recently as 1937. But the hopes of those optimists were dashed by a report that came out at the same time that Allied staffers were drafting detailed plans to destroy, capture, or at least neutralize the Japanese there. On July 9, 1943, the Adelaide Advertiser carried an article. The Commonwealth government, after a full investigation, rejected as impracticable a proposal that the volcano at Rabaul should be bombed in an effort to start an eruption as a new and terrifying weapon against the Japanese. Discussing the question today, an expert said that the largest conceivable bomb blast would have about the same effect on a volcano as tickling a giant's throat with a feather. The blast of even a large bomb would merely ruffle the surface and would not be sufficient to cause an eruption. Rabaul, it seemed, would have to be dealt with the old-fashioned way. So long as the Japanese operated freely and in force from Rabaul, MacArthur could not secure the Southwest Pacific. He wanted to take Rabaul, but doing so would have been possible, if at all, only at an enormous cost in men, equipment, and time. The enemy was well trained, well entrenched, well led, and exceedingly well motivated. An elaborate plan that culminated in the capture of Rabaul was created in cooperation with the Navy and with guidance from the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Operation Cartwheel included 13 separate supporting operations in both the Solomon Islands and New Guinea. The objective was to eliminate the Japanese bases controlling the approaches to Rabaul. Enormous in scope, it required participation not only by the Army and the Army Air Forces, but also the Navy, the Marine Corps, and forces from Australia and New Zealand. It began well enough with the unopposed seizures of Kirrawina and Woodlark Islands in June 1943, and with assaults at various points in the New Georgia Islands. These and subsequent operations met their objectives, but many were costly. Moreover, they were dramatically smaller compared to the effort that would be required to capture Rabaul. This was apparent to even the most junior staffer. The Joint Chiefs of Staff back in Washington, D.C. were not junior, nor was George Marshall, the Chief of Staff of the Army. After evaluating the resources required against what was available, and considering that the planned invasion of Europe was the priority, Marshall decided that the plan to seize Rabaul was a mistake. He subsequently directed MacArthur to isolate and bypass it instead. MacArthur initially objected. He didn't want to look over his shoulder every time his forces moved west toward the Philippines. And bypassing Rabaul would rob him of an opportunity to burnish his public star with a real and meaningful victory. This was especially important to him since his defeat in the Philippines. On the other hand, MacArthur realized that bypassing Rabaul would eliminate the risk that his forces might be dragged into an especially bloody and potentially protracted battle that could delay his advance toward the Philippines. Should that happen, his generalship might once again get called into question, or even cause him to be stripped of his command. Certainly, MacArthur and his staff knew from the very beginning that Rabaul would have to be dealt with, regardless of whether it was taken or isolated, but until the latter half of 1943, there was no way to do either. U.S. Navy submarines poached Japanese vessels as they sailed to and from the area, but they couldn't stop all the maritime traffic, and they certainly could do nothing about the forces ashore. In truth, bombers were the only means by which Rabaul, and the men who defended it, could be directly hit. But during 1942 and much of 1943, the Allies were only able to send raids of just a few aircraft at a time, and mostly under the protection of night. These efforts amounted to little more than harassment. A ship or two might be damaged or even sunk, or several aircraft might be destroyed on the ground, but these were losses the Japanese could and did replace. They made little material difference. The situation had changed by the latter half of 1943. Kenny's 5th Air Force was no longer the tottering wreck whose men were forced to pick over the carcasses of dead aircraft to find the parts they needed to mend other almost dead aircraft. Instead, it was a burgeoning force of increasingly well-trained men that was growing larger and better every day. It was capable of delivering big blows on a scale that could have only been dreamed of a year earlier. As part of the modified Cartwheel plan, an amphibious assault at Empress Augusta Bay on Bougainville was scheduled for November. Additionally, 2 more landings were planned at Gasmata and Cape Gloucester on New Britain Island in December. Gasmata sat less than 200 miles from Rabaul. Consequently, Japanese air units needed to be kept at bay. Kenny and his 5th Air Force were charged with doing so, and Rabaul was the primary target. The first big strike was scheduled for October 12, 1943. Planned for 349 aircraft, it was the biggest mission the 5th had ever put together. A force of 114 B-25s from the 345th, 38th, and 3rd Bomb Groups, together with a dozen Beaufighters from the RAAF's 30 Squadron, were tasked with hitting 3 of Rabaul's 4 airfields, Vunacanao, Tobera, and Rapopo. They were to mow across them low and fast, strafing and dropping parafrags as they did so. These low-level attacks were intended not only to destroy but also to decoy. At the same time the B-25s were scheduled to strike the airfields, a total of 87 B-24s from the 90th and 43rd Bomb Groups, flying at high altitude, were to hit shipping in Simpson Harbor. Their probability of success would be greatly enhanced if the defending Japanese fighters were either engaged down low with the strafers or being blown to pieces by the strafers. Protecting the entire strike were to be 125 P-38s, which would stage through the airstrip at Kirawina Island for fuel and recover there afterward. The B-25s were staged forward from Port Moresby to Dobadura on October 11th, as were the 12 Beaufighters of the RAAF's 30 Squadron. Takeoff took place the next morning at 07:30, when the 4 squadrons of the 345th Bomb Group roared airborne. The 345th, which had started operations only a few months earlier in July, was proof of America's burgeoning might. Comprising 4 squadrons, it was the first fully manned, fully trained, fully equipped bomb group to arrive from the States. The B-25s of the 38th and 3rd Bomb Groups took off after the 345th, but the dust raised by so many aircraft forced the Australian Beaufighter pilots to wait on the ground until visibility improved. Consequently, the main force pressed toward Rabaul without them. Once they took off, the Australians wasted no time and raced after the Americans. The B-25s approached New Britain Island at low level to escape detection. Upon making landfall, the 3rd Bomb Group set a course for Rapopo, while the 345th and the 38th Bomb Groups, 6 squadrons in trail formation, angled for Vunacanao. The odds of achieving surprise seemed small, especially as the 345th and 38th passed close by the Tobera airfield, where an estimated 20 to 30 fighters were lined up wingtip to wingtip and others were just taking off. That the B-25 crews had the discipline to fly past such an easy and lucrative target was remarkable. In fact, the 12 Beaufighters of 30 Squadron were supposed to be attacking Tobera that very moment. Instead, they were still well out to sea and hurrying to catch the other elements of the raid. The growl of an engine rose and fell, then rose and fell again. A mechanic jumped to the ground from where he stood on the fighter's wing, while another mechanic continued to test the engine from the cockpit. Other men in other revetments fussed with their own aircraft. Above them all, a trio of twin-engine bombers buzzed placidly around the airfield as they practiced landings, and a pair of fighters taxied toward the takeoff area. In the distance, a transport aircraft arced in a turn toward the airfield. At its edge, men walked unhurriedly between administrative buildings, or stopped and chatted or smoked in small groups. It was a typical morning for the Japanese at Vunacanao. And then, great chunks of earth jumped skyward, as a storm of 50 caliber machine gun rounds ripped the runway and the ground. One of the taxiing fighters exploded in a great orange fireball and lurched into the wall of a revetment. Men looked to the east as they ran for cover and saw the first wave of B-25s racing low across the airfield in a wide line abreast. Each of the American bombers carried 8 forward-firing machine guns, and the barrels of each streamed smoke as they spat deadly rounds into aircraft, men, and machines. Combined, the forward-firing guns of each bomber fired thousands of rounds. Tail, waist, and top turret gunners fired even more rounds at targets of opportunity. At the same time, the bright white blossoms of parafrags dropped from the bellies of the bombers and fell softly toward the ground. The violence with which they exploded contrasted sharply with the gentleness of their descent. Deadly curtains of shrapnel rocketed in every direction, wrecking equipment and cutting men apart. Smoke and screams boiled across the airfield. Clinton True, the commander of the 345th Bomb Group, led the B-25s. The mission narrative reported the effects of his attacks. A Zeke that had left the runway and was airborne, it noted, was strafed and seen to crash. The plane was seen by other crews and is known to have been destroyed definitely. Parafrag clusters were dropped among other planes, and 6 were believed destroyed. One Zeke on landing strip was strafed and believed destroyed. Kenneth Dean, another pilot with the 498th, had successes similar to True's. Lieutenant Dean attacked along the strip and definitely destroyed or damaged severely 3 airplanes. One inline engine fighter taxiing on the strip was strafed, and tracers were seen to hit the fuselage from the tail up to the cockpit. The plane suddenly swerved to the side and stopped. Other 498th crews added to the score. That first squadron of 12 B-25s, the 498th, was followed by 5 more. The 3 other squadrons from the 345th Bomb Group and 2 from the 38th Bomb Group. Trailing each other in approximately 1-minute intervals, each successive squadron found it more and more difficult to find worthwhile targets. The best ones had been destroyed by the preceding crews, and those that remained were increasingly shrouded in smoke and dust. So many aircraft attacking on such a broad front were constrained to a certain degree. For instance, a pilot at one side of the formation couldn't attack a target that wasn't more or less in front of him. He might be forced to attack nothing more valuable than a set of outbuildings or a garden plot. Changing course just a few degrees could put him in the line of fire of other aircraft, or put other aircraft in front of his own guns. Indeed, the pilots were compelled to maintain tight discipline to achieve the desired destruction without shooting each other down. That discipline unraveled occasionally, as was the case when the 345th's 500th Bomb Squadron made its attack. A fighter took off directly in front of the squadron and several pilots chased after it. George Cooper, on the formation's south side, had to turn his flight out of the way to keep from being rammed or shot. At Rapopo, the scene was similar. The 3rd Bomb Group's B-25s blasted and bombed the aircraft parked there and blew away the wing of a twin-engine Mitsubishi Ki-21 bomber that was on its takeoff roll. All of the crew were killed. Mayhem characterized the scene on the ground. Crews aboard aircraft that were readying to take off were immolated when their aircraft were set afire. Men were killed outright or were grievously wounded by the big 50-caliber machine gun rounds. At Rapopo, a Japanese doctor, Tetsuo Aso, noted the effects of the parafrags as they touched the ground and detonated. Petty Officer Ohira and a few others on the floor died instantly, he said. Sergeant Matsui was carried on a stretcher to the clinic with a big hole in his chest and his lungs hanging out, looking like balloons. Aso could do nothing, and Matsui died a short time later. It was apparent that even though the Japanese had multiple radar stations and ground observers in the area, the defenses received little warning of the attack. Gun crews raced toward their positions, but were sent fleeing for cover time and again by successive waves of gunfire and parafrags. Likewise, only a few Japanese fighters were able to take off during the attack. They did so at tremendous risk. Although one B-25 of the 38th Bomb Group was shot down by fighters, few of the American low-level attackers sustained any damage. The first formations of B-25s were already homeward bound, very low over the water, as 30 Squadron's Beaufighters finally neared the coast. Above the B-25s flew an escort of P-38s. The B-25 crews mistook the Australians for Japanese bombers and climbed toward them, guns firing, but their aim was poor and they did no damage. The P-38s positioned themselves for an attack, but the Beaufighter leader, Bill Bolton, raised them on the radio and called them off before they fired. Both sides continued their separate ways. After leading his squadron over the coast and pressing inland toward Tobera, Bolton noted that huge chimneys of smoke and fire spreading over about 3 miles were rising from Vunakanau. It was then that his formation crossed under a group of nearly 20 Japanese fighters readying to land at Tobera, many with their landing gear already down. "But they soon put them up again," said Bolton. "Our appearance was evidently a surprise, but with the Zeros airborne we knew we were in for it." A running fight followed as the Beaufighters closed ranks and raced for Tobera. The pilots took fleeting shots when Japanese fighters crossed in front of them, but at the airfield there was little to shoot at. And that was because most of the aircraft they had been tasked to destroy were airborne and trying to shoot them down. Once past the airfield, the Australians pulled for home. The Beaufighters were powerful and fast and eventually outstripped the Japanese fighter pilots who finally gave up the chase. However, one of the Australian pilots, Derek Stone, left the protection of the formation to climb after a Zero and was soon lost to sight. His remains and those of his wireless air observer, Edward Morris Hadwell, were not recovered until decades after the war. High above it all, the B-24s of the 90th and 43rd Bomb Groups flew into a hornet's nest. Alerted by the B-25 attacks at Vunakanau and Rapopo, the crews of the big anti-aircraft guns, and the guns aboard the naval combatants, put up a forceful defense. Augmenting that defense were most of Tobera's fighters, as well as those from Lacunae, which had not been attacked. Survivors of the massacres at Vunakanau and Rapopo, in ones and twos, joined them. Arthur Rogers, the commander of the 90th Bomb Group, was stunned at what awaited his bombers as they neared Simpson Harbor. In the distance, black smoke and dust roiled the sky over Vunakanau. More ominously, a dense layer of anti-aircraft bursts flashed and boiled directly in front of him, and above that churned a formation of Japanese fighters. "I was amazed and flabbergasted," he said, "to see just ahead the biggest swarm of enemy fighters I had ever seen in the air at one time." It didn't matter what enemy defenses awaited Rogers and his B-24 crews. Their mission was to bomb the ships below them. They pressed toward the harbor in formation as Japanese fighters paralleled their course, outdistanced them, then turned to make head-on attacks. Muzzle flashes winked from the guns mounted in their wings and noses. The front and top turret gunners aboard the bombers answered with their twin 50-caliber machine guns. Finally, the B-24 crews released their loads. The 1,000-pound bombs cascaded toward the harbor, and near misses sent geysers of sea spray skyward, momentarily obscuring the ships. Other bombs found their marks, as evidenced by great explosive blasts that were followed by fire and smoke. Warehouses and stockpiles ashore were set ablaze, and soldiers and sailors and civilians ran here and there, some to save their lives and some to save valuable material and equipment. When the last of the B-24s released their bombs and winged for home, the sea around Rabaul and the town itself was shrouded in smoke and fire. White wakes marked the paths of enemy vessels as they fled the harbor for open water. In the distance, Vunakanau and Rapopo still burned. Enemy fighters, a mix of Zeros and Ki-43s and Ki-61s, dogged the big American bombers. An engine on the B-24 captained by Hampton Rich was shot out. Tipped off by the smoke and fire, the enemy fighter pilots focused their attacks on the newly crippled bomber. Rich's squadron mates did not slow to protect him, and the P-38s tasked with protecting the formation were nowhere to be seen. Unable to keep up or to maintain altitude, Rich and his crew fell further behind and dropped toward the water. Hopelessly alone, the B-24 was set upon by more Japanese fighters, which shot out at least one more engine. Finally, several other B-24 crews circled back to defend him, but it was too late. Rich's bomber continued to fall until he set it down in the sea more than 75 miles from Rabaul. The enemy pilots strafed the wreck until it exploded. There were no survivors. The Japanese fighters continued their attacks for at least another 50 miles. It seemed to the B-24 crews that the Japanese would never run short of fuel or ammunition. Despite the guns carried by each bomber, and the combined effects of those guns when the bombers flew in formation, 2 more B-24s went down. Most of the rest were damaged. MacArthur, as was typical, overstated the success of the raid. "It was a crushing and decisive defeat at a most vital point for the enemy," he declared. "Once again, surprise was predominant. Rabaul has been the focus and very hub of the enemy's main advanced air effort. I think we have broken its back. Almighty God once again blessed our arms." Estimates of Japanese losses were grossly overblown at 177 aircraft, 3 destroyers, 3 large cargo vessels, and 43 smaller vessels ranging from 100 to 500 tons, as well as 70 smaller boats. In reality, although several smaller craft were destroyed, only one large cargo vessel was sunk. This was the Keisho Maru. Certainly, a number of other cargo ships were damaged, as were a handful of combatant ships. But in terms of tonnage sunk, the results were less than remarkable, especially considering the level of effort that was expended. Aside from the material ashore that was blown to bits or burned, the real damage was done by the B-25 units at Vunakanau and Rapopo. Although the number of Japanese aircraft that was destroyed was not 177 as MacArthur claimed, the actual number probably exceeded 50. Perhaps more critical were the skilled mechanics and other highly trained personnel who were killed or badly wounded. New aircraft could be manufactured and sent to Rabaul in a matter of weeks. On the other hand, it took years to develop a competent mechanic, without which the aircraft were useless. The same was true of pilots. Although the number killed that day was small, Japan was training new ones too slowly and not very well. This became more apparent as the war continued. Although his men had inflicted real damage on the Japanese at Rabaul, Kenny knew that the October 12th raid was not a killing blow. He never expected that it would be, and had already planned a series of additional raids intended to keep the Japanese back on their heels. Only by maintaining constant and overwhelming pressure could Rabaul be neutralized. In fact, a raid was launched the very next day, October 13th, but poor weather kept it from reaching its objective, and it did so at a price. Gerald Johnson was leading the P-38s of the 49th Fighter Group's 9th Fighter Squadron that day. They were part of an escort of more than 100 P-38s for the 70 B-24s that the 5th was able to put airborne for the mission. Johnson joined with the bombers north of Kirawina and continued northeast on a course for Rabaul. However, the weather grew uncooperative after less than an hour. Johnson noted, "We hit thin clouds at 20,000 feet. The bombers proceeded through these, and I could see blue sky above, so took my squadron through to clear weather." Darkening clouds loomed ahead, reaching up to 30,000 feet. "The bombers by this time," said Johnson, "were scattered and taking different courses and altitudes through the weather. I approached the frontal area, my flights above and behind me." By now, with the B-24s on divergent paths and altitudes, it was apparent that the raid to Rabaul was not going to happen. "Then I made a gentle diving turn to the left through the edge of some rain, picking up ice on the propeller hubs." Johnson's pitot tube iced over, and he consequently lost his altimeter and airspeed indicator. He continued his descending turn until he popped clear of the weather. Checking to his rear, Johnson saw no one from his squadron. When Johnson had turned left and descended, the rest of the formation had turned right. "The weather didn't look so good from the start and kept getting worse," recalled Gordon Fanning, one of Johnson's pilots. "I could see a solid mass of clouds ahead and bombers and fighters disappearing into it." Fanning's flight leader, Theron Price, turned right and started down. Heavy rain throbbed hard against the aircraft. "I followed," said Fanning, "until he and his wingman disappeared into the clouds, which were so thick it was necessary for us to fly on instruments." When he finally cleared the weather, Fanning caught a fleeting glimpse of one other P-38, but nothing else. Milby Marling was also in Price's flight. At one point, in the thick gray gloom of the clouds, he sneaked a quick peek away from Price to check his instruments. They showed he was in a steep, diving turn and flying much too fast. He broke away from Price, regained control of his aircraft, and flew clear of the clouds. There was no one else in sight. None of the aircraft made it to Rabaul, and 3 of the 9th Fighter Squadron's P-38s failed to return, Theron Price among them. There was no way of knowing for certain what happened to the missing pilots, and 3 days of searching turned up nothing, but Gerald Johnson offered a theory. "I believe the reason for the loss of these pilots was due to mid-air collision. All pilots had sufficient experience to turn out of the rain." New Guinea's treacherous weather proved, as it had and would many more times, to be as deadly a foe as the Japanese. Meteorological conditions continued to stymie the Fifth's plans against Rabaul for the next several days. Rather than letting his unit sit idle, Kenny sent them against targets in New Guinea that would need attention at some point anyway. These targets included Wewak and Alexishofen, among others, as well as enemy barges and army units in the coastal regions. For their part, the Japanese didn't sit idle either, sending sizable strikes to Oro Bay on October 15th and 17th. Both efforts were badly beaten by defending American fighters. Gambling against the weather, the 5th sent another mission against Rabaul on October 18th. The plan was for 8 squadrons of B-24s to hit the airfields at Vunakanau and Lakunai. Presumably, the 2 airfields would be too badly damaged to recover the defending fighters, which would then be forced to land at Rapopo and Tobera. Subsequently, as those fighters were being refueled, 5 squadrons of B-25s from the 345th and 38th Bomb Groups were to attack from low level and blow them to bits. Another squadron from the 345th was assigned to hit shipping in the harbor. Weather en route kept the high-flying B-24s from reaching Rabaul. Some hit secondary targets, while others returned directly to base. The fighter escorts, the P-38s, also aborted the mission. But Clinton True, who led the B-25s at the head of the 345th Bomb Group, pressed on. A recall order was sent, but True pretended not to hear it as he led the 6 B-25 squadrons lower and lower through sheets of driving rain until they flew just above the water at an altitude of 50 feet. The visibility was so poor that 345th pilot George Cooper slid his side window open so that he could see the waves well enough to keep from flying into them. Commenting as to whether or not True heard the radio transmission that recalled the mission, Cooper said, "He heard it, I heard it, we all heard it." True's decision to press on without a fighter escort was contrary to standing orders. Contrary or not, it was a decision that caused the Japanese considerable hurt. The force of 50 B-25s finally broke into the clear, made landfall, and headed inland. The 2 squadrons of the 38th Bomb Group arced left toward Tobera, while the 4 squadrons of the 345th Bomb Group leaned right toward Rapopo. Strafing and dropping 100-pound parachute-suspended demolition bombs, or parademos, the treetop-skimming 345th and 38th destroyed an estimated 40 aircraft at the 2 airfields. It wasn't until they swung for home that they were attacked by a force of approximately 50 Zeros. Roughly half of the enemy aircraft stayed at altitude, wary of a fighter escort which in fact had turned back due to the en route weather. The B-25s closed ranks, and their combined defensive firepower proved to be effective, as the crews claimed a dozen enemy attackers shot down. None of the B-25s were lost. Meanwhile, the 345th's 500th Bomb Squadron, which was sent to attack shipping in the harbor, fought a separate battle. Reduced by mechanical failures to only 6 aircraft, the 2 flights of 3 strafed targets of opportunity before dropping down so low that the blast of their propellers flattened the waves behind them. They adjusted their flight paths and flew directly at a pair of freighters. Max Mortensen and Ray Gear dropped 1,000-pound bombs which straddled one of the ships. The bombs were fused for 5-second delays, and when they detonated, they blew the vessel out of the water and capsized it. A corvette maneuvered wildly in front of them. Thane Hecox released 2 1,000-pound bombs, which hit directly in front of it. A few seconds later, just as the ship passed over them, they exploded and essentially rendered the ship and its crew into small pieces. The other flight of 3 B-25s, led by Lyle Anaker, set another freighter's superstructure afire with heavy machine gun fire. Closing the distance, they dropped 6 1,000-pound bombs. One struck the ship and bounced into the water, while the other 5 detonated nearby and lifted it out of the water. And then they were caught by enemy fighters. Ralph Wallace's right engine was hit, and he was forced to shut it down before it shook itself from the wing. The other 2 aircraft in the flight, captained by Anaker and Harlan Peterson, slowed to protect him and his crew. It wasn't long until the Japanese pilots shot up Peterson's left engine, which began to smoke. At the same time, the left landing gear extended. Peterson was unable to maintain flying speed, and the aircraft hit the water tail down. A half-dozen enemy fighters strafed it before it sank. Wallace and Anneker fled down New Britain's southern coast for an hour and 10 minutes as they fought the relentless Japanese fighter pilots. 7 enemy aircraft were claimed shot down by the two crews. One nervy Jap, noted the post-mission report, eased into formation between the two B-25s and flew for more than a minute not more than 50 feet away from either Mitchell. The gunners did not dare to fire for fear of hitting their other plane. The Jap pilot was described by one gunner as a mean-looking bastard. Wallace's crew scrambled to move more ammunition to the guns, while the radio man hunched over his set and transmitted calls for help. A gas line ruptured, spraying fuel through the middle of the aircraft. The men took turns covering the leak with their hands while trying not to pass out from the fumes. Spent shell casings and gasoline sloshed about their feet. The co-pilot, Edward Hicko, slid back his side window and fired his .45 caliber pistol at the enemy fighters as they made their firing runs. He took bullets in his belly and a hand for his troubles. Anneker's aircraft was badly hit, and he turned north toward the enemy-held shore of New Britain, pursued by a flight of enemy fighters. Wallace turned south for Kirrawhina and battled the remaining enemy aircraft. Some of the Japs appeared anxious to finish him off, declared the post-mission report, and became daring in their maneuvers, which resulted in 4 and a possible 5th crashing to the water as they wheeled low to attack Lieutenant Wallace, who was flying at about 30 feet. The remaining Japanese fighter pilots winged for home one by one as they ran short of fuel and ammunition. Finally, there remained only one Zero. Its pilot saluted Wallace and his crew with several slow rolls, then waggled his wings and flew away. Far to the north, Anneker's B-25 was shot into the water. Anneker was killed, but 2 of the crew survived and swam to shore. There, they were befriended by natives and brought to an Australian coast watcher. Months later, they were returned to American control. 23. He was lying. The all-B-25 effort on October 18th proved to be a success, but Clinton True, who led the attack despite the recall order, was in hot water. Kenny had earlier issued orders that no bombing mission was to continue to any target unless it had a fighter escort. True knew that the P-38s tasked to escort him had turned back in the face of the dismal weather, and although he denied it, he was almost certainly aware of the message which canceled the attack. On the one hand, Kenny admired True's aggressiveness. On the other hand, that aggressiveness was in direct defiance of his orders. When True returned, Kenny said, I called him over to headquarters and bawled him out for disobeying our standing instructions that bombers were also to turn back if the fighters had to. Kenny queried True about the circumstances along the route to Rabaul and whether or not he knew the P-38s had aborted the mission. True denied any knowledge of it. He was lying, Kenny said, and he knew that I knew it, but he was sticking to his story. Kenny let it stand and congratulated True on the success of the mission. He later rewarded him with the Distinguished Service Cross. The number of Japanese aircraft at the different airfields at Rabaul at any one time during this period was difficult to determine, as photo reconnaissance was not always complete or accurate, and the Japanese destroyed many of their records. Estimates sometimes ranged north of 300, but the number of aircraft counted on the ground didn't translate to equal numbers of aircraft in the sky during the Allied raids. A senior Japanese officer explained. In 1943, at any one time, only 50% of the planes were ever available, and on the next day following an all-out operation, only 30% would be available. By the end of 1943, only 40% at any one time would be serviceable. From 1943 on, low aircraft serviceability, was due to lack of skill on the part of maintenance personnel and faulty manufacturing methods. Inspection of the aircraft and spare parts prior to their delivery at Rabaul was inadequate, and there were many poorly constructed and weak parts discovered. Rabaul, the entire complex, was still a burgeoning base for Japanese air and naval operations despite the Fifth's attacks. Reinforced with fighters from the Japanese base at Truk in the Caroline Islands, it remained as potent as ever. It had not been neutralized or reduced, and certainly could not be bypassed. Consequently, more raids of varying effectiveness were sent on October 23rd, 24th, 25th, and 29th. Excepting the mission on October 24th, which was another low-level strike by B-25s, these follow-on raids were high-altitude efforts flown by B-24s and escorted by P-38s. It should also be noted that the RAAF sent small numbers of Beaufort bombers on night raids on several different occasions. During this same period, on November 1, 1943, the 3rd Marine Division went ashore at Cape Torokina at the north end of Empress Augusta Bay on Bougainville. This was a critical part of Operation Cartwheel. The Marines were uncontested at the beach, but a powerful enemy naval force made up of cruisers and destroyers sortied from Rabaul that same day to interdict the landing. This force was engaged by a U.S. Navy force of similar size and composition, and in the fierce battle that followed, in the early morning dark of November 2nd, the Japanese were turned away. Kenny planned strikes against Rabaul to coincide with the landing on Bougainville, but it wasn't until November 2nd that the weather cleared enough for his pilots and crews to deliver. It was to be a multi-axis attack made up of 76 B-25s supported by 73 P-38s. Shipping in Simpson Harbor was the primary target. The force started to launch early on November 2nd, but was recalled because of weather before most of the crews got airborne. The second takeoff, just before 1100, experienced no issues, and the 3 bomb groups pressed toward New Britain. Along the route, they picked up the P-38 escort that had been staged forward at Kirawina Island. The plan called for the 4 squadrons of the 345th Bomb Group to fly a course to the east of Simpson Harbor before racing down the slopes of the volcanoes toward the town of Rabaul. Along the way, skating through the sky just above the terrain, they were to strafe enemy anti-aircraft positions and other targets of opportunity. At the same time, they were to smother them with parafrags. This was intended not only to kill or neutralize the enemy gun crews, but to attract the attention of the enemy fighter pilots and draw them away from the anchorage. Essentially, the 345th was blocking and tackling for the 3rd and 38th Bomb Groups, which were tasked with hitting the shipping in the harbor. The aircraft of 2 of the 345th squadrons carried 12 100-pound white phosphorus bombs each. Should the strafing and parafrag attacks fail to be effective, the white phosphorus bombs would blanket the area with a thick, cloying veil of white smoke. With their vision blocked, the enemy gunners, at least for a short time, would be just as useless as if they were dead. These white phosphorus weapons also had a psychological effect. They burst with a flash followed by great, terrifying white tentacles of choking smoke and sizzling bits of phosphorus which set fire to whatever they contacted. This included people. Almost impossible to extinguish, the phosphorus burned through clothes and skin and created great, painful lesions. The 498th Bomb Squadron was at the head of the 345th's formation. As the squadron flew east of Rabaul, it was fired on by 3 destroyers. After making landfall, the squadron was attacked with aerial bombs dropped from above by a fighter. 3 aerial burst bombs which exploded, throwing long red streamers, were dropped by enemy fighters, the squadron recorded. 1 bomb exploded on same level as bombers, but 100 yards in front. 1 hit the ground before exploding. 1 dropped from 1,500 feet burst 700 feet above the bombers. Unperturbed and undamaged by the strange weapons, the 498th's crews continued to Rabaul, bombing and strafing anti-aircraft positions and other targets of opportunity. Although attacked by dozens of enemy fighters as they egressed, they sustained virtually no damage. The 500th Bomb Squadron, loaded with white phosphorus bombs, followed the 498th. The aircraft flown by Albert Krasnikas was hit by anti-aircraft fire, which caused 1 or more of its phosphorus bombs to ignite. Smoke and fire immediately enveloped the aircraft as it tipped over in a death roll and smashed into the ground, instantly immolating the crew. Max Mortensen's bombs were also hit, and although the resultant explosion was not nearly so violent, he still struggled to see through the eye-stinging smoke that swirled through the cockpit. He immediately jettisoned his bombs and feathered the right engine, which seemed to have likewise caught fire. The smoke inside the aircraft cleared, and he was able to fly the aircraft back to Dobadura. The squadron's mission narrative noted that the plane was still smoldering and glowing from the phosphorus even hours later. The 345th Squadrons, as planned and expected, attracted the Japanese fighters as they hit their targets and ran for home. Zeros fell on them, and P-38s in turn chased after the Zeros. Black trails of smoke creased the sky, marking the death dives of both Japanese and American fighters. Geysers of spray marked where they hit the water. Fiery explosions belied their impact points on land. Anti-aircraft fire from both ships and shore alike fired into the increasingly chaotic melee that was the air fighting above Rabaul. George Cooper, a flight leader with the 499th Bomb Squadron, flew to the south along the eastern part of Simpson Harbor. The phosphorus bombs of one of his wingmen, Bill Park, were hit. Park salvoed the bombs, saving himself and his crew. Cooper fired at a line of float planes not far from shore, setting 4 of them afire. Other members of the 499th shot up targets at Lakunai Airfield. On schedule and on plan, the B-25s of the 38th and 3rd Bomb Groups, the anti-shipping aircraft, raced north across the water. The volcanoes surrounding Rabaul rose to their left. High above, the P-38 pilots readied their aircraft for combat and released their external fuel tanks. The bomber crews spotted the empty husks tumbling down like so much trash. A line of destroyers peppered the sky above them with anti-aircraft fire. None of it was low or close enough to do them harm. Both bomb groups swung left to the west, crossed the shore, and climbed the slopes of the volcanoes north and east of the harbor. Their engines strained and their airspeed dropped precipitously. At the crest of the pass which led down to the harbor, they sprayed the anti-aircraft crews that were still alive with torrents of gunfire. Nose guns, top and tail turret guns, and waist guns sent converging cascades of vibrations through each aircraft. A staggering panorama of fire and smoke showed itself as the 2 bomb groups accelerated down the slanting sides of the volcanoes. Crashed aircraft burned, as did warehouses and other buildings in the town. A skein of white phosphorus fog, denser in some places than others, drifted and collected in gullies and other low places. Bright tracers chased after fleeing bombers, which flew so low they blasted the scrub behind them or left flattened paths of water in their wakes. Dick Walker, a pilot with the 3rd Bomb Group's 13th Bomb Squadron, recalled that morning's briefing. Hearing the latest word on the extent of the Japanese defenses was pretty much a prediction that all of us would not be coming home, he said. The 12 crews that were assigned to fly the mission sat gray-faced and quiet during the briefing. He had gotten spit out of the squadron's formation as it turned toward Simpson Harbor, and his wingman had already been shot down. Now alone, he flew as low and as fast as he dared. Ships that shot at his aircraft risked hitting other ships. Walker zigzagged between them before lining up on a freighter. That ship's superstructure looked like the Empire State Building towering in front of me, but I drove in, released my bombs, and hauled back on the yoke, he said. Walker's B-25 barely missed the ship, and his bomb slammed home only a second or so later. Subsequent photographs showed the freighter's stern underwater. James Hungerpiller, a pilot with the 38th Bomb Group, let the nose of his B-25 drop toward Simpson Harbor and felt the bomber accelerate as it flew, together with the other aircraft of the 71st Bomb Squadron, just above the sloping terrain. The anchorage in front of him was filled with both cargo ships and naval combatants, and the sky was already dirty with battle smoke of all sorts. Smoke gushed from the stacks of ships that hurried to get up steam, while smoke of a different pallor rose from burning vessels and buildings ashore. Hungerpiller crossed the beach and stopped his B-25 descent just above the water. John Orr, flying to Hungerpiller's right, did the same. Dazzling streaks of tracers belied the paths of the anti-aircraft fire that crisscrossed the harbor and which only barely cleared the superstructures of the dozens of ships that sat or sailed on its surface. It took the 2 pilots just seconds to select their targets. Ahead, sitting broadside to Hunger Pillar's path, were two destroyers, one behind the other. He dipped a wing, altering his course so as to fly directly at them, while Orr, unable to target the destroyers without running the risk of smashing into Hunger Pillar, aimed his aircraft at a merchant vessel. As they closed the distance to their targets, both pilots triggered their machine guns and sprayed the decks of the enemy ships. Hundreds of bright flashes winked back at them as the projectiles found their marks. Only a second or so before reaching the destroyers, Hunger Pillar let go 2 bombs. Fred Bossy watched from where he manned a waist gun on Orr's aircraft. "I saw one of the bombs score a direct hit on one of the destroyers," he said, "and cause an immediate explosion and fire. The other bomb skipped on the ship's deck and fell in the water some 50 feet past its prow and among the swimming sailors." Both pilots climbed to about 200 feet. Orr looked to his left and saw Hunger Pillar's left engine afire. Hunger Pillar pulled his damaged B-25 into a hard right turn and passed directly underneath Orr, losing both altitude and airspeed. "As I last saw the plane," said Orr, "it was heading toward 2 heavy cruisers anchored near shore on the west side of the harbor. The left engine was burning fiercely, and there appeared to be a secondary explosion and fire as if the left main and left auxiliary wing tanks had ignited." His aircraft no longer capable of flight, Hunger Pillar and his crew smashed into the water and perished. Raymond Wilkins commanded the 8th Bomb Squadron. He had been the only pilot to return to Port Moresby following the disastrous A-24 raid north of Guinea more than a year earlier. Now, his B-25 already damaged by anti-aircraft fire, he rocketed down toward the harbor directly at a destroyer. He released a 1,000-pound bomb which punched into the side of the vessel. It exploded violently, and the ship started sinking immediately. Behind him, while he took aim at a large transport, the remainder of the 8th's crews scored hits and near misses on a grab bag of freighters and combatants. Again, his bomb found its mark, and the big ship burned furiously. Constrained from maneuvering by nearby aircraft and ships, Wilkins was compelled to fly directly at a cruiser. He sprayed the big ship with machine gun fire while flying into a virtual curtain of anti-aircraft shells. One of his vertical stabilizers was shot away, and then, as he turned to avoid running into another aircraft, his left wing was nearly shot away. He and his crew cartwheeled into the water. He was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor for his actions that day. Meanwhile, the P-38 fighter escorts did their best to protect the B-25 crews. It is impossible to entangle exactly what happened where and when, and to whom by who, but the fighting took place at all altitudes and across a broad arena. Virtually all accounts mention the ferocity of the air engagements and the huge numbers of aircraft. The P-38 pilots were outnumbered. Although a force of 75 of the fighters was planned for the mission, mechanical difficulties forced a number of them to turn back early, and only about 60 actually reached Rabaul. Conversely, it was estimated that the Japanese launched more than 100 fighters. For this reason, and because it seemed that the Japanese pilots on this particular day were well trained and aggressive, the P-38s endured substantial losses. But one of these, Leo Mayo, a pilot with the 475th Fighter Group, was not killed by a skilled and aggressive pilot. Mayo spotted a Ki-61 and closed on it from behind at high speed and started firing at about 200 yards. The enemy fighter blew up, and a piece of debris knocked off Mayo's right wing. Although he was able to parachute clear of his wrecked aircraft, he came down very near the shore and was likely captured and killed. On the other hand, no one seemed to know what happened to Lowell Lutton, another P-38 pilot with the 475th. 2 of the pilots in his flight aborted the mission for mechanical difficulties, and he had lost the other at some point during the fighting. "In the last few minutes of the fight, I turned to the right of Lieutenant Lutton to intercept an enemy aircraft making a diving attack from the right," said Arthur Weniger, another 475th flight leader. "Having scared him off, I started straightening out and saw Lieutenant Lutton tack on to the rear of my flight. I called to him on the radio and said, 'Let's go home.' Then I transferred my attentions to enemy aircraft in the area. No longer than 1 or 2 minutes later, I noticed that Lieutenant Lutton was no longer behind me. Lutton was never seen again and had quite possibly been picked off, unnoticed, by a Japanese fighter pilot. Francis Love, a P-38 pilot with the 49th Fighter Group, likewise disappeared. This was the same Francis Love who had inadvertently flown his P-38 into the water the previous July. On this day, he was the 4th man in the flight led by Norman Hyland. "We were passing over Simpson Harbor at approximately 3,000 feet," said Hyland. "This is where I last saw my second element, numbers 3 and 4 in the flight. Lieutenant Love was tailman in the flight. The Zeros were thick and the anti-aircraft fire was heavy. I can't say that Lieutenant Love was shot down or whether he ran out of gas on the way home." Because of the dynamic nature of air combat, it was not uncommon that individual fighter pilots were seen 1 minute and then never again. The fights often moved at high speeds, and the distances covered were considerable. An aircraft could be swallowed by the sky very quickly. Moreover, other pilots were frequently preoccupied, either trying to shoot another aircraft down or trying to be not shot down. A final example on that same day underscores this reality. Kenneth Richardson flew P-38s with the 475th Fighter Group. His flight was assigned as low cover for the B-25s over Simpson Harbor. As we approached the south end of the harbor, recalled Francis Lent, Richardson's flight leader, we noticed 6 to 7 Zeeks, Zeros, making for the B-25s. Racing to protect the B-25s, Lent and his flight were attacked by the same enemy fighters. As we succeeded in chasing the first Zeeks away, we were attacked by 7 or 8 more Zeeks from above, said Lent. 3 of them attacked me and chased me toward New Britain. I looked around and saw 4 Zeeks chasing Lieutenant Richardson over Rabaul Harbor. This was the last I saw of Lieutenant Richardson. The November 2nd raid against Rabaul had been an astonishing spectacle. Photographs taken during the attack supported this, as did accounts from the enemy. "An appalling sight met my eyes," said a Japanese soldier. "Through the palm trees I saw one of our ships enveloped in black smoke, and a moment later I saw a pillar of flames shoot up to the sky and the ship exploded and sank. All other ships must have suffered the same fate, as columns of black smoke were emanating from them." Kenny was giddy at the successes his crews claimed, and he declared, "Never in the long history of warfare had so much destruction been wrought upon the forces of a belligerent nation so swiftly and at such little cost to the victor." This was a ridiculous exaggeration, especially as compared to the Battle of Midway the previous year, during which the Navy sank 4 Japanese aircraft carriers. What the 5th Air Force actually claimed after performing a critical assessment of the raid was 3 large destroyers and 8 merchant ships sunk, as well as a handful of smaller vessels. The intelligence analysts also noted significant damage to a number of other ships, including a cruiser, as well as the destruction of warehouses and stores ashore. Although noteworthy, this tally was hardly historic and was in fact reduced later in the war. For their part, the Japanese indicated that no combatant ships were destroyed and that only a bare handful of cargo ships were sunk. Aircraft claims were even more excessive. Supposedly, 67 of approximately 125 Japanese fighters were shot down, but the total was much smaller. On the other hand, the Japanese declared they had shot down a total of 48 B-25s and 95 P-38s. They later raised this total to more than 200. Actual 5th Air Force losses were a fraction of that, at 8 B-25s and 10 P-38s. This overclaiming by the Japanese made the American claim seem quite judicious. Still, the loss rates for both the B-25s and P-38s on this mission approached 15%, a number which was absolutely not sustainable. And considering the speed, altitude, armament, and survivability advantages of the P-38 over the enemy fighters, it is difficult to characterize the performance of the P-38 pilots during the raid as anything but poor. The disparity between claims and actual losses for both ships and aircraft defy accurate resolution. The Japanese destroyed many records at war's end and were often reluctant to talk about their losses or had incomplete knowledge. In particular, definitively determining aircraft losses was very problematic. Pilot reports were notoriously unreliable, either purposefully or because of the confusion and excitement of air combat. During the strikes of October and November 1943, reconnaissance photographs showed consistently high numbers of aircraft at the different airfields at Rabaul, even after the big raids. This was attributed to the arrival of reinforcements, principally from Truk. However, although aircraft were no doubt received from Truk, those numbers are uncertain. The reality was that claims for aircraft destroyed were grossly inflated, and that the aircraft being counted at Rabaul were mostly the same ones that had been there all along. Additionally, aircraft claimed as destroyed might have been only damaged and could have been quickly repaired and put back into service. That Rabaul's air elements weren't yet defeated was underscored by the fact that the Japanese launched offensive missions against various targets through the entire period. In fact, a strike of more than 80 aircraft had been sent against the Allied forces at Cape Torokina at Bougainville on the morning of November 2nd. If the Japanese had been neutralized, no one had bothered to tell them. Although it sometimes was not done well, it was easier to monitor ships, especially combatants of destroyer size or larger. This was due to the simple fact that ships were big and easier to track. Allied intelligence organizations had awareness, albeit incomplete, of what combatants were in service and where they were. Over time, it became apparent when particular ships were sunk. Also, not to be discounted is the basic fact that ships were difficult to sink. They were large, they were made of steel, and they were especially designed not to sink. Sailors were well trained in damage control, and a vessel that seemed certain to go under 1 hour could be saved during the next, long after attacking aircraft were gone. Moreover, a great deal of fire and smoke did not necessarily translate into mortal damage, as fires could be extinguished and smoke didn't sink ships. Moreover, vessels could be raised if they went down in shallow water and weren't too badly damaged. There might also have been political motives for the overstated effects of not only the raid of November 2nd, but of the entire series of raids. In terms of resource allocation, the war against Japan was secondary to the war against Germany, and Kenny had always played second fiddle. If he could show his superior, Hap Arnold, that he was making good use of what he had been allocated, then Arnold might be more inclined to send him more. The overclaiming might have had the desired effect, because Kenny did receive more resources. On the other hand, this might have been because the nation's industrial complex was finally running at top speed, and there was simply more equipment to give. Additionally, there was little upside for Kenny's other boss, Douglas MacArthur, to temper the estimates of destruction. If Kenny's airmen looked good, then so did he. What he really wanted was Rabaul eliminated as a threat. If that goal was accomplished, he had little reason to fiddle with the details of ship and aircraft losses. The next raid against Rabaul took place on November 5th. It had as its objective the interdiction of a sizable force of newly arrived cruisers that threatened the recently landed Allied forces at Bougainville. A Navy strike from 2 aircraft carriers, supported by high-altitude B-24s and escorting P-38s, damaged 6 of the 7 cruisers. Most of them fled to Truk the following day, thereby negating the threat. It had been more than 5 months since Gordon Manuel had been shot down. Now, on November 6, 1943, with a party of his native friends, he was on the move to find and join Alan Roberts, an Australian coast watcher. The group was traveling on a road which ran along the coast when they halted and went to ground upon spotting a lone figure walking down the beach. Manuel squinted against the glare of the beach. The man was not a native, nor was he Japanese. And if he was a white man, he was totally ignorant of how dangerous it was for him to be moving in the open. Manuel stood up, and the man spotted him and waved. They approached each other, and Manuel, having been so far and long removed from his own culture, choked when the other man shouted at him, asking if he was an American. The man was Owen Geertsen, who had last been seen in his P-38 during the swirling dogfight over Rabaul just a few days earlier on November 2nd. Part of a 475th Fighter Group formation covering a low flight of bombers, Geertsen had followed his flight lead, Fred Champlin, up and around a cloud. Immediately after this, said Champlin, Lieutenant Geertsen was attacked by enemy aircraft from above and behind. I called the enemy aircraft into Lieutenant Geertsen, and he immediately broke down and to the left. Champlin turned in the other direction, then swung back and shot the enemy aircraft off of Geertsen's tail. Under attack himself, Champlin dived into a bank of clouds. The last time he saw Geertsen, he was flying in the clear and headed for Kirawina Island. I believe that Lieutenant Geertsen ran low on gasoline, said Champlin, and was unable to reach Kirawina. Champlin might have been confused. Actually, Geertsen's aircraft had been badly hit during the first attack. He was still in control of the aircraft when he escaped by diving into a cloud layer, but was forced to ditch and subsequently drifted ashore aboard his life raft, having sustained no real injuries except a gash on his face. Geertsen reviewed the latest news with Manuel, war, sports, and otherwise, as they walked with the natives down the beach to where Geertsen had set up an ad hoc camp. Manuel was ecstatic at having connected with a fellow American after having been isolated from everything familiar for so long. But he started with horror when he spotted Geertsen's parachute. He had hung it high in a tree where it billowed big, white, and bright for all the world to see. On Manuel's orders, the natives quickly pulled it down and stashed it in the jungle, along with his life raft. When all traces of Geertsen's existence had been erased, Manuel's party, larger now by one, continued cautiously along the coast road. The 5th Air Force, in cooperation with the Navy, had big plans for Rabaul on November 11th. However, weather en route turned back most of the effort with only a few B-24s striking the airfield at Lakunai. The Navy attacked later from a different direction and enjoyed better luck, sinking a destroyer and heavily damaging a cruiser. A Japanese force of approximately 120 aircraft was subsequently sent to attack the Navy's aircraft carriers. It developed to be a disaster, as 38 of those aircraft were shot down and the Navy suffered little damage. It was becoming apparent to the Japanese that their Navy could operate out of Rabaul only at great risk. This was especially true as Operation Cartwheel continued to develop, and more Allied bases were established in ever closer proximity. Consequently, Japanese combatant ships ceased to maintain a regular presence at Rabaul following the retreat of the cruiser force in early November. In December 1943, the responsibility for continued air operations against Rabaul and for delivering the coup de grace was passed to Admiral William Bull Halsey, the commander of the South Pacific area. Beginning in December 1943, his organization continued the hard fighting with land-based Navy, Marine Corps, and Royal New Zealand Air Force units, as well as those from the 13th Air Force. Specifically, this organization was known as Air Command Solomons, or AirSols. Marine Corps SBD dive bombers, essentially the same aircraft as the A-24, and TBF Avenger torpedo bombers were the primary attack aircraft. Protected by Marine Corps F-4U Corsairs, Navy F-6F Hellcats, and Royal New Zealand Air Force P-40s, they flew raids that sometimes exceeded 200 aircraft. And they flew them almost as often as the weather permitted. Japanese sea and ground targets were gutted, as were the defending fighter aircraft. One Japanese Zero pilot observed, "It was obvious that so long as we continued the battle in its present fashion, the Americans would grind us under." A statement from another Japanese pilot indicates that he and his comrades understood the futility of their efforts and that their defeat was inevitable. Prior to the beginning of 1943, we still had hope and fought fiercely. But now we fought to uphold our honor. We didn't want to become cowards. We believed that we were expendable, that we were all going to die. There was no hope of survival. No one cared anymore. As had been the case with Kenny's 5th Air Force flyers, it was nearly impossible to determine actual numbers of enemy aircraft destroyed during this period. Post-war assessments of aircraft claimed destroyed by both sides highlight this. The Allies acknowledged losing 151 aircraft, but tallied 789 Japanese aircraft destroyed from December 17, 1943 to February 19, 1944. This contrasted with the Japanese, who absurdly declared they had downed 1,045 Allied aircraft at the cost of only 142 of their own. Those numbers aside, the aerosols missions were so effective that large cargo vessels ceased using Rabaul in January 1944. Finally, when the Japanese bastion at Truk was hit by aircraft carrier raids, Japan's leadership realized that operations from Rabaul were no longer tenable. The remaining aircraft were withdrawn on February 19, 1944, and the once mighty fortress was left toothless. Keeping it toothless required continued raids on a much smaller scale through the end of the war, and losses to Japanese anti-aircraft fire still occurred. However, for all intents and purposes, the U.S. Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Royal New Zealand Air Force completed the neutralization of Rabaul. The considerable number of Japanese trapped there were little more than free-range prisoners of war who teetered on the brink of starvation. One of the fallouts from the series of 5th Air Force raids against Rabaul during October and November 1943 was the beating that the P-38 units sustained. Enemy action, mechanical failures, and accidents took a significant toll. As deliveries from the United States weren't enough to make up the losses, the P-38 squadrons that were not part of the all P-38 475th Fighter Group were compelled to give up their aircraft to the 475th and transition to the P-47. 24. We tended to black out. An American-made aircraft, the Vultee Vengeance was a big, heavy beast of a dive bomber that was underpowered and ugly. A single-engine design, it had a bomb bay that carried 2 500-pound bombs, and provisions to carry 2 additional 250-pound bombs, one under each wing. Its crew included the pilot and a rear gunner, who also served as the radio operator and navigator. The wings were fitted with 4 50-caliber machine guns, 2 each, and the gunner operated 2 more of the same caliber. But the USAAF considered the Vengeance obsolete and never sent it into combat. Australia, however, anxious for aircraft, any aircraft, ordered several hundred of the type at the outset of the war. They might have been obsolete, but at least they were delivered late, and when they did finally arrive in Australia, many of them required refurbishment before they could be put into service. It wasn't until September 1943 that 24 Squadron, one of 5 RAAF Vengeance squadrons, was sent to fight in New Guinea. MacArthur wanted them to support ground operations on the Huon Peninsula. "When you are at 10,000 feet and you go into a dive," said Ronald Barker, a Vengeance gunner, "you put the dive brakes out and it holds you perfectly steady as you come down. You come down vertically. I am facing backward, the pilot is facing forward, and the plane is coming down vertically." Barker noted that the pullout from the dive imparted brutal forces, and that we tended to black out. Tremendous stress when you came out of that dive. He was especially impressed with the toughness of the aircraft. The wings never waggled and the plane never shuddered. As big as the Vengeance was, Barker observed that they were a beautiful plane to fly and fully aerobatic. We could loop it. Indeed, the Vengeance had a set of controls in the rear cockpit so that the gunner could fly in the event the pilot was incapacitated. 24 Squadron, and later 21 and 23 Squadrons, bombed Japanese units directly engaged with Australian and American troops. Initially operating from Tsili Tsili and then Nadzab, the Vengeance units were usually escorted by RAAF P-40s. Obsolete or not, the Vengeance was effective as it provided air support during the campaign to secure the Huon Peninsula. "We bombed 100 yards ahead of our troops," said Barker. "We would get a telephone message afterward to say that Colonel so-and-so and his troops were holed up, and you bombed ahead of them and you did a magnificent job." Barker waxed almost poetic at times. In one instance, the Vengeance units supported Australian infantry units as they came ashore preparatory to taking Finschhafen in September 1943. coming out of this clear, blue, sunny sky, beautiful and peaceful, except that they, the Japanese, opened fire on us. And the Australians had gone ashore and were digging in, and as we came down we bombed the positions ahead of them, and the sand was flying up around the aircraft. We flew through clouds of sand. He was reflective as his unit supported Australian infantry during the fierce fighting for Shaggy Ridge at the end of January 1944. Killing the Japanese there, or chasing them away, was critical to the eventual goal of capturing Madang. Barker knew that his brother was somewhere below him, part of that fighting. It was a most unusual feeling, he said, and while you don't get used to it, you are so hardened to warfare that you realize that he may be there and he may not be. He may be dead. Robert DeHaven, a pilot with the 49th Fighter Group's 7th Fighter Squadron, joined one of the Australian patrols that Barker was supporting during this time. He could not have been more impressed by the Australian fighting men. And we spent about 4 days with them, living as primitively as any human beings could. But the innate good nature of these people, the fighting qualities of these men, was just unbelievable unless you actually saw it. They were absolutely fearless. They were, as I said, completely good-natured. You couldn't upset them. They could live under the worst conditions, literally sleeping in water. Barker was proud of the role he played in supporting these same men. But as well as he and his pilot and 24 Squadron and the other Vengeance squadrons might have performed, they were all sent home for good during March 1944. The chief reason was that there were other aircraft already in service with long-established maintenance and sustainment capabilities that were able to perform the same missions as well, or nearly as well, the P-40 and P-47 among them. And they required a crew of only 1 rather than 2. Moreover, as fighters, those types did not need fighter escorts. Additionally, the RAAF was receiving B-24s during this time, and standing down the Vengeance units made pilots and crews available to man the big bombers. Regardless, Barker and others were proud of what his squadron had achieved with the Vengeance. Up to from early September 1943 to the middle of December, we accounted for more than 1,000 Japanese troops that we had killed in our various operations. They killed many more in the subsequent 3 months. He and his comrades also derived satisfaction from the numbers and types of targets they had hit. Sometimes it would be barges hidden out. Sometimes the Japs would come down at night to bring their supplies down to their troops, and they would hide in under the trees and the coconut palms hanging out, and our target was to go and attack them. And the Americans and Australians were always pleased with the support we gave them. Finally, Barker had great admiration for the aircraft itself, the much-maligned Vengeance and the service it had given 24 Squadron during 6 months of combat against the Japanese. Despite all of the operations that we went out on, we only lost 4 planes, and we got every crew member back, he said. These planes were so well built and strong that you could put them down, crash-land them, and then raise them up eventually, put the wheels down and a new propeller, and then fly them off. That's how good they were, he said. We probably are the only squadron of any type aircraft in the RAAF that never lost a man on active service. On the ground, the Allies advanced steadily west across the top of New Guinea during the latter part of 1943. Barker and his fellow Vengeance crews, as well as the crews of virtually every other aircraft in the 5th's inventory, flew thousands of air support sorties during this period. Aided by those sorties, the Australians captured Finschhafen at the tip of the Huon Peninsula on October 24, 1943. They also, together with the Americans, gained control of Sidor at the beginning of February 1944. Kenny's airmen made steady progress during the latter half of 1943. The Japanese, although they still mounted airstrikes, were forced to the defensive. But keeping them there required the 5th Air Force to hit the same targets repeatedly. Wewak, with its 4 separate airfields, was attacked regularly, as the Japanese kept reconstituting their forces there. They refused to let it die. The mission of December 1, 1943, was representative. The plan for the 90th Bomb Group's strike against Wewak that day included a bit of razzle-dazzle. The 319th and 320th Bomb Squadrons, with 6 B-24s each, were to attack from inland, while the 321st, with its 6 aircraft, was tasked with attacking from seaward at virtually the same time. The intent was to confuse and divide the attention of the Japanese defenders. Accordingly, once they cleared the Owen Stanley Range and passed down the Ramu Valley, the 3 squadrons motored west along the coast until reaching a point about 50 miles from Wewak. There, the 321st turned north over the water to set up for its off-axis attack. The concept was good, but the execution was flawed. Clouds caused the 319th and the 320th to separate, and the 321st was still too far out to see as the other 2 squadrons approached Wewak. Moreover, the Japanese were ready, perhaps tipped off by a reconnaissance flight flown by one of the group's B-24s early that morning. Ki-61 Tony and Ki-43 Oscar fighters climbed to intercept the American bombers. Anti-aircraft crews readied their guns and squinted skyward. The 319th led the way into especially heavy anti-aircraft fire. Pistol Packin' Mama, piloted by Richard Adams, was hit in the No. 3 engine, which was destroyed. Adams shut it down and increased power on the other 3 to maintain position. Approaching the release point, the bomb racks of the lead aircraft malfunctioned, and responsibility for getting the squadron's bombs on target was passed to Adams's bombardier, Fred Blaney. Blaney expertly assumed the task, and a moment later the 319th's bombs exploded in the middle of the Wewak airfield. But the Japanese weren't done with Pistol Packin' Mama. Soon after releasing its bombs, the aircraft was hit by both fighters and anti-aircraft fire. The No. 4 engine was set afire, and Adams was compelled to shut it down. With both engines on the right wing gone, the remaining 2 engines strained to keep the aircraft airborne. Of course, the harder they worked, the more liable they were to fail. The crew of Pistol Packin' Mama began to jettison whatever wasn't fastened down to lighten the aircraft. Their efforts were for nothing. The badly damaged bomber steadily lost altitude, and Adams made ready to put it into the water. Ditching the B-24 was notoriously difficult and dangerous. The roller-style bomb bay doors usually buckled, which essentially turned the bottom of the fuselage into a giant water scoop. The weight and impact of so much water typically smashed the aircraft to a stop almost immediately and broke the fuselage in half. In this instance, Pistol Packin' Mama caught a wingtip in the waves and cartwheeled across the water. Miraculously, 6 of the men, all in the front half of the fuselage, managed to escape the sinking bomber and climb into a life raft. The B-24 quickly filled with water and disappeared with the remaining 4 members of the crew. Squadron mate Stanley Robeck and his crew flew low overhead and marked their position. The 90th's B-24 crews were harried on the mission by a mix of approximately 50 Ki-61 and Ki-43 fighters. An outnumbered escort of 2 squadrons of P-47s from the 348th Fighter Group did a credible job of deterring the Japanese fighters, but there was no way they could turn back every attack. Consequently, the gunners aboard the bombers were kept busy. The smoke and dust from the attacks by the 319th and 320th were already starting to dissipate as the 321st approached Wewak from the north. Anti-aircraft fire exploded over the target, and enemy fighters turned to catch the lone squadron. The 6-aircraft formation of B-24s pushed through both without sustaining serious harm, and the formation dropped its bombs. Flying at the rear of the formation was Oliver Sheehan's aircraft, 10 Nights in a Bar Room. Shortly after leaving the target area, a Ki-61 climbed to make a nearly head-on firing pass from below. Clarence Roper, the right waist gunner in the squadron's lead aircraft, said, "The Tony made a pass, skidding past our nose and on by the formation, and in so doing hit Lieutenant Sheehan's plane." Following his attack, the Japanese pilot dived and arced away preparatory to making another pass. It wasn't immediately apparent that the enemy fighter had done any damage. Bryant Polson, flying opposite Sheehan, noted that the other pilot maintained his position in formation for a minute or 2 without showing signs of being damaged. But then Sheehan's No. 2 engine, the left inboard, started streaming grayish-white smoke, and the aircraft lost altitude. Intense flames were spotted at the waist position, and crewmen from other aircraft reported spotting debris and 1, 2, or 3 parachutes falling away from 10 nights in a barroom. Poulsen started down after Sheehan and his crew to protect them from additional attacks, but such protection was unneeded. The fuselage of his plane broke into flames, Poulsen said, and in a few seconds his plane began falling apart. When I saw the fuselage break in two just aft of the bomb bays, I took my attention from him and resumed my position in the formation. In the meantime, the Ki-61 pilot attacked the squadron again but did no harm. He rolled over and dived after the flaming wreckage that was Sheehan's aircraft, catching up to it just as it smashed into the jungle. Minutes later, the 319th sister squadron, the 320th, was jumped by Japanese fighters which concentrated on Lobo, the B-24 captained by Lawrence Smith. Smith's bomber was attacked by 3 Ki-43 Oscars, which James Farnes, a bombardier aboard another of the squadron's aircraft, misidentified as Zeros. One of them dived below our formation, shooting out 2 of Captain Smith's engines, said Farnes. Another Zero, from above and behind our formation, came in and shot out the whole tail turret, and the tail gunner, William Bundy, dropped out with no chute on. While still over land, Farnes said, one man in the waist jumped from the camera hatch and was strafed by Zeros as he went down. Lobo, still under control, crossed the beach and flew over the water while more men continued to bail out. When last seen, it was approaching land again at about 1,000 feet. Although a PBY was dispatched to search the area the following day, Lobo's wreckage was never found, nor were any of its crew. The B-24 immediately behind Lobo, piloted by Harold Mills, was also attacked as the 320th fled Wewak. The life of the right waist gunner, Buddy Andrews, was saved by a section of armor plate that absorbed the impact of a 20mm cannon shell that otherwise would have torn away his chest. The crew's tail gunner, Philip Smith, was not so lucky. Andrews recalled that Smith, hit in the head and leg, staggered up to his position. A groove cut to the bone across his forehead. He crawled out of his turret and tapped me on the back. There he was, standing with blood all over him, which scared the fool out of me. Smith was tended by the rest of the crew and survived the flight back to Port Moresby, where more than 200 holes were counted in the aircraft. There was dissatisfaction among some of the 90th's crews about how the mission was executed, as was indicated by Dustin Swanson, who led the 321st Bomb Squadron that day. When we got to the target, things were pretty screwed up, and the group leader, Ellis Brown, called and said to go in one way and then went in a different way himself. That sort of left me out on my lonesome with the squadron, and before I made my run, we were hopped by fighters. I made my run and got the devil out of there. It was a pretty screwed-up deal today, and the major who led the group can take a lot of the blame. I guess every squadron made a different run. Following the mission, the 6 survivors from Richard Adams's Pistol Packin' Mama bobbed in the current away from where they had crashed, approximately 20 miles northeast of Finschhafen. They tended their wounds while simultaneously staying alert for rescue aircraft as well as the Japanese, and sharks. Little of note occurred, and they continued to drift through the night. Remarkably, they spotted and retrieved the body of William Ball, one of the gunners who had been in the back of the bomber. The decision was made to not keep Ball's body in the already crowded raft, and they performed an ad hoc ceremony before returning him to the sea just before dawn. The following day, the men were alarmed at the sight of several fighters orbiting overhead. Alarm turned to relief when the aircraft were recognized as P-47s. There followed much arm-waving and other signaling, which the pilots returned with wing waggles. A short time later, the men were retrieved by a PT boat and returned to safety. The raid of December 1, 1943, achieved its objective of keeping pressure on the Japanese units on Wewak. A handful of aircraft were destroyed on the ground, as were buildings and material. Although only 3 B-24s were lost, the Japanese fighter pilots and anti-aircraft crews claimed a total of 10 American aircraft. Not to be outdone in the overclaiming department, The 348th's P-47 pilots claimed 4 enemy fighters destroyed, and the 90th's B-24 gunners put in a tally for 6 additional fighters. Japanese records, which could very well have been wrong, admit to 0 losses for that day's combat. The 16-aircraft formation that hit Wewak that day was small, even tiny, when compared to the raids then being mounted against the Germans on the other side of the globe. It should be considered, however, that although only 3 B-24s were lost on the raid, those 3 aircraft constituted almost 17% of the attacking force. It was a loss rate that was not sustainable by any air force, and it is fortunate that such losses were not a regular occurrence. Gordon Manuel and Owen Geertsen and their native friends were still pressing through the jungle on New Britain Island as they searched for the Coast Watchers' camp. They reached the bank of the Mavello River near its mouth, and after regarding its breadth and depth for a moment, Manuel suggested they wade across. His native friend frowned as he considered the notion, then bent down and tossed a rock into the current. Nothing happened, and the man picked up a larger rock and threw it into the water. Immediately, a large shark broke the surface and gnashed at the current where the rock had entered the water. An instant later it rolled, flashed its white belly skyward, and then dived away. As the other men reflexively stepped back from the riverbank, the native hurled another rock at a long, dark object at the water's edge. It thrashed away, revealing itself as a big crocodile. The native looked at Manuel. Manuel looked at Geertsen. Then they both looked at the beaming native, laughed, and headed upstream to a narrower point where they lifted a log across to the other bank. Especially careful of their footing, they crossed their makeshift footbridge, thereby foiling the sharks and crocodiles of the Mavello. Later that day, Gordon's native guides rushed him and Geertsen from the road on which they had been traveling. There were Japanese troops coming from the opposite direction. Prone in the brush next to Geertsen, who likewise pressed his body down into the ground, Gordon tightened his grip on his rifle and watched the road. Although he could hear the relaxed gabbling of the Japanese soldiers, he could not yet see them. He knew that all around him, invisible in a way that he could never hope to emulate, were the native men who made up the rest of the group. And then, there they were. A squad of uniformed Japanese strolled idly on the road in no particular order and without any obvious purpose. They certainly weren't looking for the 2 Americans. Manuel felt Geertsen's body tense and saw him ease his face against his rifle's stock as he took aim. Manuel grabbed Geertsen's shoulder and shook his head when the other man looked at him. They might very well kill several of the enemy soldiers, but doing so would cause the Japanese to flush the area with troops to find and capture them. It was best to let them pass. Both men watched the Japanese walk out of sight. Shortly afterward, their idle chit-chat faded from earshot. A moment later, Manuel's native friends stepped from their hiding places, and the group resumed its trek. A few days later, near the end of November 1943, Manuel stopped on a signal from his native friend. He was tired, scratched, and bruised, and his feet were bleeding. Carefully, without making any noise or sudden movements, he took in his jungle surroundings. And there, right in front of him, was a man in uniform. It was Alan Roberts, the Australian coast watcher. Manuel was excited and happy to finally meet the man. Roberts had been on the island for about a month and was gracious in welcoming Manuel and Geertsen. The Australians and their own native helpers were comparatively well provisioned and, more importantly, had a radio. Roberts used that radio to pass the news that both Manuel and Geertsen were alive and well. He used it again about a week later to pass similar news when natives brought 2 more recently downed Americans, P-38 pilots. These were Edward Zarnecki and Carl Planck. Although Zarnecki had been flying missions for only a few months, he had already been credited with 6 aerial victories. He had gone down on October 23rd after an engagement with enemy fighters. A member of the 475th Fighter Group, Zarnecki was spotted going down by his comrade Charles Ratajski, who was cruising down the New Britain coast at 10,000 feet, hunting for enemy aircraft. "I noticed aircraft near the water," Ratajski said. "There were 2 aircraft about 200 yards from each other. One was a P-38, the other a single-engine airplane which looked like a Zero. The P-38 was easily recognizable, while the other aircraft was not. Ratajski peered down at the two aircraft skimming just above Wide Bay. There were no Allied single-engine aircraft around, so it must have been a Zero, Ratajski said. I watched them, and after about 30 seconds, both of them landed intact in the water. Both of the pilots got out of the airplanes. The P-38 pilot seemed to be waving something white. The other pilot, Karl Planck, had been credited with 2 aerial victories. He flew for the 49th Fighter Group and was part of a formation escorting B-25s on the mission to Rabaul on November 2, 1943. His flight ran into heavy anti-aircraft fire and flew into clouds to avoid it. When he flew clear of the clouds, the rest of his flight was nowhere to be seen. But he spotted an enemy fighter, a Zero, and immediately attacked, setting it afire with 3 bursts. Seconds later, he made a head-on pass with another Zero. His gunfire apparently killed the pilot, as the aircraft's guns ceased firing. Planck kept firing, intent on exploding the enemy fighter. However, he pressed the attack too close and smashed into his target, essentially destroying his left engine and damaging the left boom and vertical stabilizer. His aircraft crippled, Planck dived away to escape other enemy fighters in the area. Unable to return to Dobodura, he put the aircraft down in the water not far from where Manuel had come ashore so many months earlier. Although he had smashed his head, he was otherwise unhurt, and friendly natives led him to Alan Roberts. Manuel's native friends were nervous and not nearly so excited about joining with the Coast Watchers. He soon learned the reason. Roberts had been the chief constable at Rabaul, and his second-in-command, Malcolm English, had also been part of the Australian law enforcement organization. Essentially, both men had been in a position of power over the native population and were not particularly beloved. Nevertheless, there was no significant friction between the natives and the Australians. Rather, it was Manuel who became frustrated. Although he got along well with Malcolm English and with the third Australian, David McAvoy, who had recently seen combat in North Africa, he believed that Roberts was too cautious. Over the course of a month, the Australians spooked and ordered the movement of their camp 3 different times at great effort. The radio equipment and its batteries alone weighed nearly half a ton. Moving it and all the other gear up and down through the brush and jungle, often in the rain, was difficult and exhausting. Manuel thought the moves were unnecessary and too hard on everyone. Roberts himself was sick with dysentery. To be fair, Roberts had reason to be nervous. The Japanese would torture and murder them if they were caught. The 2 men clashed, but Roberts was in charge, and Manuel did as he was asked or directed. Ultimately, Manuel maintained a degree of distance from Roberts, which helped reduce the prickliness of their relationship. Airdrops by B-24s helped ease the situation at Christmas time, 7 months after Manuel had been shot down. Aside from supplies needed by the Coast Watchers, Manuel personally received new boots, uniforms, a carbine, and, best of all, letters from his squadron. He was excited. Barring a disaster such as discovery by the Japanese, he could expect a submarine to spirit him and his comrades back to friendly hands sometime soon. Moreover, Manuel's spirits were likely buoyed by news of developments on New Britain. The heightened number of air raids over Rabaul, he had seen and heard them, had already given him reason to believe the Allies were gaining the upper hand, but he likely grew doubly excited when American forces came ashore at Arroway on the southwest coast of New Britain on December 15, 1943. Granted, Arroway was 150 miles or more from his location, but it was good news regardless. The additional news that the Marines had landed on the western end of New Britain at Cape Gloucester on December 26th was icing on the cake. Although Manuel didn't know it, these landings were part of Operation Cartwheel, the effort to neutralize Rabaul. That Rabaul still needed neutralizing was indicated by the fact that air units based there opposed both landings, especially that at Cape Gloucester, with a great deal of vigor. Fortunately, the 5th maintained air superiority over both locations, and neither landing was ever jeopardized. All sorts of units were required to keep the 5th Air Force functional. These included engineering, medical, and support organizations, among others. These performed their duties with varying degrees of competence and went more or less unheralded. Such was the case even with a few of the 5th's flying units. One of these, the 418th Night Fighter Squadron, had arrived in New Guinea at the end of 1943. It operated a mix of about 10 P-70s, which were A-20s equipped with radars and otherwise modified for night operations. It also flew a smaller number of P-38s, 2 of which had likewise been kitted out as night fighters. Equipped and trained as it was, the group was a bit of an odd duck, not assigned to any overarching fighter group, but instead reporting directly to the 5th Air Force's Fighter Command. The P-70's radar was problematic to maintain, which made it difficult to conduct training. The small number of aircraft, of 2 different types, also hindered the air crews as they struggled to keep their flight currency. Moreover, the 418th wasn't getting much attention from anyone that mattered, as there wasn't enough damage being caused by the few Japanese night raiders to warrant the unit receiving top priority for parts, material, equipment, and personnel. Indeed, the 418th had only about a dozen or so of its mixed bag of aircraft ready to fly on any given day. Consequently, the squadron's achievements during its first few months of operations were not noteworthy, and it had shot down only 1 Japanese dive bomber, and that was achieved with a P-38 during daytime. The fact was that the number of Japanese aircraft that the 418th destroyed was far less than the number of its own aircraft that it destroyed in accidents. An example occurred on April 9, 1944, when Richard Ferris took off from Finschhafen in a P-47 for what the squadron described as a test-hopping flight. As the 418th didn't operate P-47s, the reasons for him at the controls of one can only be guessed at. Regardless, the aircraft exploded as it climbed through 5,000 feet, and what was left of it plummeted earthward. Ferris tried desperately to escape as the wreck fell, inverted. He finally slipped free of things. They were flying the pudgy P-47. Where the P-38 was fast and exotic, the P-47 was only fast. Rather than exotic, it looked like a Sunday roast with wings. But it was effective, as evidenced by Gerald Johnson's encounter report of December 10, 1943. It described a fight which took place over Guisap between the 4 P-47s he led and 8 K-61 Tonys. Johnson spotted the enemy fighters several thousand feet below. The Tonys were dark in color, he noted, and had red roundels on the wings and fuselage. They appeared to be old planes as the surfaces of the wings were shiny where the paint had worn off. Johnson led his flight in a diving attack, but their speed built up so quickly that they had no time to fire their guns. The enemy fighters scattered, and individual dogfights developed during which Johnson made head-on attacks. "I hit one Tony in the engine," Johnson said, "and it started burning. The pilot bailed out, and an Australian patrol shot him on the ground." Less successful were Raymond Swift and Ralph Wandry, whose guns would not fire. "I was hit once in the left wing," said Wandry. "I made 2 more feints at Tony's which broke away before firing. I then left the combat and came home." The episode probably did little to endear the P-47 to the 2 men. Many units wrote and printed newsletters for their men. They were nothing fancy, but were a means of promulgating necessary information as well as gossip within the unit, news of new babies and such. They also included corny jokes and other humor. Some of the writers adopted made-up names and bylines, which added much-needed color. One wag, who called himself Jasbo of New Dubuque, contributed to the 36th Fighter Squadron's newsletter and addressed the censoring of letters home. It was a tedious task, the value of which was questioned not only by the letter writers, but also by those responsible for doing it, usually officers assigned for short stints. Jasbo commented, "The intelligence officer is clamping down on censorship, so fellas, don't get any wild ideas in your letter writing. So please don't mention the number of planes we have in commission, or compare this place with Moresby, Milne Bay, or Nadzab. And another thing, use of vile words, lewd phrases, etc., is strictly snafu, so don't write shit, fuck, or any similar prolific phrases. Jasbo also took a jab at the system, or lack of a system, which determined the requirements for the award of military decorations. It had been a contentious topic ever since such awards were first conceived, and that contentiousness persisted during World War II in New Guinea. During the early fighting, men were decorated for actions that would have received only passing notice later. Moreover, the awards process was cumbersome, and men frequently received medals a year or more after the event for which they earned them. Jasbo's humor was telling. In answer to repeated inquiries concerning the awarding of medals to pilots and men of this command, Jasbo has taken down the musty files and come up with some sensational reports. To wit, if you want to wear a Distinguished Flying Cross, go out and shoot down 5 enemy aircraft, or 3 enemy aircraft in one combat. No more of this box-top stuff, that is 25 missions for an air medal, an additional 50 for a DFC. If you prefer a Silver Star, do something gallant on the field of battle. Shoot a Jap or shoot one of our cooks. And if you really desire to wear the Medal of Honor, shoot 2 cooks. Less humorous was the experience of John Hennebrey of the 3rd Bomb Group. He had taken a major general from MacArthur's staff on a reconnaissance flight over the northern coast of New Guinea. They went only as far as Lai, which was already in Allied hands. Essentially, it was nothing more than an airplane ride. Not long after, Hennebrey was congratulated by a friend for being awarded the Distinguished Service Cross, which was eclipsed in importance only by the Medal of Honor. Hennebrey declared that he had received no such honor. His friend was confused, as he had been aware that Hennebrey's passenger, the Major General, had been awarded the Distinguished Service Cross for the mission, and reasonably assumed that Hennebrey, who actually flew and commanded the mission, had received the same award. Although Japanese air units in New Guinea were increasingly hard-pressed during late 1943 and early 1944, they also delivered newsletters of a sort. These were propaganda leaflets that they dropped on Allied positions, usually at night. One cartoon leaflet in particular sought to sow discord between American and Australian servicemen. It started with a frame that showed an American having sex with an Australian woman. The next frame showed an Australian soldier pursuing a Papuan woman through the brush. The message was that while the Australians fought and died in the faraway stink and heat of New Guinea's jungles, the Americans were taking their wives and girlfriends to bed. Of course, the Americans were doing plenty of the same sort of fighting and dying as the Australians, but the message was wrapped around a kernel of truth. The Allies also dropped leaflets. Because flying was flying, men sometimes died in the doing. The 110th Reconnaissance Squadron sent 4 P-39s to the area west of Madang and Alexishofen on February 16, 1944. The pilots carried the leaflets in the cockpit with them and simply tossed them overboard through a window. The P-39 had hand-cranked windows much like an automobile. While dumping his leaflets, one of the pilots, Paul Swanson, left the rest of the flight in the vicinity of Ulugum Plantation and motored at very low altitude for the nearby coastline, gradually losing height as he did so. There was no indication that his aircraft had been hit by anti-aircraft fire or that he was in any sort of distress. The P-39 finally disappeared below the treetops and disintegrated in a fiery explosion. Leaflets were found in the air intake scoops of 2 of the other aircraft when their pilots landed. The scoop, mounted atop the fuselage directly behind the cockpit, provided cooling air to the engine. It was almost certain that many of the leaflets Swanson tossed overboard were caught by his aircraft's air intake scoop. His engine, choked of the air it needed, overheated and failed. Unable to climb high enough to bail out or fly far enough to reach the sea, Swanson was doomed to crash into the trees. That no one considered such a hazard when the pilots were sent on the mission simply underscored the hurried nature of operations and the inexperience of the men who ordered, supported, and executed those operations. 25. I don't remember a lot being made of it. Gordon Manuel had been hiding from the Japanese on New Britain Island for more than 8 months. Now, on the evening of February 5, 1944, after having bid farewell to his native friends and protectors, he spotted the submarine that sat just offshore of Open Bay. With him were Geertsen, Planck, Zarnecki, and a contingent of coast watchers, to include Alan Roberts, who was ill and under orders to evacuate. After so much time running and hiding, and having finally recovered from his wounds, Manuel trembled with anticipation. At the same time, he was sick with worry that catastrophe would strike just as his rescue was imminent. It did not. Still, it took all his willpower to keep from shouting at the figures who paddled the two rubber boats toward shore. Desperate to escape the island, he silently urged them to hurry. The minutes felt like hours before they eased through the surf and splashed ashore. They were sailors, 4 of them, from the submarine Gato. Manuel and his comrades rushed them, but celebrated only a moment or two before helping to lift the rubber boats back into the water and climbing aboard. Manuel's anxiety lifted incrementally with each paddle stroke that took them farther into the bay. They were through the surf line, that much closer to the waiting submarine, when one of the sailors exclaimed and pointed back toward the shore. Manuel looked and saw a flashlight, blinking in their direction. His stomach somersaulted when the sailors spun the boats around and started paddling back toward the light, back toward the terrifying green hell of a prison that was the Japanese-held island. Once ashore, they were approached by 3 men, 2 Australians and an American. The Australians, flying a Boston, had been shot down 3 months earlier while strafing. The American was shot down by a Ki-45 near Rabaul while piloting his F-4, an unarmed photo reconnaissance variant of the P-38. The merciless nightmare that Manuel was living continued to torment him. Instead of immediately putting back into the water, the group was compelled to wait. A pair of sailors had disappeared into the dark. A shout was raised, but there was no answer. Manuel was beside himself with apprehension, as the risk of being discovered by the Japanese was still very real. Finally, the 2 missing men trudged grudgingly back up the beach from where they had been looking for mementos. Manuel was incredulous at their carelessness, at their failure to understand that they were endangering the lives of everyone in the group. Happily, the Japanese failed to show, and an hour or so later, Manuel and the rest of the group were safely aboard the Gato. Excited and unable to sleep, Manuel showered, ate a hearty meal, and explored the submarine. He spent the rest of the night on the deck and watched the sea and the stars as the boat sailed on the surface toward friendly waters. At dawn, he went below as the Gato submerged to hide from enemy aircraft. Manuel was safe. Weeks later, following an interview with a much-impressed Kenny, he returned to the States. William Felch of the 38th Bomb Group's 823rd Bomb Squadron leaned forward and looked across his co-pilot at the B-25 flown by John DeFilippo. When I first saw the plane, it came up abrupt. The fuselage burst into flame from the front to the full length of the fuselage, with most of the flame in the forepart of the ship. The wheels lowered to about halfway, and the bomb bay doors were open. The plane started to roll away, Felch said, from my ship into almost a vertical position and disappearing into the smoke over the target. I am of the opinion that the plane crashed immediately. No one saw DeFilippo's aircraft crash because the smoke and fire and flying debris over Kavieng, New Ireland, was so dense. The pilots of the different waves of B-25s that roared low over the town and harbor that afternoon, February 15, 1944, were forced at intervals to use their instruments to maintain straight and level flight. The crews felt their aircraft lifted by rushes of scorching hot air created by the conflagrations that once were supply dumps, fuel storage points, warehouses, and the aircraft of their comrades. Anti-aircraft fire of all calibers laced through it all, adding to the terror. Kavieng, a major Japanese air and naval base and supply point, sat at the northwestern tip of New Ireland, only about 150 miles northwest of Rabaul. The initial plans for Operation Cartwheel targeted Kavieng for seizure, just as had been the case for Rabaul. But MacArthur and Kenny and other Allied leaders realized that Kavieng, again, much like Rabaul, could be effectively neutralized by air and sea, thereby saving men, equipment, and time. The 5th Air Force's mission that day was a major part of that neutralizing. Prior to that, Kavieng had received only passing attention, although B-24s were sent against it during the preceding few days. However, this particular mission was intended to eviscerate the Japanese. The 3rd Bomb Group's A-20s opened the day's fighting with attacks against shipping in Kavieng Harbor. It cost them 3 aircraft and crews. One of those A-20s was flown by William Pearson. In the confusion of the attack, he followed another A-20 too closely, and when a bomb from that aircraft exploded, his right engine was hit. Pearson immediately shut the engine down and feathered its propeller, but the fire continued. Squadron mate Craigie Crayenbuell spotted Pearson and together with his flight leader chased him down. The two of them separated and pulled up on both sides of the stricken bomber in order that they might give him some sort of assistance. As we drew abreast of Lieutenant Pearson, Crayenbuell said, his right wing hit the water, and the ship cartwheeled wing over wing and broke into about 3 or 4 pieces. Crayenbuell and his flight leader circled the wreckage 3 times but could see no survivors. B-24s followed the A-20s and pounded the airfield and the town from high altitude. But the killing blow was to be delivered by a force of 28 B-25s from the 38th Bomb Group and 47 more from the 345th. They were covered by an escort of P-38s. Not counting a 345th bomber that crashed on takeoff, killing all its crew, John DeFilippo's aircraft was only the first of several more B-25s lost that day. The aircraft flown by Eugene Benson of the 38th Bomb Group's 71st Bomb Squadron was hit in the left engine, which immediately caught fire. At the same time, the aircraft's landing gear extended partially, and the crew felt the B-25 slow and roll into unbalanced flight. Benson's navigator activated the engine's fire extinguisher, while Benson and his co-pilot, William Smith, fought to maintain control of the aircraft. The flames did go out momentarily. However, the tire, which shared the wing's nacelle with the engine, burst into flames, and the engine caught fire again. In truth, it didn't matter whether or not the left engine was burning, because the rest of the aircraft was consumed by fire. Benson and Smith turned away from Kavieng and prepared to put the aircraft down. In the meantime, the crew's tail gunner, at risk of being cooked alive, leaped from the aircraft. His parachute opened just before he reached the water. He was never seen again. Benson and Smith did their best to align the aircraft's course parallel with the sea's swells, which were running at more than 10 feet. They cut the good engine and successfully dropped the aircraft into a trough between 2 waves, and the aircraft jolted quickly to a stop. The force of the water was such that the radio man, who had been horrifically burned, was snapped out of the aircraft and drowned. Benson, Smith, and the navigator pushed themselves out and clear of the aircraft and into the water. They had no life raft, and Smith paddled back to the still-burning B-25, but was turned away by the flames. The 3 men clung to Smith's parachute and watched following flights of B-25s burst clear of the burning cyclone that had been Kavieng. Someone aboard one of those aircraft took them for the enemy and sprayed them down with .50 caliber machine gun fire. Fortunately, he was a poor marksman. If the 38th Bomb Group's crews were blinded by smoke and fire, the men of the 345th Bomb Group, which followed the 38th, were blinded even more. Debris was blasted as high or higher than the 345th's aircraft flew, and the explosions from the bombs they dropped sent more into the air. When the last of the B-25s left Kavieng behind, there was little of value that was not burning. But it hadn't been cheap. Aside from the 3 A-20s lost by the 3rd Bomb Group and the 2 B-25s lost by the 38th Bomb Group, the 345th lost 4 more. One of them went down when a fuel pump exploded so violently that it blew both wings from the aircraft. Another of the 345th's aircraft disappeared still under control, but with an engine out. 2 others went into the water not far from Kavieng. Nathan Gordon, a PBY pilot with VP-34, was assigned with his crew to cover the mission to Kavieng that day. Orbiting a safe distance away with a covering flight of P-47s, he received notice there were crews in the water. Despite being awed by the smoke and fire rising from Kavieng, he nevertheless pointed his aircraft directly at it. Spotting a life raft and marker die, Gordon weighed the risk of putting down into the heavy swells and potentially destroying his aircraft against rescuing a downed crewman. He had never landed in seas so high. Not wanting to leave a man behind, he settled the PBY onto the water as gently as he could, but was rewarded by a popping crack as seams in the hull were ripped apart. While his crew worked to plug the gaps through which the water rushed, he motored the flying boat across the heaving waves to the raft. There was no one in it. Gordon coaxed his damaged aircraft airborne again, and, aided by 2 B-25 crews from the 345th Bomb Group, made 3 more landings to rescue 3 more crews, including Benson, Smith, and their navigator. All the crews were within range of Japanese mortar, cannon, and machine gun fire, and Gordon and his crew and their aircraft were bracketed by explosions and gunfire, while the B-25s made strafing runs against the enemy positions or kept tabs on other downed crewmen. Here, the massive swells worked to the PBY crew's favor, as they lifted the big aircraft up where Gordon and his crew were easily targeted, and then seconds later dropped them out of sight. Each man in the water was desperately exhausted, and most were wounded. With the waves tossing the aircraft almost out of control at times, Gordon risked chopping them to pieces with the PBY's propellers, and once was forced to shut down both engines as enemy fire dropped atop them. Gordon's men, working against the waves and throwing and hauling rescue lines, exhibited almost superhuman strength as they wrestled each man, most of them waterlogged dead weight, into the aircraft. The rescued men fell onto the decking of the PBY almost delirious with joy at having been pulled to safety. And then, once the aircraft got airborne, presumably for home and safety, grew just as urgently sick with fear and dread as Gordon descended back within range of the enemy guns and landed atop the aircraft-breaking swells to recover other men. The rescue of each man was a standalone feat of heroism. Gordon and his men pulled 15 downed flyers from the water at Kavieng. It was an act of comradely devotion and duty seldom rivaled. For his actions that day, Nathan Gordon was awarded the Medal of Honor, and each member of his crew was recognized with the Distinguished Service Cross. Throughout the Pacific, PBY crews rescued hundreds of downed airmen. But doing so wasn't as simple as flying to a certain point, landing, and hauling them aboard. In fact, the missions were often quite complex and demanded the consideration of a number of factors. Actually finding a man or crew in the water was perhaps the most difficult task. The distances involved and areas covered could be huge, and accurately determining locations was difficult. A lone pilot in a fighter trying to pinpoint the location of a downed squadron mate in the middle of the sea was likely to be less accurate than a trained navigator aboard a big bomber. The PBY crews used various search patterns to maximize their chances, but fatigue was a constant enemy as the crewmen watched the water for hours on end, and often without success. Moreover, a life raft was a tiny object, difficult to spot, and a man in the water without a life raft truly had little chance of being found. Additionally, the PBY crews often flew without fighter escorts. Fighters simply didn't have the endurance required to protect the big aircraft for hours and hours. And without escorts, the PBYs were vulnerable to enemy fighters. Although they were tough and carried defensive weapons, they were also slow and unwieldy. Moreover, they were vulnerable to ground fire, as had been the case with Nathan Gordon and his crew at Kavieng. And the simple act of landing on the water demanded multiple considerations, including wind direction and speed, wave sizes, orientation, and types, and the presence of hazards such as rocks or reefs. Perhaps most wrenching of all were the decisions the PBY pilots sometimes had to make. They faced dilemmas that were never presented to fighter pilots or bomber crews. There were instances when the PBY pilot had to decide whether or not to leave men in the water where they would endure an almost certain death. This was particularly the case when the weather or sea state was so bad that the PBY might be destroyed in a rescue attempt. There was little to do in those cases other than drop a raft or additional supplies. Pilot Albert Richards articulated this pain. "There is nothing more sickening than to see a guy shot down, make it into the sea, get out okay and into a raft, and cover him all the remaining daylight hours, knowing it is impossible to land, with 30 knots blowing and the consequent heavy seas. If you did try to land, you would only be risking the lives of 7 men to save 1. For years you wake up from a dream where you see him wave to you as it gets dark, and the next day you go back and find nothing." All that being said, the PBY crews could be as prone to accidents or mishaps as any others, as indicated by a mission summary narrative from the 38th Bomb Group's 71st Bomb Squadron. One of its B-25s was sent out in company with a PBY. On the morning of April 15, 1944, it noted, one B-25D1 took off at 07:55 from Nadzab to search for missing members of an A-20 believed to be forced down in the vicinity of Valif Island off the north coast of New Guinea. Eugene Benson piloted that B-25. "Because of our greater speed," he said, "we were able to make S-curves covering more area while keeping the Catalina in sight." Less than 3 hours later, Benson and his crew spotted a life raft with 2 men aboard, and the PBY crew quickly landed to recover the survivors. The weather was overcast, Benson remembered, and a rather stiff wind was blowing, and the Catalina had a difficult time getting airborne because of the heavy seas. It finally got off, but when about 50 feet up, it suddenly stalled and crashed into the sea, exploding into a huge fireball. Benson and his crew radioed this news, and another PBY was quickly dispatched. "We flew as low as possible to check the crash and could see some debris in the water, but no survivors. The second Catalina arrived, landed, and searched the area, but unfortunately with no better luck." The deaths of the PBY crew hit Benson particularly hard. He was one of the men rescued by Nathan Gordon and his crew at Kavieng on February 15th. The commitment of the Allies to do their utmost to rescue downed air crews was starkly different than that of the Japanese. A ranking Japanese fighter pilot admired the courage of the Allied rescue crews, noting that he and his fellow pilots thought them very brave. He reflected on the attitude of the Japanese leadership. They could not tolerate the possible loss of a large flying boat merely to effect the certain rescue of 1 aircrew. He additionally noted how his comrades accepted that attitude. Any man who was shot down and managed to survive by inflating his life raft realized that his chance for continued survival lay entirely within his own hands. Our pilots accepted their abandonment stoically. At any rate, the entire Japanese Navy failed to evince any great interest in rescue operations of this nature. There had been no Japanese fighter opposition over Kavieng during the big strike on February 15, 1944, but one of the escort pilots still managed to score that day. The nation's leading ace, Richard Bong, was flying a P-38 with the 49th Fighter Group's 9th Fighter Squadron. Flying on his wing was his good friend and another high-scoring ace, Thomas Maguire. There were no enemy air sightings and nil interception over the target area during the attack, Bong said. However, on the return flight, he spotted a Ki-61, a Tony, on a course for Rabaul. "I made a 180-degree turn to the left and started after him." Bong and Maguire raced after the enemy pilot, who showed no indication that he was aware he was being stalked. It is likely he never knew until the last few seconds of his life. "At about 75 yards, said Bong, I opened fire and observed the enemy plane to blow up in mid-air and crash into the water." The dead enemy pilot was the 22nd of an eventual 40 victims claimed by Bong. Kenny enjoyed positive publicity nearly as much as MacArthur, and he was especially pleased when it was catalyzed by the performance of his men. During World War II, there wasn't much that generated more publicity in the context of air combat than did the idea of the ace, a fighter pilot who shot down 5 or more enemy aircraft. The concept was born in the skies of World War I and indirectly popularized by air heroes such as Billy Bishop, Raoul Lufberry, Eddie Rickenbacker, and Manfred von Richthofen, the Red Baron. Following the war, the flying ace became a staple of comic books such as G8 and his Battle Aces, Flying Aces, and Sky Aces. An ace race enabled, if not created, by Kenny was well underway in the skies of New Guinea by early 1944, and it was well covered by the press. The competition included Richard Bong, Thomas Maguire, Thomas Lynch, and Neil Kirby. All were P-38 pilots except Kirby, who commanded the all P-47 348th Fighter Group but was moved by Kenny to a staff job in November 1943. Kirby chafed at the assignment but still managed to get himself into combat. Kenny, then the commanding general of the 4th Air Force in the United States, had saved Bong's flying career in early 1942 before either had shipped overseas. Bong got himself in trouble for flying his P-38 down San Francisco's Market Street, among other low-level aerial hijinks. Kenny chewed the young man up, but admired his spirit and saved him from severe discipline. Bong proved to be a superb combat aviator and quickly racked up aerial victories. Kenny kept an eye on him. Never given a squadron command, his assignments as an instructor were such that he could fly almost whenever he wanted. Both Lynch and Maguire started flying combat in the P-39, Maguire in the Aleutians. Both were strong personalities and well respected, and both scored steadily after transitioning to the P-38. At the start of 1944, all 4 pilots vied to become the first USAAF pilot to match and exceed Eddie Rickenbacker's World War I record of 26 aerial victories. However, Neil Kirby was killed by a Ki-43 pilot near Wewak on March 5, 1944. He bailed out, but died of his wounds as he hung in his parachute from a tree. At the time, he had been credited with 22 enemy aircraft downed in air combat. Only 3 days later, on March 8th, Thomas Lynch was killed while strafing barges with Bong near Itape. His aircraft was hit by anti-aircraft fire, and he climbed to gain altitude but wasn't high enough for his parachute to deploy when he jumped. His remains were never recovered. He had 20 enemy aircraft to his credit. Joe Forster was a 9-victory ace who flew P-38s with the 475th Fighter Group. Notwithstanding the hullabaloo about who was the top-scoring ace, he believed that it wasn't something that most of the pilots aspired to. "I don't remember a lot being made of it," he said, though we all had grown up with stories from World War I aces. Most of us wanted to get to the fight, mix it up by making a couple of passes, and take whatever shots we could, then go home so we could do it again another day. When you got that 5th confirmed, somebody might buy you a drink and say, "Congratulations, ace," but otherwise that was about it. Certainly, credit must be given to the high scorers, and their achievements should be acknowledged. On the other hand, it should be recognized that it was the average fighter pilots in the aggregate who did most of the killing, and who did the yeoman's work of protecting the bomber crews, and who were good teammates, just as the high-profile aces were. "You didn't judge most guys by their victory score," said Forster. "Mainly, you wanted to fly with people you trusted, who were good pilots and would be there when you needed them." 26. Everyone except MacArthur looked skeptical. Following a period of extensive air attacks, the Allies launched an amphibious assault on February 29, 1944, against Los Negros in the Admiralties, which sat about 275 miles north of New Guinea's Huon Peninsula. Manus, the largest of the Admiralties, was also seized, and the campaign was over by the end of May. By this time, Allied air superiority in the region was unchallenged, and the final outcome of the fight for the Southwest Pacific was really never in question. The capture of the Admiralties was the final element of Operation Cartwheel and completed the neutralization of Rabaul and Kavieng, and even, to a degree, Truk. The number of lives saved by neutralizing those bases rather than attempting to take them is difficult to quantify, but it was considerable. Moreover, as a naval base, the Admiralties offered an excellent fleet anchorage with good infrastructure. Likewise, its airfields extended the reach of Allied air units. As formidable as it might have been following its seizure and development by the Japanese in December 1942, Wewak had never achieved its objective of bottling up the Allied advance westward across the top of New Guinea. Instead, it had been a place where Japanese aircraft and crews were sent to be destroyed and killed before they had an opportunity to do the Allies any real harm. But in early 1944, the Japanese expended considerable resources to lift Wewak from the ashes. Anticipating Allied assaults at Hansa Bay, and even Wewak itself, more than 150 aircraft were moved into the complex. Consequently, the 5th Air Force looked to drive a stake into the heart of the enemy stronghold with a string of powerful raids during March 1944. Heavy bombers and strafers, escorted by fighters, wrecked the place over again, repeating the work they had done the previous year. But the defending Japanese Army fighter pilots, flying Ki-43s and Ki-61s, proved remarkably resilient, even downing and killing leading ace and P-47 pilot Neil Kirby. Aerial combat was regular, intense, and costly. Nevertheless, Kenny had more and better resources. Many of those resources were airborne on March 15, 1944. Among them were 16 P-47s from the 49th Fighter Group's 9th Fighter Squadron, which were escorting a B-24 strike. They encountered Ki-61 Tonys and Ki-43 Oscars. William Heisman was part of a flight that was attacked by a single Ki-61 that was painted black on top and silver on the bottom. The Tony made a tail pass at our flight and made a diving right turn, Heisman said. The P-47s dropped their external fuel tanks and dived after the Japanese fighter. I followed the Tony down to 2,000 feet and gave him a long burst. The Tony started to smoke and split est into the water. Fred Helterline's experience was less positive. Part of the same flight as Heisman, he stuck with his flight leader until he split away to cover Heisman's attack on the Tony. I left to rejoin, he said, and turned out to sea to get a little altitude. 2 P-47s shot at me and scored several hits before I could call them off. Shaken but unhurt, Helterline returned safely to base. Worse was the fate dealt to Warren Danson, a P-38 pilot with the 8th Fighter Group's 36th Fighter Squadron. His wingman, James McLaughlin, recalled that enemy fighters were spotted ahead and below them. Captain Danson dropped his tanks and made 2 passes at the enemy. My engines were not functioning properly. However, I stayed with him as much as possible. Following his second pass at the enemy, Danson leveled his wings and went into a descent. I attempted to follow him, McLaughlin said, but due to loss of power in both engines was unable to keep him in sight. Danson was never seen again. Although it was costly to the Allies, it was clear to both sides that the Wewak complex could not endure such a heavy series of attacks indefinitely. But the Japanese hadn't given up entirely and sent a convoy to reinforce and resupply the complex at the same time the 5th Air Force was delivering its killing blows. Just after midnight on March 18th, 2 B-24s of the 43rd Bomb Group, newly equipped with airborne radar sets, discovered a destroyer northwest of Wewak. After straddling it with a pair of bombs and leaving it damaged, the 2 bombers continued west toward Hollandia and discovered a 6-ship convoy. They attacked and claimed 1 freighter sunk and another hit. On the way back to their base, they dumped their last bombs on the crippled destroyer, just for good measure. However, the convoy continued to Wewak, arriving in the early evening of March 18th. The freighters, 2 of them, were quickly emptied of their troops and cargoes before they hurried for Hollandia with an escort of 3 small submarine chasers the next morning, March 19th. They didn't go unnoticed, and a formation of 40 B-24s was diverted from its original target at Cape Borum and directed to hit the ships. Despite this seeming overkill, the bombers sank only one of the freighters, the Yakumo Maru. This lackluster showing was followed up by a force of 56 B-25s and 33 A-20s, with an escort of P-38s. It was more than enough to do the job a dozen times over. The Mitchells and Havocks fell on the hapless Japanese like a massive swarm of ill-coordinated hornets. Machine gun fire and bombs came at the enemy ships from every direction. That there were no mid-air collisions or aircraft shot down by friendly fire was a minor miracle. And happily for the Americans, it wasn't a fair fight. The 345th Bomb Group's 498th Bomb Squadron led the attack, and its report on the mission fails to capture the near chaos of the attack, but illustrates quite well the overwhelming firepower the force delivered. AP, airplane, 371 bombed the vessel identified as a Fox-Terror Charlie. 3 500-pound bombs dropped by AP-425 hit the superstructure of the ship. 2 1,000-pound bombs dropped by AP-371 hit at the waterline and on the bow, and 2 500-pound bombs dropped by AP-417 hit the stern of the ship. The vessel was smoking and listing as the planes pulled away, and the destruction was completed quickly by following squadrons. The vessel and the wreckage of the 2 escort vessels that were sunk were strafed. Pilot John Solok of the 3rd Bomb Group was also part of that raid. Picking out one of the freighters, he brought his A-20 down low over the water and pushed it as fast as it would fly. An anti-aircraft round smashed into his aircraft, disabling an engine. He nevertheless continued his attack to very close range, released his bomb, and pulled his aircraft skyward. He didn't pull soon and hard enough. His aircraft's wing and one of the propellers smashed into the ship's mast. The A-20 lurched noticeably and staggered away from the freighter. Solok's bomb smashed into the ship as he coaxed his aircraft away from the coastline. Behind him, squadron mate Wade Vukelic dropped his own bomb, just as Solok slammed into the ship. A geyser of water and flame and debris shot into the sky, and Vukelic instinctively ducked as he flew through it. Solok, meanwhile, tried to nurse his aircraft away from the water. However, having sustained so much damage, and flying on only one engine, and with no hydraulics and a bomb bay door that refused to close, the A-20 wouldn't stay airborne. Solok set it down in the water and managed to escape, but his gunner, Donald Bradley, drowned when the aircraft sank. After the 3rd Bomb Group returned to base, Vukelic's gunner checked the aircraft for damage and found a piece of paper stuck in one of the engines. Snatched mid-air from the debris cloud created when Solok stuffed his bomb into the Japanese freighter, the paper was a certification for satisfactory completion of repairs made to the Taiye Maru. It had been issued by the British Register Corporation for shipping and aircraft on November 30th, 1936. Solok wasn't found following the attack, but he was spotted in the water by John Hennebrey the following day. Hennebrey guided a PBY Catalina to his location, and Solok was safely recovered. For his trouble, Solok was given a week to recover in Australia before he returned to duty. Every ship and escort that made up the little convoy was sunk, and as they had done following the Battle of the Bismarck Sea the previous year, the American flyers strafed everything and everyone in the water. The devastation was so complete and the attack so overwhelming that the Japanese never again attempted to send a convoy to Wewak. And so Wewak died, finally. The runways at the 4 different airfields were pocked with unrepaired bomb craters. Battered husks of aircraft and pieces of aircraft sat scattered and unrepairable. Whatever men and aircraft that survived were ordered to fall back to Hollandia at the end of March 1944. And with supply lines essentially severed, there was little for the Japanese there to do other than tend the tiny gardens that kept them, only barely, from starving to death. The supply issues were made even more dire as surviving Japanese army units came out of the jungle and converged on the area. Just as Rabaul was isolated and powerless, so now was Wewak. And just as was the case at Rabaul, the Allies continued to send missions against Wewak to keep the Japanese from reconstituting their forces there. The next big Allied operation was the scheduled seizure of Hansa Bay, 90 miles east of Wewak. But with Wewak neutralized, Kenny and others considered that a greater return on the investment that had been made up to that point in men, material, and equipment could be achieved by putting aside the plan to take Hansa Bay. Instead, it was proposed to leapfrog both Hansa Bay and Wewak to seize the big Japanese air and naval complex at Hollandia. Kenny took the idea to MacArthur, who was convinced of its soundness even before Kenny stopped talking. It was an ambitious gambit. Hollandia was in Dutch New Guinea and sat approximately 220 miles west of Wewak. The Japanese were scrambling to transform it into a major air and naval complex, one that was capable of seriously challenging the Allied march west. They had tried and failed to do the same at Wewak, but if Japan was to have any hope of stopping the Allied advance, Hollandia was where it would have to happen. The Japanese flew aircraft by the hundreds into the three major airfields there, but there were issues. The aircraft were ferried by pilots who were then returned to the Philippines to retrieve more. The fact was that although Hollandia was becoming home to a tremendous number of aircraft, there weren't enough pilots to fly them all, nor were there enough mechanics, tools, or spare parts to maintain them. Moreover, the airfields had not been developed enough to handle all the aircraft. Because there weren't enough protective revetments, they were parked wing to wing in lines that were 2 or 3 deep. Although certainly aware that doing so was risky, the Japanese leadership was not unduly concerned, as Hollandia was outside the range of the 5th Air Force's fighters. And the 5th Air Force's bombers went nowhere without fighter protection. Kenny, who was responsible for establishing air superiority over Hollandia before any amphibious assault could take place, let the Japanese believe what they believed. He sent B-24s in 1s and 2s to raid Hollandia at night. These did little damage, but he didn't care, as he wanted the Japanese to be confident that they were all that the 5th Air Force could muster. At the same time, he sent strong raids against Hansa Bay and other targets to keep the Japanese distracted. Importantly, Kenny had recently received 58 new P-38s with additional internal wing fuel tanks, which gave them the range to escort the B-24s to Hollandia. But he wanted more of them and ordered his aircraft modification experts to fit the same sorts of fuel tanks to another 75 of the P-38s he already had on hand. In the meantime, he decreed that no P-38s were allowed west of Taji, near Aitape, which sat 125 miles east of Hollandia. He didn't want the Japanese to know that his fighters could range the airfields at Hollandia. Should they become aware of that, they might start dispersing their aircraft, consequently making it more difficult to find and destroy them. The Joint Chiefs of Staff approved the plan, while also canceling the seizure of the Japanese stronghold at Kavieng on New Ireland, 150 miles northwest of Rabaul. A target date of sometime between April 15th and April 20th was set for the seizure of Hollandia, dubbed Operation Reckless. Admiral Chester Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief, Pacific Ocean Areas, committed to supporting the amphibious assault with 2 fast carrier groups and a handful of escort carriers, but was concerned about the Japanese air units there. Nimitz, said Kenny, kept bringing up the threat of the Jap Air Force at Hollandia, and said that he didn't want to send his carriers to Hollandia with 200 to 300 Jap airplanes in there at the time he arrived. I promised to have them rubbed out by April 5th. Everyone except MacArthur looked skeptical, especially when I said I did not expect I would start to hit Hollandia before March 30th, when my long-range P-38s would be in position. Kenny was as good as his word. Escorted by P-38s, 65 B-24s, flying at medium altitude, dropped more than 14,000 parafrags on various targets on March 30th, 1944. Just as they had been at Rabaul, Wewak, and elsewhere, the parachute bombs proved to be especially effective, and the smoke from fuel and supply dumps, parked aircraft, and anti-aircraft positions rose black and heavy. Roughly 36 Japanese fighters rose to contest the strike, and 10 were claimed shot down. Not a single American aircraft was lost. The next day's strike was essentially a repeat of the first. A force of 68 B-24s protected by 70 P-38s hit the complex again with similar results. Some of the B-24s were loaded with heavy bombs, which cratered the enemy airfields. Again, Japanese fighters were engaged by the P-38 pilots, who claimed 14 aerial victories. The Fifth's losses on this date were a single P-38. Other strikes were flown in support of the Hollandia operations, but to other locations. One of these, on April 1, 1944, was a 6-aircraft mission by the 38th Bomb Group's 822nd Bomb Squadron. It was sent to make an unusual medium-altitude strike, rather than a low-level sweep, against enemy personnel and supply dumps on Tumlio Island, just a mile off the coast from Itape, where an amphibious assault, Operation Persecution, was scheduled for the same day as the landings against Hollandia. Tragedy struck the 822nd's little formation as it passed Taji, only a few miles from Tumlio. The life raft on the lead aircraft flown by Robert Payne broke free of its compartment and smashed into the left elevator. The aircraft careened wildly and then plunged earthward. The B-25 went out of control so violently that 3 of its 5 500-pound bombs broke free of their shackles and crashed through the bomb bay doors. While Payne and his co-pilot tried righting the aircraft, the other crew members struggled to keep from being battered to death. It is remarkable that Wesley Brown, the radio man, was able to throw himself clear and deploy his parachute. And then Payne regained control of the aircraft. He jettisoned the 2 remaining bombs and turned for home, while the rest of the squadron completed the mission. At the same time, Brown descended in his parachute directly into Japanese hands. After his capture, he was taken to the local headquarters, and an eyewitness account declared that the Japs beat him until he was senseless. He was beaten all through the night, and when he lost consciousness, water was thrown on him to revive him. Then he was beaten again. Brown's body was taken away the following day. Meanwhile, Kenny's photographic intelligence experts determined that the 2 strikes flown against Hollandia on March 30th and 31st had destroyed a combined total of 138 aircraft on the ground, with dozens more badly damaged. Kenny's men were kicking Hollandia apart before it even became operational. His staff planned a massive knockout blow for April 3, 1944. It was the largest raid Kenny's men had ever assembled, and included a combined total of 309 bombers and fighters and a handful of photo reconnaissance aircraft. The B-24s, 66 of them, targeted anti-aircraft positions with 1,000-pound bombs and were followed by 96 A-20s, who swept the 3 airfields at very low level to strafe and drop 100-pound parademolition bombs on parked aircraft. Sweeping up the mess were 76 B-25 crews who also strafed and dropped parafrags. P-38s ensured that the ineffectual Japanese fighter response stayed that way, claiming 25 of them. Again, as had been the case on March 31st, a single P-38 was the only loss that day. But other crews had close calls. Robert Best of the 345th Bomb Group's 498th Bomb Squadron brought up the rear of the formation. Flying at treetop level, he crested a ridge just prior to reaching Hollandia Airfield, and was immediately presented with a face full of Japanese fighter. A Ki-43 with 4 P-38s in hot pursuit was pointed directly at him. The enemy aircraft was only an eye blink away from smashing directly into his cockpit. In that brief instant, with the 2 planes closing at more than 500 miles per hour, the enemy pilot instinctively fired his guns and flashed past, only a few feet over the top of Best's aircraft. Rounds shattered the top turret and slammed into Best's left wing. The gunner, Frank Leach, was not critically injured, but was hurt badly enough to receive the Purple Heart. Behind Best was the 345th's 499th Bomb Squadron, led by Julian Baird. Just prior to reaching Hollandia Airfield, he ordered the squadron into a 9-aircraft line-abreast formation. The airfield, having already been hit by more than 100 A-20s and B-25s, was a mass of smoke and fire and dust. Speeding just above the ground at more than 200 miles per hour, he struggled to distinguish the enemy aircraft on the ground that had not already been wrecked from those that had. As did the rest of the squadron, he strafed the best-looking targets and dropped clusters of parafrags. At the far end of the airfield, the white blossoms of the 498th parafrag settled to the ground and detonated with black-orange bursts. Above and behind him he heard and felt the rattle of the turret and waist guns. Then the left engine was hit by anti-aircraft fire. Although it continued to put out power, it was smoking and the oil pressure dropped. Not wanting to disrupt his squadron's formation, Baird stayed in the lead position and angled toward the Cyclops airfield, where he continued to strafe and bomb. Once clear of that target, he turned the squadron toward Humboldt Bay, his attention fully directed on his bad engine rather than the enemy. After dodging a concentration of anti-aircraft fire, Baird feathered the engine and led the 499th east along the coast, climbing as he did so. Although there was no sign of fire, he knew he was not out of trouble. The single remaining engine was forced to work at higher power settings to keep the aircraft airborne, and at those higher power settings it was more likely to fail. Should it fail, he and his crew would be forced to bail out over enemy territory. Upon reaching Taji, he directed one of his flights of 3 to detach and return to the squadron's base at Nadzab. Past Alexishafen, where Australian soldiers were fighting that very day, he ordered the other flight to head for Nadzab. His 2 wingmen stayed with him until they all put down at the recently captured airstrip at Sidor. Once safely on the ground, he and his crew climbed aboard the other 2 aircraft and headed home. The Japanese air elements at Hollandia were effectively destroyed by the time the last 5th Air Force aircraft winged for home on April 3, 1944. The photographs indicated a total number of 288 wrecked and burned out aircraft, said Kenny. Congratulations came in from Admiral Nimitz, who, after all, had a right to be interested, along with a nice message from General MacArthur, which he sent to me uncoded so that even the Japs could read it. The raids against Hollandia continued, although there was little to no fighter resistance, and the airfields became secondary targets. The focus shifted to supply dumps and troop concentrations and anything that might oppose the coming assault. At the same time, missions were run against all manner of targets up and down the coast. Still, among them all, Hollandia remained most important. 27. Part of a burned body slipped from the B-25. Robert Hoon of the 38th Bomb Group leaned forward and peered through the shreds of clouds at the coastline. Wind-whipped waves, only a couple hundred feet below, leaped skyward. Rain throbbed hard against his aircraft, and gusts of wind bucked it harder. He knew that somewhere in that direction, just beyond the beach, was Sidor, a forward airfield. On his return flight from the strike against the Japanese air complex at Hollandia on April 16, 1944, the storm had not just broken his squadron apart, but had scattered the entire force of nearly 300 aircraft. He had lost contact with the other 2 members of his flight near Madang as they turned and descended through the clouds toward the water. Boiling thunderheads and lightning strikes lashed the crews with a fury the likes of which Hoon had never seen. Earlier, he and his co-pilot, Fred Rogers, had watched an out-of-control P-38 smash into the water. The pilot could not have survived. Hoon checked the aircraft's fuel and considered his options. He could continue down the coast toward Finschhafen, but there was no guarantee that the weather there would be any better than it was over Sidor. Or he could alter course slightly and divert to Gasmata on New Britain Island. It was 275 miles to the east and was probably, but not definitely, clear of the storm. Hoon peered toward the coast again and was discouraged by what he didn't see. Sidor was hidden by clouds. Nevertheless, a veteran of 35 missions, he decided to take his chances with the storm and make a play for the hidden airfield. He didn't relish a flight to Gasmata during which he would be racing his fuel tanks toward empty over the Bismarck Sea. Hoon rolled the control yoke of his B-25 to the right, toward the coast. It disappeared in the clouds, reappeared, and then was gone again. Hoon let the aircraft drop closer to the sea and leaned further forward to stare through the rain-washed windscreen. Rogers kept an eye on the aircraft's airspeed and altitude, and, like Hoon, looked for any sign of land. Both of them were startled when a P-38, landing gear down, flashed in front of them and was gone. The machine they flew didn't care about the near collision, and its two engines thrummed steadily, resolutely, through the storm. His wits on edge, Hoon called on the intercom to let the crew in the back of the aircraft know his plan. There was land. The aircraft crossed the beach where big breakers smashed white against the sand. And then the airfield was almost directly ahead. Hoon turned hard to set up for a landing, flying as low and as close to the airfield as he dared. He directed Rogers to lower the flaps and landing gear and to watch for rising terrain. He didn't want to smash into a hill while his eyes were padlocked on the runway. Reversing his turn, he lined his aircraft up for the approach, then completed the remainder of the landing checklist. Plane number 337, Hoon's, landed at Sidor at 1630 K, recorded the 405th's narrative report, when visibility was reduced to less than 1/2 mile. The plane collided on the runway with a P-38, actually an F-5, the photo reconnaissance version of the P-38, landing simultaneously from the opposite direction, and both airplanes were totally destroyed by the resulting fire. The pilot of the P-38, the pilot, Hoon, and navigator, William Barron, of our plane were killed in the crash. The co-pilot, Fred Rogers, the report continued, died the following day as a result of severe burns. The radio man, Joseph Carroll, and the gunner, M.E. Daniels, are confirmed to the hospital at Sidor, the radio man suffering from severe burns and the gunner suffering shock and lacerations received when he was thrown clear of the wreckage. Alfred Colwell was a crewman who had landed aboard a B-25 a short time earlier. He witnessed the crash. Somehow, one man got out of the B-25 okay, he said. Another was dragged out badly burned, died later. The others were cremated. There had already been several crashes, and aircraft and pieces of aircraft cluttered the runway. Still, crews were flying overhead that were low on fuel and had little choice but to attempt a landing. The A-20s began coming in anyhow, Colwell said. The first one almost missing the burning wreckage but clipped off a wing. The second blew a tire, his nose wheel collapsed, and he skidded through the burning planes. Both fellows got out okay. The crash crew at Sidor scrambled to make order out of the bedlam and hooked a cable onto a part of Hoon's aircraft that was not afire. The boys with the winches, Colwell said, walked right into the burning, exploding mess, hooked onto it, and dragged it from the strip. Part of a burned body slipped from the B-25. The day became known as Black Sunday because the Fifth's losses far exceeded those of any other day of the war. In total, 37 aircraft were lost or destroyed, and 54 pilots and crewmen were killed, and the Japanese were responsible for none of it. Weather did it. New Guinea's weather had exacted tribute from the flyers of both sides since the start of the war, but it had never taken so much as it did that day. The mission had already been delayed by weather during the previous couple of days and was postponed due to weather again that morning. But the date for the amphibious assault against Hollandia, April 22, 1944, was approaching, and the participating units were ordered to take off, despite the fact that conditions over the target were reported by weather reconnaissance aircraft as poor. The takeoff was accompanied by grumbling. Late afternoon thunderstorms were as predictable as sunrise at that time of year, and the delayed departure meant that the crews would be forced to pick their way home through thunderheads and showers. Their grumbling would have been more strident had they any understanding of the scale and ferocity of the yet-to-exist monster that would block their way home. Except that a few units overshot the target area and burned too much fuel, the mission was a success. Weather along the route and over the target was reasonable, and not a single aircraft was lost to anti-aircraft fire or fighters. Moreover, much of what remained in Hollandia that was worth hitting was hit. Altogether, it was little more than a long-range training exercise. The return leg started with an almost casual attitude. There being no indication of Japanese fighters, the P-38 pilots stunted around the bombers, showing off with mild aerobatics or flying close formation and waving at the crews. Of course, all this burned more fuel, but they had plenty to burn owing to the lack of air combat. And then, near Madang, there rose a mountainous mass of fearsome convective weather. As the different formations continued east toward the wall of thunderheads, it became apparent that they rose from the ground to an altitude higher than they could fly. Most of the aircraft turned over the water where they could descend below the weather without running into a mountain. The clouds were thick and the rain was heavy. Group formations fell apart and broke into squadron formations, which subsequently came apart into separate flights. And then individual aircraft were spit out of those flights, as Hoon and his crew had been. Although most crews made it back to their bases, a considerable number were compelled to land elsewhere, and it was several days before the 5th Air Force had an accurate accounting of where its aircraft and crews were. Of course, that accounting was incomplete, as many of the aircraft were simply missing and remain so to the present day. Rescue operations continued for some time after the mission. One of the recovered crews included A-20 pilot Charles Davidson and his gunner, John McKenna, of the 312th Bomb Group. Davidson became separated from the rest of his squadron and was unable to clear the weather. Out of fuel, he spotted a patch of kunai grass and decided to put his aircraft down. He gave McKenna the option of parachuting clear, but the gunner elected to stay with the aircraft. Davidson lowered full flaps, left the landing gear retracted, and set the aircraft down into the high grass. His flying was good, and neither he nor McKenna were hurt. Davidson destroyed the aircraft's radios, lest they somehow be recovered by the Japanese, then settled down with McKenna as dusk turned into night. "That night it started to rain," McKenna said, "so we slept in the plane. We had some candy, charms, and dry biscuits, only food in the plane." After an uncomfortable night in the cramped confines of their A-20, both men got up early. "We got out the parachutes," he said, "and smoke bombs for signaling in case anyone came over. During the morning, a P-47 came over and we set off a smoke bomb. The P-47 circled the area and dropped messages, but they fell in the trees and we could not recover them." The P-47 pilot stayed overhead the two flyers until relieved by a formation of A-20s. Like the P-47 pilot, the A-20 crews also dropped messages. And like the P-47 pilot, their aim was poor and neither Davidson nor McKenna recovered them. Later, another A-20 dropped supplies, as did a pair of B-24s, which showered the two men with food, blankets, a pair of rifles, a submachine gun, mosquito nets, coveralls, and gloves. A small liaison aircraft, an L-5, overflew them late in the afternoon and delivered a note which announced there were many Japs in the area and that they should move. They were instructed to move in the direction of another downed A-20 crew. Davidson and McKenna hurriedly broke camp with as much gear as they could carry. "At midnight," Davidson said, "there was a downpour. It was impossible to keep warm, and the water soon was over our heads at our campsite, so we found higher ground with water to our waists." Dodging voices that they suspected belonged to a Japanese patrol, the two men left their resting spot. They had lost their pistols and the submachine gun in the swamp, and their compass was eventually ruined. By the evening of April 18th, they were back at the crash site. It wasn't a safe place to be, as it was strafed by a pair of Japanese aircraft early the next morning. That day, April 19th, they were visited by several aircraft and instructed to use air-dropped machetes to cut an airstrip out of the kunai grass onto which an L-5 could land to extract them. Resupplied by more airdrops with food and 2 new carbines and other stuff, the two men worked hard on the airstrip for the next several days. They were eventful days, as the Japanese aircraft returned 2 more times to strafe their wrecked A-20, and friendly crews kept their morale up with more supplies. They also tried to assist the two men with their ad hoc airstrip. P-40s dropped 12 belly tanks, said Davidson, setting the grass afire, but rain put out the fire. An axe was dropped to them, and they were instructed to chop down a set of trees at the end of their little airstrip. It was eventually determined that the airstrip, soaked by repeated rains, could not be satisfactorily completed. The men were dropped a life raft and food and other supplies, and were directed to make for the Gogol River, a mile or so away. This they did and managed to paddle downstream about 5 miles before nightfall. They continued their journey on April 27th, more than 10 days since they had run out of fuel. "That morning we saw our first crocodile," said Davidson, "which was tremendous in size." The man-eater was only about 20 feet from the men when they saw it. "We shot at it and killed it with about 15 shots. We proceeded with caution and traveled slower thereafter." Almost continuously rain-soaked, Davidson and McKenna continued down the river for the next several days. Aircraft dropped a bigger 5-man raft for them. They transferred their gear to this larger craft and continued their journey. Rather than staying close to the bank, they chose to float down the center of the widening river because of the increasing number of crocodiles they encountered. Knowing the risk of alerting enemy patrols with gunfire, they still felt threatened enough to kill 2 more of the massive reptiles. Finally, at midday on May 1st, an L-5 dropped a message and more food. They were almost to the mouth of the river. Moreover, nearby Madang had been captured by the Australians. Once the 2 men reached the mouth of the river, the Australians would send a boat to recover them. Nearing the beach, the 2 men pulled their raft out of the water. "We found a deserted Jap camp, probably a headquarters because of the numerous telephone lines leading to it. There was about 30 or 40 Jap bodies in the area and decomposing. There was a bridge destroyed by bombs, a truck in the river, and 3 dead Japs on the shore. We reached the bay about 1400, and half an hour later were picked up by an Australian corvette." The rescue of Davidson and McKenna highlighted a great dichotomy between the capabilities and attitudes of the Allies and the Japanese. The Americans launched dozens of sorties and dropped considerable quantities of material to rescue the 2 men. It was expensive and time-consuming, and put wear and tear on aircraft that could have been used elsewhere. But it was something that the Americans had the will and morality to do, as well as the means. On the other hand, it was something the Japanese would have never done for their own crews, regardless of whether or not they had the wherewithal to do so. It is often said that successful people don't dwell on negatives. This applied to Kenny and the losses his unit sustained on April 16, 1944. Although he acknowledged that "it was the worst blow I took in the whole war," he spent only a paragraph addressing Black Sunday in his wartime memoir, which ran nearly 600 pages. Nevertheless, Kenny and his 5th Air Force must be given credit for their achievements at Hollandia. Supported by naval shore bombardment and aircraft from Nimitz's carriers, the Army's units encountered little opposition when they went ashore on the morning of April 22, 1944. During the next several days, only 152 men were killed. After the airfields had been secured, 380 burned and wrecked aircraft were counted. The great Japanese air complex at Hollandia was dead almost before it started operations. Other good news for the Allies at this time was the closure of the Huon Peninsula campaign. Australian units secured Madang and the surrounding area, including Alexishofen, at the end of April. Although considerable numbers of Japanese troops escaped overland to the northwest, many of them succumbed to disease, starvation, and exposure before linking up with other forces at Wewak, Hansa Bay, or elsewhere. It was about this time that the increased production of P-38s in the States made itself felt in New Guinea. The 49th Fighter Group's 9th Fighter Squadron had been made to give up its P-38s to the 475th Fighter Group following the fighting over Rabaul during late 1943. The squadron had been given P-47s in their place, and many men were not happy about it. The P-47s remained with the group for a short time only, recorded the group's historical narrative. And in April 1944, the 9th Squadron again was equipped with P-38s. The return to the twin-engine planes was welcomed by all pilots and crew chiefs who never became reconciled to the Thunderbolts. The Papuans had no interest in P-38s or P-47s, or in fact in the war, except for the hurt that it did them. They hadn't started it, they didn't understand what it was about, and they knew little of the two sides doing the fighting. Yet it was being fought on their land, and they were caught in the middle. And, as described by one man, they endured its savagery. "Another bad thing that happened to us during the war period," he said, was the Japanese soldiers raped and attempted to rape some of our women, and we couldn't do anything to them, so we had to run away as quickly as possible into the bushes to hide for our safety. Dislocated from their homes, he and his community struggled. We wandered into the bush too long, thinking how long until the war will be finished and saved our lives in the bushes, he said. One day we thought about going to the beach to get fish so that we would eat. We went to the beach, and while we were fishing in the river, within minutes an American warplane flew above us and dropped a bomb and fired machine guns, killing 6 and injuring 4 of our people. The Japanese regularly moved into Papuan villages, sometimes staying for weeks or more at a time, other times passing through for only a few days or less. The Papuans had little say in the matter and either fled or made nice with the Japanese and stayed put. Experiences varied. The Japanese sometimes went on rampages during which they murdered and raped. At other times and locations, they exhibited tolerance toward the natives, if not respect. Regardless, the Allies wanted to kill the Japanese wherever they might be. Consequently, the 5th Air Force regularly sent bombers to strafe and bomb villages which were suspected of harboring Japanese. There was something horrifyingly ironic about sending modern, fast-flying aircraft to bomb and strafe grass huts and garden plots. There were problems, of course. First, there was no guarantee that the Japanese would be in the targeted village or villages. Second, one village looked very much like another, especially when flying at a couple of 100 miles per hour while navigating with poor or no maps. Consequently, the wrong villages were sometimes targeted. Moreover, there was a good chance that, while destroying a village, Papuans instead of Japanese might be killed. This could ruin any goodwill that those particular natives might have harbored for the Allies. John Hennebrey, the commanding officer of the 3rd Bomb Group, refused to do this sort of strafing. "Strafe everything that moved," he said of the orders he was given in early 1944. The command was based on intelligence that Papuan nationals along the route were assisting the beginnings of a Japanese evacuation of the Huon Peninsula, he said. But as he flew his aircraft down toward a native village, he couldn't do it. People were standing in the open, looking up at our low-flying planes, by now used to our presence, trusting. I vividly remember the faces of the women and children. Neither he nor the other members of the flight fired their weapons. Back at base, he made his opinion known up the chain of command. By the next day, the orders had changed, he said. We were to leave the villages untouched. That might have been the case during that particular time for Hennebrey's unit, but the practice continued. On May 14, 1944, the 345th Bomb Group was directed to hit the village of Takar on New Guinea's northern coast, about 8 miles southeast of Wakde Island. The strike, made from medium altitude with nearly 200 500-pound demolition bombs, included all 4 of the bomb group's squadrons. The bombing was excellent, noted a squadron account. Withdrawing to the left and making a wide circle out to sea in order to lose altitude, our planes came in again on the same heading to make their strafing runs. There was no assessment of the damage done. The bombing that day was in support of a greater plan that Kenny was developing to move his forces west and north in preparation for MacArthur's advance on the Philippines. "We needed airdromes," said Kenny. "I was abandoning the Dobadura area and Port Moresby as operating bases." Nor, he noted, were many of his other bases relevant, Kirawina Island and Milne Bay being examples. They were all too far from the action. Even Hollandia wasn't far enough west for his airmen, and room there was limited. I needed 4 or 5 more good-sized fields to bring the 5th Air Force and the 13th into play. The area around Maffin Bay looked like a possibility for airdrome development, but I wanted to keep on going and take over Biak, where the Nips already had 3 coral runways. Coral was good. Where there was plenty of coral, the engineers could give us a field in a matter of a few days. MacArthur wasn't initially sold on the idea, nor were others. But after considerable discussion, plans were made to seize Wakde and Biak. Wakde was quickly taken beginning on May 17th, and American troops went ashore at Biak on May 27th. All the landings were preceded by air bombardment, and that support continued until the enemy was dead. With a couple of exceptions, Japanese air units were unable to seriously challenge the Americans. The bomber crews, protected by fighters, operated under an umbrella of almost total air superiority. The 3rd Attack Group described the targets struck by its A-20 crews over Biak on May 27th. Targets of opportunity, as well as designated known targets, consisted of coastal defense gun positions, positions of the Jap ground forces, airstrips, coastal roads and trails, and villages known to be occupied by the enemy. But the ground fight at Biak proved to be much more vicious than anticipated. The defending Japanese were dug into a formidable line of cliffs. Every yard gained came at a cost, and sometimes had to be taken more than once. The big prize was the island's main airfield, Mokmur, and the army fought doggedly to blast the Japanese clear of the place. Elements of the 49th Fighter Group were sent ashore at Bosnek Beach on June 5, 1944. A battery of field artillery on the beach was methodically lobbing shells over the hills and cliffs toward Jap positions, noted the unit's monthly narrative. However, the most disappointing news was that our infantry were unable to get and keep the airstrip from which we were to operate. The 49th's men and equipment were moved 3 miles up a rough road toward Mokmur and then directed to bivouac in a small, hot, dusty stretch of coral and dirt where they were to wait until the airfield had been captured. Strung along either side of the road, we were boxed in by swamps, cliffs, field artillery, and anti-aircraft units. The battery of 105s, howitzers, barked night and day, their muzzle blasts flapping our canvas and eardrums. Up the road a few hundred yards was a much-disputed waterhole which the Japs counterattacked daily. Mortar fire, fire from rifles and machine guns, plus the 105s kept everyone on edge. The first night, 2 red alerts sounded, and we witnessed the heaviest flak we had seen in some time. While the 49th's men squatted in their little hellhole during the next 3 weeks, the Japanese demonstrated that although their air units on New Guinea had been crushed, others were still active. On June 9th, a Ki-61 fighter flew low and fast over the encampment, neither doing nor sustaining harm. And each evening, bombers came over in 2s and 3s in raids that were little more than harassment, but which still kept the men on edge and unable to sleep. Notwithstanding the generally poor aim of the enemy bombers, the 49th's men were frustrated by the island's coral composition, which made it extremely difficult to dig protective trenches. At 01:30 on the morning of June 12, 1944, it happened, read the unit's narrative. After a prolonged series of red alerts, a stick of 6 daisy cutters sliced across our area. Even as dirt and debris continued to shower down from the explosions, men crawled from where they had been sleeping or sheltering and into a cauldron of smoke and dust and fire. Wounded men screamed, and the dead lay still and quiet, some of them in pieces. The men assessed the situation as best they could in the dark and hurried to load the wounded on the vehicles that were still operable. Within 20 minutes, they were on their way to the newly erected field hospital. They left behind a smoking, bloody, and dusty devastation. The bombs had cut down Alpheus White, Quinton Risor, and Arnold Hayworth in mid-stride as they ran for protection. There was nothing to do for them. 5 men in another tent were killed. William Smoots was blasted dead in his sleep while his 2 tentmates were blown into the air, suffering only light injuries. Jacob Shellman had already taken shelter in a slit trench. He screeched at his tentmates to hurry to him just as the bombs fell. The bombs did what Shellman's friends failed to do. They blew the 2 men atop Shellman in his trench. Remarkably, they sustained only minor injuries. It wasn't until early the next month, July 1944, that the 49th started operating from Mokmur. Even then, they were not safe from the starving Japanese, who continued to snipe them and even made small foraging raids into the unit's living area. Indeed, the Japanese continued fighting in small groups and as 1s and 2s for months, until they were finally killed or starved to death. 28. We had hoped to catch a few Jap planes in the air. Essentially, although the Japanese were capable of mounting occasional raids from distant outposts, the air war over New Guinea had been won by the middle of 1944. The once powerful bastions at Rabaul and Wewak were reduced to husks and were bypassed, as was Kavieng. Lai, Hollandia, and others had been captured and turned into Allied air bases. Although there remained many tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers in New Guinea, they were isolated and starving, and they were being kept that way in large part by air power. Leonard Tony Duval looked past the head and shoulders of Kenneth Lindsay as the jungled terrain of New Guinea slid underneath the A-20. Duval was prone in the life raft compartment of the 3rd Bomb Group aircraft which Lindsay flew. Below and behind him in the midsection compartment were 2 enlisted men, gunners. They had taken off from the airfield at Hollandia just a short time earlier. Lindsay was flying them to Biak, where Duval and one of the gunners were to sign for a different A-20 and ferry it back to Hollandia. Duval had just rejoined his unit, the 3rd Bomb Group's 90th Bomb Squadron, that same morning, July 16, 1944. He had been recovering in Sydney, Australia, from wounds sustained during an attack against the Japanese airfield at Werren the previous month, July 19th specifically. With the rest of the 90th Bomb Squadron, he had raced down a mountainside to drop his load of bombs while flying through a curtain of Japanese anti-aircraft fire. An instant after releasing his bombs, his aircraft was hit by a cannon shell in the bomb bay while the doors were still open. "It went off inside the bomb bay between me and the gunner in back," he said. "Another shell hit and took part of my cockpit away and cut the safety harness that held me." Moreover, part of Duval's right engine was torn away, and pieces of shrapnel punched into his left arm and right leg. Duval kept the aircraft flying for a few minutes, but the badly damaged A-20 wouldn't stay airborne. It dropped lower and lower until it smashed into the water about 20 miles from Werren, just a few miles north of Mios-Nom Island. The impact smashed Duval's face into the instrument panel and broke his nose. Dazed and adrenaline-charged, he had clambered clear of the sinking bomber and freed the life raft. Anxiously looking for some sign of his gunner, James Foxworth, Duval climbed into the raft and stayed close to the slowly sinking wreck that had been the A-20. A short time passed before it slipped beneath the waves. Foxworth went down with it. Now, airborne in an A-20 for the first time since that mission, Duval no doubt reflected back on that day and on the loss of James Foxworth. However, this particular flight was nothing more than an administrative mission, a milk run. Nothing was expected to happen. And nothing did happen, at least for a while. Then, at the coast, Lindsay spotted a Japanese gun emplacement and its crew. The men in the rear of the A-20 clutched at whatever handholds they could find as Lindsay racked the aircraft around in a hard turn. Once he gained enough separation, he turned hard again and pointed at the Japanese position. He fired the aircraft's .50 caliber machine guns, and the enemy fired back. Lindsay's aircraft lurched as enemy rounds tore into the tail section of the A-20. He struggled to keep the aircraft out of the treetops, but failed and smashed into a grove of palm trees. Barely airborne, Lindsay pointed the mortally damaged bomber out to sea. Only a few hundred yards from shore, the aircraft rolled on its back and plunged nose first into shallow water. The tail of the aircraft flew away, and the 2 gunners were killed and thrown from the wreckage. Lindsay was crumpled into the cockpit and badly injured. Just as had been the case the previous time he had been aboard an A-20, Duval was shocked and disoriented, but not badly injured. "I got out on the wing and helped Lindsay out of the cockpit, but he was hurt very badly," said Duval. "I placed him on the wing." Duval heard rifle fire and looked toward the beach, where he saw about a dozen Japanese soldiers wading through the water toward him, firing their weapons as they did so. Duval emptied his .45 caliber pistol at the advancing enemy, but ultimately threw it into the water and gave himself up. The Japanese shouted and shoved him as he struggled to drag Lindsay to the beach. Lindsay's scalp had essentially been torn away, his back was injured, and he had a broken arm and leg. Once ashore, Duval saw that the Japanese had already recovered the bodies of the 2 gunners, which had been stripped of their clothes. After Duval carried Lindsay to where the Japanese were bivouacked, the Japanese stole their watches and other valuables. Duval struggled mightily to remove his high school ring. He only succeeded when one of the enemy soldiers drew a knife and stepped forward, preparatory to removing his finger. Afterward, the two men were trussed with cords from their parachutes. Lindsay was kept close to a fire, whereas Duval was tied to a stake underneath a hut. After dark, Duval was startled by the sharp report of a pistol shot. The Japanese had shot Lindsay. Duval knew that Lindsay was suffering and likely would not survive, and was relieved that his comrade's misery was over. One of the Japanese boiled some rice that evening and carefully poured the hot water through the floor and onto Duval's head. "I leaned forward," he said, "and it went on down my back on the parachute cord. It got wet and gooey. I pulled on the cord until I got my hands loose. I waited until everything was quiet and got the rope off my feet and just crawled off in the jungle." Duval was free. He hid in a large stump through the rest of the night, then spent the next day mucking his way across swamps and streams until arriving at a sizable river. He tried to swim it, but was swept to the sea. He succeeded on his second attempt, but was left exhausted. After resting for a period, he stepped back into the jungle. Duval was immediately surrounded by Japanese soldiers who stripped him naked. "I was bound hand and foot with my hands behind my back while they excitedly asked questions," he said. The Japanese leader grew frustrated when Duval failed to tell him anything but his name, rank, and serial number. He kicked Duval, then spit on him. Duval grew angry and kicked him back. The Japanese prevailed in the one-sided contest when he slashed Duval across the forehead with his sword. "When I came to," Duval said, "I was lying on my stomach on the beach with my face in the sand. They grabbed my feet and dragged me, face down, up the beach." He passed out, and when he woke, he found himself alone in a hole in the sand, covered with palm fronds. Duval crawled out of the hole, found a section of a tin can, and cut himself free. That done, he stumbled once more into the jungle. There followed several days of misery as, torn by thorns and bitten by mosquitoes and sucked at by leeches, he crashed through the brush or stumbled along native trails. He was a pitiable sight, naked but for a loincloth he had fashioned out of a piece of cast-off clothing. Incredibly, he encountered Japanese soldiers, many of them wounded, who were in little better shape. As dirty as he was, and dark-complected and small in stature, he was mistaken for Japanese. He simply grunted and kept walking when they called out to him. Duval's feet were grossly swollen from coral cuts and insect bites and other insults. He stopped occasionally to wash them in the ocean and was once shot at by a sniper. Eventually entering a village, he sneaked into a Japanese officer's hut and stole a pair of canvas trousers, a pith helmet, and a swagger stick. He only barely cleared the village in time to escape the withering fire of 3 A-20s. The results were staggering. "They were all gone," Duval said. "There wasn't a soul in sight, so I just walked through the village. It was just clear. There wasn't anything there." Afterward, Duval sat on the beach, soaking his feet and legs. He pressed and picked at his legs to remove thorns and splashed water on wounds that the stolen trousers had rubbed raw. He hadn't been there long when a destroyer hove into view and started firing over his head at a set of gun emplacements dug into a cliff above the village through which he had just passed. Scrambling into a nearby cave, he hid there until the gunfire ceased, at which point he returned to the beach. "I was walking along there, no shoes, no drawers. I had a pith helmet and a swagger stick. All of a sudden, from behind a big log, these 5 GIs stood up, about 100 feet away. I tried to holler at them, but no sound came out." Duval only narrowly missed being shot, as the men thought he might be a Japanese soldier. Considering instead that he might be a native, the soldiers held their fire and approached him. Duval finally found his voice and explained that he was an American pilot. "They got me a cup of coffee and some soup," he said. "I had been dreaming every night about a cup of coffee. By the time I was finished, I was so stiff I couldn't move." Duval was evacuated to a hospital and debriefed by intelligence authorities about what he had seen and done. It was determined that he had walked an incredible 103 miles in 5 days. He was sent back to the States following his recovery, and spent much of the rest of the war lecturing other men on survival techniques, using his own experience as an example. "We have been able to find no Japanese aircraft in New Guinea," wrote famed aviator Charles Lindbergh on July 5, 1944. Lindbergh had been in the Pacific Theater for about 2 months. He had wanted a commission and combat assignment when the United States entered the war, but was denied. His fame, his pre-war engagements with the Nazis, and his controversial opinions on Jews, isolationism, and other issues worked against him. Moreover, he had resigned his reserve commission as a political protest before the war. To top it off, President Roosevelt didn't like him. Still, Lindbergh was a patriot and wanted to serve his country. He did quite a bit of consulting with various aviation concerns, and in early 1944 wangled an assignment with the Chance Vought Division of United Aircraft. Chance Vought manufactured the F-4U Corsair, which was operated by Marine Corps and Royal New Zealand Air Force units in the South Pacific. Working with them, Lindbergh not only tested aircraft and offered suggestions for improving maintenance and performance, but also went on combat missions. These sorties were officially forbidden, but were unofficially winked at. Flying out of Green Island and Emerau, Lindbergh flew missions against Rabaul and Kavieng. The once powerful Japanese air units in the area had all been destroyed, and the primary dangers were anti-aircraft fire, weather, and mechanical failure. Lindbergh joined Marine pilots on several missions to strafe and bomb targets of opportunity, none of which were remarkable. On one mission, his flight was reduced to strafing fishing nets in the middle of Rabaul's Simpson Harbor. At that point of his life, notwithstanding his pre-war political missteps, Lindbergh was still very much able to trade on the currency that was his celebrity. His wartime journal describes lunches and dinners with admirals and generals and local luminaries, missions aboard PT boats, and side trips to native villages. Indeed, his time in the Pacific was a sort of air combat adventure safari, made all the more unusual by the fact that he was a civilian. Lindbergh's activities as such were unique. The notion of a non-military celebrity flying regular combat missions was preposterous. Following his time with the Marines, he made his way to New Guinea, anxious to see how he might be able to help Kenny's men. On June 18th, a few days after arriving at Nadzab, he dined with Ennis Whitehead, Kenny's right-hand man, and discussed the Fifth's operations. Lindbergh was impressed and declared that Whitehead has done an exceptionally fine piece of work here in New Guinea. Left on his own the following day, Lindbergh explored one of the flight lines. A noted prig, he was unimpressed by the informal artwork that adorned so many of the aircraft. The cheapness of the emblems and names painted on the bombers and fighters nauseates me at times. Mostly naked women or Donald Ducks, names such as Fertile Myrtle under a large and badly painted figure of a reclining nude. From Nadzab, on June 26th, Lindbergh flew a borrowed P-38 to Hollandia, now a major Allied base. The threat from Japanese fighters was so diminished that he passed several unescorted C-47s along the route. Upon landing, he observed, wreckage of the Japanese Air Force was strewn in between the revetments around Hollandia airstrip, shoved out of the way by bulldozers to make room for our own fighters and bombers and transports. Broken fuselages, engines, and wings everywhere, most of them marked with the red ball insignia of the Japanese rising sun. Lindbergh ensconced himself with the 475th Fighter Group, and with just a handful of hours of experience at the controls of the P-38, talked his way onto the schedule for a mission the following day, June 27, 1944. The 475th was assigned to escort B-24s on a strike against the Japanese airfields at Yefman and Samate, at the far northwestern tip of New Guinea in the region known as the Vogelkop. A few Japanese aircraft were reported to still be operating from both airfields, and the Lightning pilots hoped to force them into a fight. "We had hoped to catch a few Jap planes in the air," Lindbergh said, "but no luck." Lindbergh's flight circled the two airfields, giving the enemy anti-aircraft gunners an opportunity to sharpen their skills. After a time, the Lightning pilots grew bored and went hunting for barges. They were successful as they found several vessels snugged up to the shore where they were camouflaged with jungle vegetation. I curved in over the top of one ridge at an indicated speed of 250 miles per hour, Lindbergh said, missing the trees by not over 10 feet, partially straightened out while I was shooting, and pulled up the mountainside. His guns eventually jammed, but not before setting a barge ablaze. Just as Lindbergh was put off by the sometimes lurid nose art that decorated many of the 5th Air Force's aircraft, he was jolted by the attitudes of the young men doing the fighting in New Guinea. It was freely admitted that some of our soldiers tortured Jap prisoners and were as cruel and barbaric at times as the Japs themselves. We claimed to be fighting for civilization, but the more I see of this war in the Pacific, the less right I think we have to claim to be civilized. He additionally noted that he wasn't certain that the behavior of the Americans in that context was much better than that of the Japanese. During those instances when he articulated his disapproval, it seemed that his opinion was usually acknowledged but rarely embraced. While he worked with the 475th, Lindbergh shared living quarters with rising ace Thomas McGuire. The two men grew chummy, although McGuire often bullied Lindbergh, which sometimes raised eyebrows or caused stifled laughs. Of course, Lindbergh was a global personality, and perhaps the most famous pilot that ever lived. He was hardly intimidated, although he often acceded to McGuire's sometimes frivolous demands. During this period, there was frustration at the slow progress being made at Biak. The Allies were anxious to use the Japanese airfields there, but that was not possible until the enemy troops were driven away. Consequently, MacArthur ordered the seizure of Nemfor Island and its airfields, which sat 60 miles west of Biak. The 475th was tasked with providing fighter protection overhead Nemfor on the day of the invasion, July 2, 1944. Incredibly, Lindbergh, a civilian, was assigned as a flight lead for a flight of 4 P-38s. As it developed, the mission was uneventful. The reality was that meaningful targets in New Guinea, especially active enemy airfields and aircraft, were thin by mid-1944. Kenny's fighter pilots might have been frustrated at the paucity of targets against which to practice their skills, but that paucity was exactly what the Allies had worked to establish since the start of the war. It was one of many key indicators that they were winning. So then, with their New Guinea hunting grounds exhausted, the 5th's fighter units had to go farther afield to find new game, either west to the Moluccas or Celebes, or north to Palau or the Philippines. Lindbergh stood ready to help. He already knew how to extend the range of the P-38 so that it could reach those areas where the enemy was still flying. As he put more missions under his belt, Lindbergh noted that he was returning to base with significantly more fuel than the 475th's pilots. The trouble, he wrote at the time, is that the newer pilots, and many of the old ones, cruise their engines at too high an RPM, revolutions per minute, and often leave their mixture controls in auto-rich during an entire flight. In contrast, Lindbergh ran his engines hotter by leaning the fuel mixture to the engines, reducing the RPM and increasing the manifold pressure. It did create more stress on the engine, and consequently more work for the mechanics, but the greater range was worth the cost. But before he shared these techniques, he had to visit with powerful people. The news that Lindbergh was flying combat had gotten out, and he left Nadzab for Brisbane to speak with Kenny and MacArthur. Kenny hadn't even realized that Lindbergh was in the Pacific, much less flying his P-38s in combat. "I told him," Lindbergh said, "that the last thing I wanted to do was cause anyone embarrassment at headquarters. Kenny was very decent about it all." Still, Kenny didn't want Lindbergh to fly combat for all the obvious reasons, but Lindbergh pushed back, asking if there wasn't some way around the regulations. Kenny couldn't resist the challenge. Lindbergh said that Kenny's eyes twinkled and that he declared he might be able to use Lindbergh as an observer. "But of course," Kenny said, "that would not make it legal for you to do any shooting. But if you are on observer status, no one back in the States will know whether you use your guns or not." Kenny steered Lindbergh into the office of his old nemesis Richard Sutherland. Kenny wanted Sutherland to paper over Lindbergh's illegal combat flying with official-looking orders that would make that illegal flying seem not illegal. Lindbergh and Sutherland chatted about mutual friends before Lindbergh explained that he could help the 5th's P-38 pilots extend the aircraft's operating radius out to 700 miles or more, when, at that time, they were typically flying out to only about 400 miles. But to do so, he would need to fly the missions with them. Sutherland grew excited as he knew that the leap from New Guinea to the Philippines would be greatly aided by such a range extension. He took Lindbergh to see MacArthur, who likewise showed enthusiasm. "MacArthur said it would be a gift from heaven if that could be done," said Lindbergh, "and asked me if I were in a position to go back up to New Guinea to instruct the squadrons in the methods of fuel economy which would make such a radius possible." Lindbergh answered that he would be happy to do so. He said I could have any plane and do any kind of flying I wanted to, and that an increased fighter radius would be of very great importance to his plans. Lindbergh was as good as his word. He gave classes and individual instruction to the 475th as well as other units. Typically, the reactions to his methods were guarded, but when they yielded the results he promised, they were widely and enthusiastically embraced. Lindbergh continued to fly missions and later was credited with downing a Japanese reconnaissance aircraft near Sarum. 29. He cursed and shouted. The starving men looked down at their fallen comrade. He gasped and wept. Barefoot and naked, his limbs, which looked like stretched parchment over sticks, shivered uncontrollably, and his bowels leaked across the ground. Flies crawled over his face. Lacking the strength to get up, he cursed and shouted for the men hovering above him to leave, to go on. First one, then another, and finally the rest of them turned and walked up the barely visible trace through the jungle. One of the Japanese men turned and muttered a few words of encouragement. Perhaps his friend on the ground might catch up to them after he rested. Japan's 77th Hiko Sentai had flown combat with distinction since before America's entry into the war. An army unit, it fought against the Chinese and later against the famed American Volunteer Group, or Flying Tigers, as well as the British in Burma and Malaya and elsewhere. After stints in Japan and Sumatra, it was sent to Burma again. But New Guinea is where it went to die. Ordered to Wewak with other units at the end of February 1944, it was summarily bashed to pieces during March by the overwhelming American raids. By the end of that month, what was left of it was directed to fall back to Hollandia. When the Allied assault on Hollandia began on April 22, 1944, the 77th Hiko Sentai, along with other units, was ordered not to fight but to escape on foot, west through the jungle. The march was not an organized retreat, but rather a life-or-death battle against the jungle. What began as a movement of more than 7,000 men degenerated into broken formations and groups of men who quickly consumed the provisions they carried and subsequently competed for what little food they found along the route. The formations and groups fell further apart into little bands or even individuals, for whom survival became the ultimate goal. And survival depended on eating whatever they could forage from the jungle. They were no longer military men, but rather starving specters stumbling almost blindly through the trees and brush and swamps of western New Guinea. Most of them, 6,000, disappeared. Unknown, unmarked, unheralded. Dead. The remainder emerged from the jungle that summer near Gilvink Bay as little more than skeletons. Most of those were evacuated, but so few men of the 77th Hiko Sentai survived that it was never reformed. The group, effectively destroyed, was a fitting analog to what had become of the formidable Japanese air forces that once dominated the skies over New Guinea. George Kenny, the architect of the Allied air campaign over New Guinea, had little regard for the Japanese air commanders and the way they had employed their forces. To be sure, Japan had never been able to deliver to its air forces the same resources that Kenny eventually received. But neither, as Kenny noted, did they leverage the advantages they had early in the war. The NIP just did not know how to handle air power, Kenny said. Just because he knocked us off on the ground at the beginning of the war, when we were asleep at Pearl Harbor and in the Philippines, he got a reputation for being smart. But the way he had failed to take advantage of his superiority in numbers and position since the first couple of months of the war was a disgrace to the airman's profession. Indeed, Japanese air power had been disgraced and essentially destroyed, not only in New Guinea, but also in the South Pacific, specifically in the Solomons and the islands leading to the northwest and Rabaul. Accordingly, the Army Air Forces component of that effort, the 13th Air Force, was moved under Kenny. And so too was the 7th Air Force, which had been doing its fighting in the Central Pacific. The three air forces were organized under a parent command, the Far East Air Forces, on August 3, 1944. With so many resources at his disposal, Kenny was well situated for the coming fight in the Philippines and beyond. And by mid-October 1944, many of those resources, men, material, and equipment, were aboard the shipping that choked Hollandia's Humboldt Bay. There were no longer any major Japanese forces in New Guinea that hadn't been isolated. Consequently, during the previous couple of months, although strikes were flown against scattered enemy troop concentrations and supply dumps, most units were prepared to move at the same time that they concentrated on training and performing much-needed maintenance on their aircraft. The 3rd Bomb Group was an example, as it noted in its monthly summary for August 1944. The month of August was truly a month of inactivity for the 3rd Bombardment Group, 26 combat mission being the total flown. Activities for the month were confined to ground support strikes and the destruction of enemy troops and supplies. Operations carried out against enemy airdromes were of a routine nature for the purpose of keeping the drones in an unserviceable condition. New Guinea had become a place from which raids were sent to destroy the Japanese who sat in the path of the next great objective, the Philippines. The enormous refinery complex at Balikpapan was hit again and again and again. Enemy bases in the Celebes and the Moluccas and elsewhere were gutted. But most units focused primarily on preparations to leave New Guinea. Although seemingly mundane, it is almost impossible to overstate the complexity of the planning and the level of exhaustive work that was required for such a movement. Aside from the finger-smashing, back-breaking labor necessary to pack and organize everything, it all had to be loaded onto trucks and moved to a harbor or bay or beach. There it had to be embarked in accordance with specific and strict maritime requirements. That it was completed satisfactorily, if not efficiently, by barely trained men with limited communications and equipped with little more than pencils and clipboards was astonishing. Once aboard the ships, the men were crowded into every inch of space that wasn't stuffed with material or equipment. Precariously placed cots and piles of personal gear made moving awkward. Men tripped and cursed. They smoked and read and gambled with cards and dice, and bitched about the food and the water and the lack of mail. Most of them stayed topside, away from the hellish heat and misery and stink of the ship's hold. Then, on the night of October 23, 1944, with little noise or fanfare, the ships stirred. Anchors were weighed and hatches were battened. Here there was a muted clank. There was a low rumble. In the distance, a hurried exchange of muffled shouts bounced across the water. Cargoes were checked secure a final time, and many of the men sleeping topside rose and stepped to the rails. A freshening breeze swept their faces as the ship swung their bows seaward and pushed through the gentle swells. Literally hundreds of ships, transports, and combatants sailed from New Guinea for the Philippines. So many men, so much material, and so much firepower had never before been sortied on the Pacific. Indeed, the flotilla was many dozens of times the size of Operation 81, the Japanese convoy that had so frightened the Allies, and which they had so devastatingly destroyed in the Battle of the Bismarck Sea only the previous year. The men watched the dark, jungled hills and slopes of New Guinea slowly disappear in the black of the night. There, and in the waters surrounding it, they left more than 2 years of dead comrades behind. Most of them mouldered in graves that would never be found, or at the bottom of the sea. But who they were, what they were, and how they lived would remain with the survivors who watched the island, the battlefield, disappear. The battle is over, the men are gone, but what they were and what they did is not. Epilogue. New Guinea remained important as a logistics and training base through most of the rest of the war, at least until the fall of Manila in 1945. In fact, until the Australians seized Wewak in May 1945, the airfields there were used as a sort of combat training target for crews newly arrived from the States. Indeed, the Japanese obliged by sending up desultory volleys of anti-aircraft fire, although it was hardly as voluminous as it had been when Wewak was in its heyday. Still, despite the elimination of Japanese air power, men continued to die because flying was dangerous, and flying in New Guinea was especially so. The brave men of the RAAF were left, together with their brothers in the army, to mop up the mess, that is, the Japanese remaining on the island. It was deadly work, as the Japanese were dangerous so long as they were alive. They also assaulted isolated Japanese positions in the Solomons and executed amphibious assaults on Borneo. The rationale for doing so, especially since the Japanese could have been left to rot, is still debated. But the devotion, perseverance, and toughness of the Australians is not. George Kenney enjoyed the well-deserved accolades he received following the war. He was made the first commander of the new Strategic Air Command and was given other collateral assignments. As might be imagined, his straight talk and ambitious ideas, which sometimes raised eyebrows while he was a wartime commander, got him into a number of political imbroglios. He finished his career as the commander of the Air University and retired in 1951. He passed in 1977 at age 88. General Douglas MacArthur accepted the Japanese surrender on September 2, 1945. Following that surrender, he was essentially the de facto ruler of Japan for several years, setting policy and directing the administration of the country and its post-war recovery. At the same time, he made a half-hearted bid for the Republican nomination during the 1948 presidential campaign. It did not succeed. At the outset of the Korean War, MacArthur was once again in charge. China's entry into the conflict startled him and the rest of the world, and the political intrigue associated with this, as well as his plans to end the war, got him crosswise with President Truman. He was relieved of command in 1951, much to the amazement and shock of the American public. Truman later declared, "I fired him because he wouldn't respect the authority of the president. I didn't fire him because he was a dumb son of a bitch, although he was, but that's not against the law for generals. If it was, half to three-quarters of them would be in jail." MacArthur nevertheless came home to parades and parties and subsequently led the life of a revered icon, receiving various salaries, honorariums, and other tributes. He and his wife made their home in a penthouse at the Waldorf Towers in New York City. He died in 1964 at age 84. Missionary James Benson was the only survivor of the group that had fled into the hills above Gona when the Japanese came ashore on July 21, 1942. Although he had unsuccessfully tried to give himself up earlier, he was eventually taken into custody and sent to a prison camp in Rabaul, and then to other camps on New Britain where he suffered much illness and hardship. Meanwhile, he was believed dead and was widely mourned by friends and family. Benson was finally liberated by Australian troops after the Japanese surrender in 1945 and returned to his missionary work in New Guinea, where he passed in 1957. Although Gordon Manuel didn't know it when he was shot down on May 21, 1943, two other men had successfully bailed out of the same B-17. One was co-pilot John Rippey. The other was one of the waist gunners, Robert Curry. Unlike Manuel, their luck didn't hold, and both were quickly captured by the Japanese and taken to a prisoner of war camp at Rabaul. On November 25, 1943, while Manuel was trekking the jungle looking for Australian coast watcher Alan Roberts, Rippey was murdered by the Japanese. Likewise, Curry was cruelly slain a couple of weeks later on December 9th. Manuel, who with the help of his native friends had evaded the Japanese on New Britain Island for 9 months, was commissioned as a second lieutenant following his return to the States. He eventually reached the rank of captain but became ill and passed away in 1950 at age 33. Paul "Pappy" Gunn was reunited with his family following the liberation of Manila. They stayed in the Philippines, and he resumed his career in the airline business. While flying a charter on the night of October 11, 1957, he was caught in a thunderstorm, flew into a mountain, and was killed. The ending was almost an insult to a man who had done and braved so much. He was 57. Following the deaths of top fighter pilots Thomas Lynch and Neil Kirby in March 1944, there were only two real contenders remaining in the race to become America's premier ace in the Pacific. They were Thomas Maguire and Richard Bong. Both were dead before the war ended. Maguire was flying over Los Negros Island in the Philippines on January 7, 1945, when the flight of 4 P-38s he was leading encountered a single Ki-43. The Japanese pilot was skilled and didn't hesitate to throw himself at the 4 Lightnings. Maguire's wingman got into trouble, and Maguire sped to his aid. Turning hard and low over the jungle at only a few hundred feet, he stalled his aircraft, which tumbled into the jungle and exploded. He had 38 enemy aircraft to his credit. Richard Bong had been credited with 40 aerial victories and was sent home with the Medal of Honor the previous month, December 1944. In the summer of 1945, he was test flying the nation's newest jet fighter, the Lockheed P-80, out of Burbank, California. Newly married, he was killed shortly after takeoff on August 6th, when the aircraft's engine failed and he crashed to the ground in a horrific fireball. He remains the nation's highest-scoring ace. Following the war, Charles Lindbergh advocated making the Nazis accountable for their war crimes and was equally strident in his warnings against the Soviet Union and communism. Later, in 1954, he was very pleased when President Eisenhower commissioned him back into the service and made him a brigadier general in the Air Force Reserve. He remained in the public eye and became an ardent conservationist while also turning toward a more spiritual life. Notwithstanding his new spirituality or his marriage, or perhaps because of them, he took 3 separate German mistresses and fathered 7 children between them. He wrote through much of the remainder of his life, often warning against the dangers of advancing technologies. He passed away in 1974 at age 72. The last Japanese holdouts in New Guinea gave themselves up in 1955, 10 years after the end of the war. The only survivors of a larger group, 4 airmen surrendered themselves to authorities at Hollandia. They were sent home as ragged curiosities, relics. The Papuans were not the same after the war. They couldn't be after colliding head-on with 20th century warfare. Their journey since then has seen highs and lows, and there is hope that the highs will outnumber the lows as time passes. Notes and references. Unless noted otherwise, the official quotes for specific missions are derived from the group and squadron mission summary reports for that particular day. These reports are held by the Air Force Historical Research Agency at Maxwell Air Force Base, Alabama. The reports were sometimes lightly edited for grammar, spelling, and clarity, as were selected letters, diaries, or interviews. This concludes Savage Skies, Emerald Hell by J. A. Stout. Narrated by Rich Miller. Copyright 2024 by J. A. Stout. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with J. A. Stout, care of E. J. McCarthy Agency, and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.